you. That was kind of like a lame, really intro. But I mean, we're great. I mean, thank you all for coming this morning. I know that we had a party last night. Someone was asking, was this beginner mistake? No, we did this like years before, but we haven't been doing this for years, I think for like 4 years. And it was like a better choice not to do that because we would have had many people this morning, but still, I mean, we're good. This morning, I have many interesting speakers. It's going to be like a really different format if you compare them to others that we were going to have and that we had yesterday. So we call this session Tomorrow Point Breakfast Buffet because we have so many interesting topics and apps to show you guys. We have many sweets here and salty things. You can find sweet like thingies there. I think people like ate all the things outside. And then, yeah, I'm going to be inviting my first speaker this morning. Her name is Milica Antic, and she comes from Catalyst Balkan. Please give her a warm welcome. Yeah, Milica is a non-profit digital transparency manager, and she works alongside other non-profits as they navigate digital landscape and drive positive change. She's going to show us her. No, it's fine. I mean,
it's on.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You can stand. You can sit. Whatever you like.
I prefer to stand. Thank you. Thank you all for being here, especially because it's a morning after the big party. I prepared this presentation, but it didn't went through my marketing team, so they would really be unpleased with my design. So please do not share this presentation publicly. No, the first slide they did, but you see this cut part, that's me.
It's cool.
Okay, first there is some things that I need to say about myself. I've been working for Catalyst for 4 years now. I have a capacity building background, and I've been working with the civil society for a long time. And then I met some Catalyst people, and they told me about their idea about NetProfitNet.rs, and it was a really good idea, so I decided to start working for Catalyst. So what is that Catalyst does? We find out when you are working with nonprofits, it's the things that you need to do first. And the things you need to do first is to teach organizations about the things you are working with. So we created a learning hub for them, where they have online presentations about our work. So we have free Udemy courses, like with homeworks and interactive materials, where they can learn about marketing, about fundraising, and about CRM. So we decided if we teach them about things that we all the time spend time teaching them again and again and again with every new organization that we are working on, we could save some time and help them with mentorship. So we passed one phase, and we done it with Proctor. In the next phase, and especially when we are talking about philanthropy and crowdfunding, we decided to create a Giving Balkans. It's a platform where you can find your philanthropy niche. And that means that you can find in the whole Balkans who is funding what. So for example, I'm running a sports club. And it's a female sports club, so you know we are always underfunded. And I wanted to find out which companies are financing sports club in Serbia, so I found a few, and I contacted them. If I didn't know that, I would have to contact hundreds of companies, and probably few of them even if they respond me. So that's the good way of thinking. If you want to find out who is funding what on Balkan, it's good to go to Giving Balkans and check who received what from which organization. Also, it's the same for organizations because they can see what their competition is doing. When you know who you want to target, we decided to go with CRM. CRM is something like your digital address book where you can find your contacts, you can send them newsletters, you can organize events and know who went to which event. So if you are registering for the event, you're having all registry in the same database. So it's a huge address book. You can know your partners, you can know other organizations, who is employed where, and it's a really good thing to have. And in the end, when you know who you want to, when you know your targets, like your public, then you go to Fundraising Hub, and we have a crowdfunding platform called Donatia.rs. It's the same as GoFundMe or Indiegogo, just aimed for nonprofits. And you can there upload your idea, because you know how to fundraise, because in the previous steps you already learned that. And then you start fundraising. And it's a crowdfunding platform, so you get a lot of small donations from your constituents. And that's the most important part. Because when you know your constituents, you know who you need to be transparent and accountable towards. And then we are coming to NetProfitNet.rs, where I came to talk today. So I will talking about NetProfitNet.rs. And it's that thing that it's a global platform, and it has a lot of potential. Now it has 300 organizations from Serbia that shows how transparent they are. There are 3 steps of transparency. So first, you log in and create your account. Then you fill your informations, like basic information. Your mission, visions, where you work, who are your founders, who are your governing bodies, like something there's publicly records about. But organizations in Serbia do not share that information very often. So we created like profiles for all of them, and they can fill in additional information. So there is, NetProfitNet.rs are not like new idea. There is already ideas like that. They are mostly stationed in America, United States, and it's called a GuideStar, and it's called Charity Navigator. Idea is to find organizations that are valuable. They are doing good job. And that was our idea to create in Serbia. And currently we are doing that in Kosovo, and we are working in Bosnia with one other organization called Fondacija Tuzlanske Zajednice to create something like that here. So, in Serbia there is 35K nonprofit organizations. It's a huge number. And of course, not all of them are active, but as a donor, as someone who wants to support nonprofit, how you can know who is worth of your support? I know this slide is in Serbian, so I will just translate it. 55% of all gathered money goes to nonprofits. That means that all other goes to public schools, public health, all gathered by individuals or organizations. And 55% of all money goes to only 1% of nonprofits. It's always 1%. So only 1% of all nonprofits get all the money. And it's always interesting to see that you have always regular suspects, usual suspects about everything. So it's really important to show that there is more of us who is doing a good job. So, okay, it's interactive, because I looked in PDF, so I thought it's going to be like that. You just go to nonprofit.rs, search for Catalyst, for example. You look up for Catalyst, and you can find information. You can see that we have a blue badge, and what we do, which are our goals, what are our programs, and our financial structure, which is the most important part. And it's really interactive, so you can see in which year was what funding structure for Catalyst. Okay, how it works. Okay, in first step, I already told you, you fill in basic information. So if that is valid, then you receive a white badge of transparency. In the next step, you fill in information about your programs. Like who donated that program, why you went in, Preševo and Bujanovac to spend that money on. You can share this kind of information. What is the biggest impact of your work? So that's the part where you don't find that in public records of your work. So that's your PR moment to present what's the good work you are doing. And in the next step, and the most interesting step, is finances. Because, you know, we are in Western Balkans and probably in all Eastern countries, we are all targeted as foreign agents or as someone who works to undercut their country. So it's really important to be careful with this information. But I know Catalyst was on the tabloids as someone who is paid by foreign money, but who isn't. So we decided, like, who cares? We are going to publish our information, our financial information. So we decided to do it like in a profit way. So you can upload your financial reports that are already public in public records, but they're not easy to understand. If you don't have any financial knowledge, our financial reports are not easy to read. I mean, doesn't mean anything to me if I see some numbers. But if I see a graphical approach, when I can see that one of the biggest receivers of the money has spent 70% on salaries, and they are not think tank, because in that case it's okay. And if I can see they are working to support children in need, and they spend 70% on salaries, I can see that something wrong with that organization. I mean, I don't want to support their work. But I really want to support work of some local organizations that are working in the field, that are helping children, that are creating support packages. So I really want to do that. So I just want to share the biggest benefits of platforms like this. First, for organizations themselves, they can get community support, which is most important, because you are not dependent on the donor's help. You are dependent on the support of your constituents, and you owe them to be transparent and accountable. You can create impact in your community, so you can have it and you can measure it for the first time, because we don't do it. We talk about that all the time, but we never measure our impact. And in the end, you can connect with everyone who has a common values as you are. For donors, and I'm talking about corporate donors, individuals, and nonprofits, other nonprofits who are grant givers, and international donors, they can find a good organization. And they can filter it. And they can find the same ones who have the something they want together to achieve. So it's a good way to find partners and to find someone who has the same values as you do. So you can see their financial structure, which is much easier than to go to our public registry. You can find, again, common values, and you can see previous experience. Like, if someone else has already founded that activity, you probably don't want to do it again, except it's really good and needs support again. And that would be all. Thank you.
We have 2 minutes and 34 seconds for questions. Does anyone have anything to say, add, or ask? Milica? If not, then Milica can pack some goodies to her bag and take it, because she did not have time, and she deserved it.
Thank you very much again.
Milice, hoćeš slatko? Ima i slano. We have even salty things. Just ask. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to be presenting new people here. We have people coming from civic tech organizations and they're doing similar things. From Civicos, from Forset and Participation Factory. We have Gresa. Please sit. She's a project manager of Civicos platform, a network of NGOs. Sit wherever you like. We have Yubo. Yubo, where are you? Come. He leads information literacy projects for Forset, a data-driven CSO base in Tbilisi, in Georgia. Welcome. And we have Tomasz. Please sit whatever you like. Yeah. He's a leading participation expert that works in many countries. And they're going to be showcasing their own projects and ideas regarding civic tech tools and other things. You can use that mics, or you can use the standing ones. Do you have a preferred way? How do you want to talk? Maybe we should let Gresa talk. Do you want to do it first? Maybe? No, Gresa, maybe. Do you like to stand or sit?
No, I'm okay here if it's
Good.
okay with you.
Good. A presenter. Yes.
Is this working or this?
Yeah, I mean we can make it work. Whatever you like.
Yeah, this would be good. Okay, so do we have the presentation? Yes. And I use this to change it, right?
Kill the microphone.
Okay, perfect. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Gresa from Platforma Civicos. Civicos is a network of NGOs in Kosovo. It currently covers 300 member organizations all across Kosovo. And our mandate is to intermediate the work of civil society with public institutions. So naturally, this is not changing. Naturally, every project we take on, it has to do something with some sort of cooperation between civil society organization and public institution, whether it is to increase their capacities or to increase the cooperation for a better civil society environment.
It's not moving.
It's not working.
Can you point it there?
Okay, so I'm going to present to you our most recent collaboration with Information and Privacy Agency in Kosovo, which is an independent, and we leverage technology specifically for this collaboration. This is an independent agency, public agency in Kosovo, institution, that covers specifically the overseeing of two laws, the law on personal data protection and the law on access to public documents. While we cover both of these laws because this agency was recently refunctionalized and people lacked information on what it does and how it is beneficial to them, we focused a little bit more on the access to public documents because of our findings during the field work. We had a project starting 2 years ago to work with local organizations and local councils, which are the first level representation in municipality of Kosovo. And during the work we had with them, we found out in order to increase their participation in local decision making and also the request for transparency and accountability for local government level, they also had some certain needs that were not met that were regarding the knowledge on how to write a proper request, formal request that would be effective, or they lacked human resources at local organization for someone that would take on these activities. And in other cases, even if they checked off the previous, it would be quite difficult for them to find the right contact, the right email to the public institution on who to address this request to. And this is how we started with the idea of having a platform that would facilitate these requests. So the project had only 6 target municipalities, was supported by National Endowment for Democracy, and we thought of creating this in order to directly inform people of their rights according to this law, how long they should wait to hear back from the officials on their request, and especially where to complain, which doesn't often happen, even if they were hesitant whether they were hesitant to send it, the complaint, or where to send it, or if it would be effective in that sense. So we started a participatory process of designing this platform, which involved organizations of different municipalities in Kosovo. We used the data we had from the field work, but also involved officials of the agency. During this process, which initially it was thought to include only the 6 municipalities that we were targeting, and then it would increase with phases that we would go on, in the end result, it involved actually all public institutions in Kosovo, whatever level they were, central or local level, and also whether they were independent or not. So the platform is very user-friendly, which is completely the opposite of what the municipality website would be. They would be slow, they would be overloaded with information, the information would be scattered, so even if people spend the better part of their day trying to find out the contact, it might have resulted not successful. So this informs you right ahead about your rights according to this law. You can choose on complaining, and it sends you to the agency's website where you can file a complaint directly. Or you can make a request to public documents. And then on the next page, once you click on the request for documents, you would see the public institution or the independent institution that you can choose from. Like that? Oh, nice. And then once you do this, it would show you a form that you can fill out, just very simple, very straight ahead. The email, which is mandatory but is not saved in our website. The name is not requested to put in. And then you have a template which is compiled with the help of the officials from the agency. And you just write the name of the document that you want. So basically it takes just a couple of minutes to file a request, and then you know how long you have to wait before you file a complaint. The website also has materials regarding this topic of access in public documents that can be used by organizations. And in this way, it's very straightforward. It facilitates the process. It makes it easier for you to ask for a specific document. And then this is filed, and we don't track any of the information afterwards. This has proven to be beneficial for local organizations, as I said, that have fewer human resources to take on these activities. But it also been quite beneficial to journalists. During a working lunch I had with some representatives of Association of Journalists in Kosovo, they told me that it has cut their process of finding the contact. Or as we would joke, it cut off the typical Balkan process of calling a person who knows a person that works at some institution to get the information, the contact information, the email, and then to request this document. Ideally, we would want this platform to also be a tracking tool that would inform the agency how many requests have been sent, where do they stand in the process, whether they would need to do some little inspection on certain institutions or make a recommendation or fine them, because they also do the findings of the institution that are not responsive. However, this cannot be done at the moment by an external party. It has to be within the agency. So we are hoping to see this platform being transferred to the agency and expanding the activities that it has currently. Yeah, thank you.
Really good.
Thank you.
I mean, many organizations have been doing this for years. I remember in 2012 we had similar projects, and I'm always like, we've been doing this for years, but this is like a topic that has been like current and active ever since. This is like a need in all countries. I know that Georgia has like similar projects. Last year we had a presentation of like a similar platform that you did. So maybe we can move to you, Ljubo? Yeah. Do you want to? No, about the current things you're gonna be talking about. Do you want the mic, or the sending mode should be fine?
This will be fine, yeah.
Cool.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for previous presenters for very cool projects. Which button?
It's working, it's working, everything is fine.
Thank you.
It's always a misunderstanding. You pointed there.
I hope you had a good night last night, long night, or if not, maybe you will have a long night tonight. Anyways, this is Ljubo from Forset, which is CSO based in Tbilisi, Georgia, and I will briefly tell you about how we use data and technology to address one of the biggest problems Georgia is facing right now, which is Russian migration. So since the war, Georgia was hit by largest Russian migration if we consider rate 100,000 people in the host country. The thing is that what makes this migration a crisis is not just number, but also historical conflict between these two nations, which you probably are aware about. So in 2008, these tanks were crossing our border, and now there is a 15-kilometer line of cars trying to run away from the war and from Russia. So naturally, since this migration crisis began, journalists started to have questions they wanted to answer because this is their role. How will our economy be influenced by Russian migration? Are they going to integrate in our society? What do they think about the ongoing war or Georgian occupation, and what is their political identities and values, and just in general, how are we going to live together, because there are hundreds of thousands of Russian migrants coming into country with such a conflict of history. But the thing is that in order to answer these questions, you need data, right? Otherwise, your reporting will not be evidence-based. And the problem is that journalists did not have data, still do not have plenty of data, because public authorities are not disclosing basic, essential data to cover Russian migration, such as how many migrants are there in our country right now, how many real estate was bought or registered by them, or residence permit data. This data used to be public before the war, before the mobilization, but after that, public authorities started to hide it, because if there is no data, problems do not exist, right? Well, Forset from Georgia and Social Lab from Estonia, startup, worked on data solution, which is called dataforcrisis.com. Okay. What we did was that we used social listening to monitor and listen to Russian migrants who are living in Georgia right now. We listened to them in social media. I know social media kind of sounds like a scary word, but it's totally legal. What you do is that you listen to public data that is already available, you scrape data, and do not disclose any private information. So in total, we monitored 215 data sources from Facebook, Telegram, Twitter, and YouTube, and we monitored channels like Telegram channels of Russian migrants, like Russian expats in Tbilisi, restaurant advices in Batumi, dating of Russian expats in Kutaisi, etc. We also monitored the sources of Georgian communities because we also wanted to understand what Georgians are thinking about Russian migration. And so we scraped 4 million data points in total to analyze sentiments of Russian migrants as well as Georgians, analyze sentiments, narratives, emotions, and other things we need to know to make sense of Russian migration in Georgia. And we monitored channels like this, how to cross the border, and yeah. We do not have time to talk about methodology right now, but I will be happy to discuss it with you afterwards. So let me jump to the final product that we have on the portal, dataforcrisis.com. We call this feature topic analysis. So on the portal, we have a couple of data visualization, which presents the data analysis findings of these 4 million data points. In topic analysis, you can see what Russian migrants or Georgians are talking about. Is it politics? Is it economics, culture, arts? You can see amount of posts, amount of reach, amount of interactions, which is very cool for journalists to make sense of many, many things. Good thing is that you can filter data according to different communities. If you want to check only migrants data, you can filter it. You can also filter it according to hosting community. And you can also filter data by time periods, social media, platforms that you are researching, and visualization will adjust automatically. In this next feature that we call emotional analysis, what happens here is that portal with linguistic algorithm determines whether specific post or comment contains fear, confidence, sadness, anticipation, etc. So in this feature, in this visualization, users can see if either migrants or Georgians are sad or angry or confident in specific time period. For example, during this mobilization period, Georgians were very angry and they were afraid. But in case of Russian migrants, they had this joy and confidence emotion as dominant because, you know, they escaped Russia. In this feature, just to tell briefly, users can check whether sentiments of migrants or Georgians are positive or negative about politics, economics, culture. For instance, migrants are mostly positive about politics, economics, they like things in Georgia, I guess, but Georgians usually have neutral or negative sentiments about almost every topic in this graphic. This is a very nice feature where users can check most frequent words used by migrants or Georgians. For example, in this picture, you can see that Georgians are mostly talking about politics, war, Putin, government, but migrants are very apolitical and they talk about real estate, kvartira, how to cross the border, get into Georgia, and things like that. Yeah, unlike the previous feature, in this feature, it was supposed to be a GIF, but it's okay. In this feature, you can check what are the most frequent words of migrants in different topics. And if you just need to click on politics and check top 10 words used by migrants in topic of politics. Also here, finding is the same. Migrants tend to be very apolitical. They do not talk about politics, Ukraine, war. They just talk about how to cross the border, buy apartment, and Georgians are very, very political. The good thing is that you can download data visualization in many different formats and use it in your journalism or research work. And you can even download data behind this visualization. We also have data page for those who want to do deeper research and have more advanced data analysis skills. So I mentioned that we have 4 million data points, right? What you can do in this page is that you can go to this portal and tell it that I want all posts that contain Putin in, I don't know, comments or posts. Just click on search. Also, you can indicate community, different time period, and portal will prepare Excel dataset for you, like this. So all posts that contain the word Putin, or you can also choose many, many other words. Back in January, we recruited 15 high-level journalists and taught them how to use this portal, how to analyze data, how to visualize it, so that they could do investigations. Now, we do not have time to talk about findings from those journalists, and they are also pretty local context. But anyway, using this portal, they did 5 investigations, and you remember these questions from previous slides? So as a secondary data, they were able to fully or partially answer questions they could not answer previously. And yes, we still do not know how we are going to live together, unfortunately. Yeah, we do not have time for findings, but you can check all 5 investigations in English language on this QR code or link. These stories, investigations reached almost 100,000 people in social media and TV because some political TV shows started to distribute it, and it was a very, very nice thing for us. That was it. Thank you.
This was really inspiring.
Thank
you. Can you give this to Tomasz? So next we have Tomasz, who's going to be like sharing some of the cool civic tech things they do in Participation Factory, I think.
Okay, good morning. Thanks. My presentation is going to be very short. I know that I have about 5 minutes, and obviously this topic, we could spend a week talking about it. So I want to present 3 things. First, how we understand participation, what we actually do in the field of participation, and then I prepared a few statements, more or less as a food for thought for further discussion. So let's get into it. Okay. No, here we go. No. Okay, so what is participation? It's obviously a very abstract, unretainable, hard to retain term. The way it can mean many things. We can talk about participation of women in the labor market, participation of people with physical handicap, participation of unions, participation in science. What we focus on is so-called directed managed participation, meaning we help institutions and organizations, and this is where we draw the biggest experience from, institutions and organizations, mostly from the public sector, whenever they basically have to start a project that involves, as we like to call it, the human factor, any type of community, any type of target group. This is what we do, this is how we basically define it. Back home, and it's important to say, we are a Prague-based social impact for-profit enterprise, and we like to call the whole field participatory planning. So that's what I'm going to talk about. Participation as basically a craft, as a field of expertise that helps organizations and institutions to successfully finish any type of participatory process. So what do we do practically? We really like to do practical things, and we specialize on these 4 areas. Whenever a local, regional government, ministry, or any type of European institution comes to us and asks us to help them with the process, we help them either with the process design, implementation of the process, or monitoring and evaluation. The nature of the projects that us at the factory have experience with is very wide. Anything from organizing architecture competitions, urban planning exercises, creation of the strategies, working with the different social demographic groups, feedback on the agendas, and so on and so on. Last year alone, we have successfully finished close to 50 projects in 5 countries, I guess. Total, the number of projects we have done goes to hundreds historically. So the practical things, process-related things is one key aspect of our work. The other is building of the internal teams. We heavily work with, again, local regional governments in case they want to so-called institutionalize participatory agenda. So that's also very interesting. Then we also do a lot of civic/demtech advisory, meaning helping public sector whenever they need to choose successfully and use any type of e-participation digital tools. And least not last, we provide a lot of capacity building programs for NGOs, public sector officials, as well as politicians. So this is what we enjoy doing. And now few statements. I think there's 5 lessons that I choose to share with you, and hopefully this is going to trigger some type of discussion later. If you are in this business of participation and you are basically trying to engage people, it can be 3 or it can be 300,000, and you are wondering, do people actually want to be engaged? Well, I'll tell you a secret, they do. And if they are not willing to engage, it's your fault and your process sucks. That's basically the lesson that we learned the hard way with very, bruised elbows and knees along the way in the trenches. There is a magic to designing a really good process, and it involves a lot of practical experience. I always say that participation is how to put it in a nice way. Participation as a field is very intriguing because it doesn't give things cheap. It's very hard to just read textbooks or some type of manuals and then do things by checklist. It never works. Because every scenario, every urban area, every basically script or type of project or a process you are engaging with is very special and unique. So it really takes on a lot of practical experience to be successful in this. Lesson number 2, boring stuff is the key. If you really, really want to engage people, you want to run any type of participatory project, you cannot be successful without the boring stuff, such as good project management setup, good documentation, protocols, monitoring and evaluation. How many of you have heard about monitoring and evaluation, and how many of you are missing good monitoring and evaluation, especially if you work with public institution? These are exactly the building cornerstones of a successful participation. You can come with, we witnessed it. I've been doing this for more than a decade, and there's always kind of like a peak in, interesting, new exciting concepts. First, it was participatory budgeting. Nowadays, it's citizen assemblies. To us, it's one of basically dozens and dozens of concepts. It's just another type of process. And coming in, again, urban area or to an institution with something exciting like that, obviously makes sense if it's fit for use, but unless it's built on exactly these boring stuff, you will never succeed. And it can be exciting on paper as much as you want. Lesson number 3, early adopter stage is over. And I'm not generalizing, basically talking from kind of like a helicopter view on what's going on in Europe. Obviously, every country is different, but I would say that the average standard of quality of this field has already kind of went through the early adopter stage, meaning it's not just about the pioneers, not just about those politicians and city officials and others who are innovative that kind of drove the whole thing. Now it's really becoming standard, even fashion. So the discussion is definitely different than a few years ago, and participation is here to stay for sure. Lesson number 4, systematic participation. Please learn this word if you are in this business or if you are doing things that are connected to this. What was emblematic for the early adopter stage is people were piloting, they were trying things here and there. Now the know-how is here and everyone is literally realizing that if you really want to be effective, and again I'm talking practical aspect of participation, meaning terms and topics such as internal capacities, budgets, timelines, data, again M&E and other stuff. If you really want to be effective and do it for cheap and turn it into something normal, you need to think in a systematic way. So those who are progressive around Europe basically go this path. It's about having internal teams. It's about having a good digital infrastructure. It's about having a good overview of what agendas and projects make sense to participate, if I'm talking about the local and regional governments mostly. So that's the next trend, I would say, for next couple of years. And obviously it takes a lot of experience and know-how to do this properly. So those are gone days of a single kind of standalone projects that served as pilots. And last lesson, civic DemTech is here to stay as well. What we do with, what we advise public sector mostly, as I said, is on any type of e-participation tools. Again, civic tech is a broad term, and I think that in the next panel you will learn more about it. We are really focusing on the participation tools, basically anything that's connected to voting, data gathering, feedback, online deliberation, and so on and so on. The market is growing like crazy. Basically again, remember the term because same as fintech in the banking sector, civic tech is the same thing for public administration nowadays. Right now we are monitoring around 260 tools from around the world. In September we'll be publishing the hopefully first European Civic Tech Market Report, sort of a catalog of top 80 tools that are here. And obviously it's a new-ish topic and it requires a lot of expertise and it's becoming more and more confusing for the public sector officials to choose in a right way, but it's a thing that is going to be more and more as a norm. So these are my 5 kind of statements, hopefully that will trigger a discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. It was great. So we have 5 more minutes for questions. If anyone has one, sure. I'm going to give you a microphone because I have put microphones in a monopoly. They're all with me. Just wait a second. I think they're going to turn it on.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Mirjan. I come from Albania, and I would like to ask a question to the minister. I forgot your name, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I heard you before, like speaking about collecting data from people, what people think, what people do, what they speak on social media, and collecting these data for like studies or even the purpose is good. But my question is, does this go against human rights? Since you said that you go on Telegram chats and let's say even personal discussion between people and their political thoughts, they like everyday life, even though when they are angry, when they are happy. Does this go against human rights?
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks so much for this question. You cannot hear me? Well, short answer is no, but let me emphasize it. So the thing is that we only use public API, public data. We do not monitor and collect data from private conversations. These are all public Facebook groups that you can check anyways if people are angry, talking about politics and stuff. So to emphasize it again, Facebook's tool CrowdTangle, many tools from Telegram, Twitter are doing the same. We just connected all these dots about one topic, Russian migration. And another important thing is that when we collect this data, analyze it and present it, we do not mention any private names or something on the portal. These are all hidden. We just use findings like main sentiments, emotions, and present it on the portal. No private names or surnames are published, and social listening is pretty legal and also popular practice in many NGOs, many countries. Even some governments are doing it during pandemics and many other things. So yes, we do. This does not go against any human right.
But do these people really know that their data is being collected? Because if I could do a parallelism with his book from an Albanian author, Ismail Kadare, it's like Palati Andrave, or the Dreams Palace, and it speaks about, let's say, the head or the sultan, the head of the country, who was controlling the dreams of the people. And if someone was dreaming about falling of the country, his dream was going to be collected, and it would have circumstances for him. But even in this case, his data, his information, personal names, etc., it wasn't. It was the fact. Actually, it wasn't being public for the others. Just it was someone in the head who was knowing even the dreams and the thoughts.
Yes, I get it. But yeah, as I mentioned, we do not even collect personal names. We just collect description of post, what is written, no personal names. And again, when you post something in public groups that has 100,000 members in Facebook group, you know that your post will be read by that many people, right? So it's kind of the same. What we take is public data, nothing private, nothing from private conversations. I will be happy to continue this discussion because it's really a nice topic after this session. Thank you so much.
Can you try? Sure. Yelena, just wait a second. It's not on.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I would have a question for Yobo and from Thomas. Yobo, well, I'm very interested in social listening because I worked with UN and UNICEF on vaccine hesitance, and they are really using social listening tools. So, what kind of tools did you use for this investigation? And for Thomas, are there any good advices how to make a good strategy for some organization? Doesn't matter, is it a company or is it an NGO, CSO, especially about communication strategies? Thank you.
Thank you. So we used a couple of tools to, at first, search data sources and collect it. We used CrowdTangle for Facebook and Twitter because it is the only available tool for Facebook, sadly. And we used it for Twitter and Instagram as well to collect data, choose relevant data sources. We also went pretty old-fashioned and talked with Russian migrants who are living in Georgia and asked them, okay, what kind of Telegram groups do you have, public groups where you talk about some stuff. As the rest of the things was done by Social Labs, which was technical provider for us. I'll be happy to connect you with them. So they used natural language processing to analyze all this data. But yeah, we used those popular tools like CrowdTangle and yeah, talked with migrants about data sources.
Okay, can you hear me? Yep. I'm not a communication expert, and it's really important not to mix communication and PR with participation. There is a very thin line between that. But obviously, we take on a lot of communication tasks working with our clients, either if it's NGOs, but mostly public sector. I would say what works always the best is sort of value-driven communication, being able to explain very comprehensively, but also very radically, what the incentives should be. So this is something that people get mixed up a lot. They think, oh, participation, let's, convince people. It's not about convincing people. It's about explaining people in a transparent way what type of process they will be part of, what is going to happen with the data they're going to share with you as organizer of the process, and what's going to change after the process is over, meaning what are the rules. And we understood and see quite clearly when this is clear and comprehensive, people are really happy to engage. So the communication becomes very easy in this sense, but always you need to just basically have on mind two things. What is the value of the process and why? Why they should be part of it.
Thanks. The time is up, but I'm going to ask once again, please take some goodies with you. This is going to be standing here the whole day. I'll probably need to share everything with people if you don't take some.
That's the first thing we did when we came to the venue.
Ah, so you had some.
Yes, fresh ones, because we were early on here.
Yeah, good. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts and your apps. It was great to have all of you. My colleague Dario came. As you know, he was a DJ last night, so he needed some time to Zoom and have some nice sleep. The next speaker is Adelina. Please welcome. She's a feminist activist and journalist, author, and pioneering figure in the realm of slam poetry in Kosovo. We had you last year, but we're always glad to have you. Yeah. Dario, please take over.
Thank you, Danira, and good morning, everyone. I missed 4 alarms this morning, but I came, I think. It's okay. Adelina Trishana is here. She will talk about feminist podcasts and let's say, how to monitor elections.
Got viral, became a meme, and how we took it back. What does she mean by taking it back? Well, follow me, stay with me. So in 2017, during the 8th of March protest, that is a traditional event that happens every 8th of March in Kosovo, I performed a slam poetry that tackles women's participation in the labor market, well, the lack of women's participation in the labor market, sexual harassment that they face, unequal pay for equal work, gender-based discrimination, unpaid care work, basically stating the obvious of what happens to women and girls when they live in a patriarchal society. What happens is that it triggered a lot of men, a lot of, I want to say, little boys, because, well, how I said it, how I put it, and who said it. Well, this is the reasons why it went viral. Do I have to, you don't see the slides? Yeah, I always have to stand. Let me, do I know how to use this thingy? Well, yeah, so this is, yeah, so I touch this one? Oh my God, my hands, what the fuck? Yeah, okay. Okay, so this is the poem I'm talking about, and this is the reach, but this is what I gathered from only one platform that it was published. I did not go into finding data for example, YouTube and other platforms that it is published. But for a country with less than 2 million people like Kosovo, that is enough to be a face that is going to be recognized and turned into a meme. Okay, so this is the backlash, this is the comments, this is the reactions. Hence, it was a lot of, well, you can see it's a messy slide. It's purposely like that because was like a lot of to take in as an activist, as a feminist there. Hence, it got, oh, Jesus. I thought this is going to be smoother. Yeah, so this is the meme. It turned into a meme because the poem was going viral, and the meme community, you know, they're always hands-on to try to make memes, and you can see they chose to take a screenshot of my face when I look at the most angry, you know, angry feminists, unshaved feminists, blah, blah, blah. So you have a lot of memes with that. Which was interesting to see because you know the old saying, and the sometimes boring one, but there is no bad marketing. So people would find the meme and then go find the whole poem, and they would be like, okay, it makes sense. You know, what you said in the poem makes sense. They just switched it. So what happens with the meme is that it's not feminist at all. It's actually promoting very unfeminist ideas, non-feminist ideas. We let it like that for a while, but then we decided, you can please go to the next slide. Then we decided to actually take action, and I want to call them obviously fellow activists just approached me with that, and they were like, this meme is going viral, it's promoting what you didn't say, so we should go and have an action under the hashtag #TakeBackTheMeme. So we had these, we did these actions, meaning had graffitis all over the city of Pristina with my face in it, but in this case, it's actually promoting equality under the slogan or under the hashtag #TakeBackTheMeme. You know what happened? We had backlash for this too. Like, how can women use public spaces to state a message and let alone a feminist message? We did these graffitis in the places that were already vandalized, but they decided to say this is what vandalized these public spaces and not those small penis graffitis that were already there. That was, okay. Another thing to address, because people are not used to having women use public spaces, and then obviously you're gonna have that backlash. So graffitis now, these ones are all over the city. It takes a lot to actually have your face as a meme. It was interesting in the beginning, but now it's like a brand. It's something that is used to promote actually gender equality, and I don't mind having my face in these as long as I fight for basic human rights. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I just have one question. Can you slam something for us?
Ooh.
Yeah?
That would have to be in Albanian, though. That's originally what I. Okay, let me think. Logjik patriarkati. Para se me miksyr komt, para se me miksyr syt, ai kom vesh ajo, duhesh me ditë që shifrën e librave që unë i kom lexu, ti nuk din me lexu. Ti nuk din me lexu as emrin e universitetit më të mirë botë, cili unë jam diplomuar, nëse po menon që ashtu shkojnë punë, për me unë ngrit karrierë, po më vjen keq, pas ke me i flish gojt pa lidhje. Faleminderit.
Thank you very much. That was so nice. I don't understand Albanian, but
It was a part of the poem that I was talking about, so you can go find it on YouTube. It's actually translated in all of Balkan spoken languages and also in English with subtitles. Adelina Târșoane, Patriarchal Logic.
Where people can find you?
They can find this one on YouTube. I don't... Well,
Except the walls.
Except, yeah, the walls. Yeah, you will find them. I'm not fond of having a book, you know, because what I do is spoken poetry. It's not necessarily a poetry you read. It's something that is very engaging to the public. It's direct. So I'm just thinking of starting to build this channel that actually my friends open for me, and you have like 2 poems of mine there. So yeah, maybe just find me there or on Instagram where I post more frequently, let's say.
Okay. Did you have any reactions of authorities on your poetry and your actions, and what was the reaction actually?
That's a very good question. Well, authorities, they don't... Well, now I don't only do poetry, I do protests, I go in meetings with institutions, and they're like, oh my God, she's on the table, troublemaker. In terms of what was hard and challenging in the beginning was all the backlash. Don't get me wrong, I also had very good comments and very good messages, especially from young girls all over Kosovo and outside of it. But the bad ones, I was scrolling through those, I don't know, millions of comments, and one of them was like saying, you know, if I saw her, I would drag her from her hair around the square of Pristina. And I was like, whoa, that's brave. I bet such small dick energy. And then I went to check his profile, and I saw that he is actually a police officer. I was like, fuck. What if I go and report something that someone actually did that to me, and he is there taking my case and not actually taking it, is not going to file a report? That was a moment that made me think of taking a step back, not necessarily on what I do, but how to put it out there and how to address the fact that you are not always protected by the institutions that are there to protect you. But it's because it really triggered, I stated the obvious, and it triggered people that basically on daily basis violate women's rights. So I get the backlash, but it was hard to see that how, wow, it's someone from the institutions actually saying that. Let's hope I will never have to face that police officer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone have any questions for
Yeah, hit
Nina?
me with the
We have a few
question.
minutes left, so.
Yep. I spoke too fast.
Okay, then if you don't have questions, maybe I will ask you one more question. What is the reaction of general public in Kosovo about your activism and people that...
Generally, they are very... Depends which tool I use, you know? Sometimes it depends, like if I'm in a protest, how they're gonna react. If I'm actually doing a slam poetry, which is very direct again, then they react in different ways. But generally, because of how long I've been doing my activism, people started to get into the idea that I'm actually here to stay, and I'm gonna keep doing this. So they are generally very... I want to say accept it very well, except again for the very patriarchal men part of the society that don't always, those are the target or the audience that don't actually care what kind of tool you're using as long as you're saying something that goes against their rules, against their morals, then they don't care if it's a protest or it's a poem or it's like a meeting or it's an interview on the media. So generally, I would say it's very good, and it's what keeps me going, especially when I get the feedback of women that feel represented in my through my voice. And those women are mostly women that come from villages. I'm a village girl, so I try to tackle what they have to go through and that multiple discrimination that they face as women coming from villages or being Roma women or lesbian women. So for me, it's important I send a message out there. I shed a light, and I know I'm right.
Yeah, okay, and how new technologies are important for you, and what are the biggest reactions? What are the, like, let's say, did you have a more intention publicly or on internet or social media?
In the beginning, it was both of them. People would approach me on the street and also via social media platforms, but it's more on social media, especially the threats are mostly on social media with fake profiles that are actually not going to act on it, hopefully. But it's balanced, I would say. I did not know, however, in the very beginning, how you could use social media and, in this sense, slam poetry to reach that much people. Like having someone from a village in Germany texting you that they feel represented with a poem, for me it was a lot, and it was like, okay, maybe it's time to actually use this platform and use technology to try to send a message, and also try to continue the work of my fellow activists that have been doing this for decades but did not have technology to use it and to send the message out there. So that's why I'm saying, like, in the beginning, being a meme, I was like, this is like a lot to take in, but now taking it back and trying to use it, you cannot, you have to try to look at it from the positive perspective and the positive length of it, and trying to just bring out the message and try to, well, it's, an eye for an eye. In my case, it's a meme for a meme, so it's so trying to balance it.
Thank you very much, Adelina.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to ask you now, Alexa from Transparency International Bosnia, Vekas from NDI, and Esmeralda from POP to approach the stage, please. Yeah, just sit randomly. You sit here, you can sit here. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. Okay, this small panel discussion and this small talk show, we will probably talk mostly about the election and corruption and the accountability of politicians. I think that we will start with corruption in Bosnia and Herzegovina and with corruption during the election time and campaignings. So Alexa, please take the mic and show us your presentation. And I think that's working.
Is it? Well, this one, okay. Okay, so we're gonna talk about corruption in Bosnia. So if you have a week or two to stay here.
Normally on this microphone. No, you don't. You can sit on the back and talk. It's okay.
Okay. Thank you. So speaking about corruption, we have to speak about what's the problem with corruption and using data. What's the problem with corruption anyways? So how do you measure corruption? Well, the problem with corruption is it's a complex social issue. It spans from economical, political, social, cultural aspects. So it's really hard to measure it, which is important. Because there is no... Oh, is it me? Oh, thank you. It's corruption. So there is no single point where you can pinpoint or where you can focus when measuring or talking about corruption. And the thing with corruption is subjective and perceptive. So it's based on one personal opinion whether something is corrupt or not. So it's really hard to speak about it in a factual way. But before we speak about how and why we measure corruption, we have to ask ourselves one important question. What if? Because in the time of this cynicism that is prevalent in our social and internet and online lives, it's important to understand and to remind ourselves why do we do and why do we care. One of many possible answers is we care because if we do not, things will get even worse. And things are pretty bad right now because Bosnia and Herzegovina is third most corrupt country in Europe, only behind Russia and Ukraine, which are currently in the state of conflict. So this corruption or this state of corruption is influencing our healthcare, our infrastructure, our social sphere, our education, living standards, migration and demographical trends. Ultimately, it deteriorates our human rights and all kinds of issues. All of those issues are, as I said, being eroded by corruption. So we have to ask ourselves, what if we can change those things? And the question stems from another answer. What if we can hope? Can we hope? Can you hope? Do you dare to hope? Because hope is the ultimate currency for the future. In order to have a future, we have to hope. And we have to fight something that is ultimately bad. So, back again to the question of why. Why do we measure corruption and why do we care to measure corruption? Well, why do we use data anyway? We use data as a tool to measure corruption because it's measurable, yeah, obviously. So we can measure how much of some phenomena is present in one place and how much of this phenomena has been prevalent in some other time. And we can then compare it to some other time and some other place and make some educated guesses. Also, data is objective, it's factual. That is something that politicians do not like because they like to interpret things. And interpretation is the tool politicians use to manipulate and spin things around. And we don't want that, even though they do. So it's time to speak about how to measure corruption. Corruption is, as we said, multifaceted social phenomena. And it spans across many layers of society. So we are looking for places where there are two main factors involved. Politicians and money. You don't believe me, but obviously you do. Where is a lot of politicians and where there is a lot of money, corruption tends to be prevalent. We call those situations corruption risks, and we are identifying those corruption risks, assessing those situations. So what we are looking for? We are looking for conflicts of interest, so situations where government official holds multiple offices, which is a problem by itself, you know. We are looking for public procurement irregularities. There is a lot of money in public procurement going on, so there is a lot of potential for corruption. We are looking for political influence. For instance, when one political party delegates certain officials to run or manage social or state-owned enterprise to run things around. We are also looking for irregular donations, political or election irregularities, and we generally look for increased public spendings. All those things are corruption risks. So, some case studies or some examples. We have created a registry of public officials, a registry that holds for some corruption again. Yeah, I am, but so basically we made an open data platform which shows some 14,000 persons that are in some way or another connected to the government posts. This platform, Open Registry, holds some 4,000 persons that are, or politicians, in all branches of government, be it, thank you very much, so competent. So, 4,000 persons or 4,000 government officials that are holding positions in executive or legal branch of government, and we have identified some 450 of them, and still counting, that are holding multiple offices in some form of government. Many of them are in some form of conflict of interest. I say many of them because legislation regarding conflict of interest is different according to the level of government. As you probably know, Bosnia and Herzegovina has multi-layered government position, so it's rather complicated. So that's one way we are using data to fight or to identify corruption risk. Another way is to measure how much money is being spent in the public sector. I don't know if you are aware, but nobody actually officially knows how many state-owned enterprises are there in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And there is no official registry of public institutions of Bosnia and Herzegovina. A few years ago, World Bank wanted to know this data, and nobody in Bosnia and Herzegovina could give them an exact answer. It was a huge embarrassment for Bosnia and Herzegovina, if they had any sense of embarrassment in public offices. Nevertheless, we created two databases, one that is regarded for state-owned enterprises. We have collected some 3,000 and more annual fiscal reports from some 482 state-owned enterprises. We have found out that they employ some 77,000 people. That was the, according to data from 2021. And there are some 2,000 and plus public institutions in Bosnia and Herzegovina, employing more than 100,000 people. And what is striking is that cumulative budget of all public institutions in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in all level of government, so state level, entity level, cantonal level, local level, are dealing with the budget of 3.6 billion convertible marks a year. That was in 1991. Those budgets are ever increasing. So as we are speaking about corruption risks, here is one huge or two huge corruption risks. Also, nobody actually knows how much money do we make in concession or exploiting natural resources in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we made a database around that. Also, we found out that there is 739 concession agreements going on in Bosnia and Herzegovina. A huge amount of money is being made by exploiting public resources, yet all levels of government have managed to collect some 125 million convertible marks in last year in concession fees, which sounds a lot, but actually it isn't, because this is only what they have wanted to collect. Many of those concession agreements are not monitored correctly, so this is a start. Also, we have found out that there is 8,900 and plus non-governmental organizations that have received public funding in last 2 years through 23,000 grants. Those are grants that we have managed to identify. There are many more. Most of them are being handed out via untransparent procedures without any form of oversight, audit, or controlling mechanism whatsoever. At the end, we tried to look for the data that shows how politicians come to the position of power in order to collect and use the money that we are talking about. So we used 75 field observers in 3 months prior to 2022 general elections. In those 3 months, we have managed to observe some almost 2 billion convertible marks in public works in 3 months before the elections that are being spent by politicians. So in other words, using our money to convince us to stay in the government to spend more money. So we have also one important aspect of this is that we have identified, collected data and crunched the data about some 3,500 billboards across whole of Bosnia and Herzegovina, political ads for outdoor marketing, according to that, we have found out that politicians and political parties have understated their spending in political campaign by some 1.5 million convertible marks. In other words, they said to the Central Election Committee that they spent less money than they have actually spent. So it's a huge red flag. So those are all aspects that we are using data to fight corruption, and I hope this will be a great introduction to discussion for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I hope that we will have some time for questions after, after everything, because we are running up the time a bit. Now, Vekas from National Democratic Institute will talk about something about, let's say, monitoring the elections from your side, yes.
Okay, can you hear me? Thank you, Dario. Yeah, maybe a little close, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Dario, for the introduction. It is an honor for me to participate in this year's conference. Over the past years, I was in the audience, and this year I finally got the chance to be up front and to speak.
Welcome.
Yeah, congrats on the amazing conference. So I will be talking about a mobile application that we have developed for party poll watchers. As you can see from I've prepared a short presentation of the application. So the application is a result of a joint effort made by the National Democratic Institute and a local NGO, Podlupom. However, the application would not be possible without the support provided by the National Endowment for Democracy, to which we are thankful for. So I will, it's supposed to play the small video. I'm not sure. Could someone just click on these? Yeah, so you can see here now the application, how it's being used. So the application consists of two parts. So we have the first part, the so-called educational part, and the second part is the reporting part. In the educational part, we have included the provisions of the election law of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we have uploaded the election law into the application, divided it into specific thematic areas. And those thematic areas are divided into specific sections. And if you want to find out more about how elections are being conducted or various provisions of the election law, you click and you have you expand the section about the elections. The second part is the so-called reporting part. So we have collected a set of the most commonly reported irregularities at the elections, and we have made this part where we have created also specific thematic areas depending on the irregularities observed at the polling station, and this is we have collected also the irregularities, and we have made a step-by-step explanation on how to behave when you notice some electoral irregularities at the polling stations, how to properly behave, how to act accordingly to the irregularities, and finally how to report those irregularities to the electoral authorities. We have developed two versions of the application. So the first beta version was introduced for the elections in 2020. We have worked in 5 cities in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have covered around more than 600 polling stations, and we have recorded more than 2,000 downloads for of the application. Once we have collected the user feedback from after the elections from the users of the application, we have started to update the application. So the latest version of the application was used at the previous elections. So in 2022, we didn't limit ourselves to any specific municipalities. It was available for all political parties, for all poll watchers, and also for citizens. We have managed to more than 5,000 downloads in total. So yeah, that was a significant outcome of the application. And the final maybe culmination of our work came when the application was recognized officially by the Central Election Commission. So we held a meeting with the Central Election Commission where they have recommended the application for use. And yeah, I forgot also to mention that the application initially was developed for Android devices, but however, with the latest update, we have also a version for the iOS devices. Here you can see the download link for the Google Play stores, so for the Android version, while the iOS version is stored on some alternative links because we couldn't get access to the official App Store. And yeah, we hope, I mean, this is a unique effort. I think while we were doing the application, we didn't see anything similar in the region. And we hope that this application will get wide recognition and that in the upcoming election cycles that it will be used on a much larger scale. Thank you for your attention and looking forward to your questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your brief presentation. It was really interesting. Okay, we now will talk with Esmeralda. Esmeralda is coming from Albania, from Pop Network, and she will talk about the efforts of monitoring the authorities and also the coalition of 12 organizations from Albania.
Thank you for having me. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. I have a loud voice, but I don't want to scream. We're coming from the party. No worries. I'm Esmeralda. I'm from Gender Alliance for Development Center in Tirana, but I have two hats today because I'm Pop Network Coordinator. If it's Pop in Albania, it's known like just opposing political offers in Albanian përballje ofertave politike. Why so? Because we have politicians having these elections in Albania every 2 years, like having local elections and then central elections, most of the time without a proper program for the citizens. And just promises, and you know, the campaign, electoral campaign, and we'll do this and that, or we'll go to the moon and back, etc. And people being very confused, having not a proper platform to have, you know, in front of them the candidates and to ask them directly, what are you planning for these 4 years that you are asking the mandate, and are you putting on place our requirements as citizens? Pop is like working since 2013 now. I was so lucky to be called to be a Pop coordinator since 2019. And just now we had these local elections on May of this year. And what we do every prior of the election is that we meet people. I mean, our people. We are citizens. And we go to rural and urban areas on 12 municipalities for now, from north to south. And we work with 12 local organizations. And in depth, we sit with them, with the citizens, and ask them, what's the problem? I mean, what do you need? Do you have a proper school for your kids? Do you have a proper transport? Is the local government, the municipality, giving you information how to go to the participatory budgeting, for example, and how to raise your problems that you have? And doing this, we with citizens make out like 12 individual social contracts with main priorities, because the list is long, people. Main priorities like 6, 10, 12 maximum. And we ask them, we're going to organize public forums with the candidates. Are you willing to come? And ask them directly. And yes, we did this. The first was like invite all the candidates to have a forum with the candidates like us and citizens. Never happened this year. But we had the opportunity to have 16 public forums with 16 different candidates in front of citizens, and for 1.5 hours, 2 hours, giving them the answers for each of the priorities of social contract. But the idea is not just promising. How are we going to do that? Because yeah, it's very easy. I promise I will do this and that, but how? How is the budget? Are you going to have to be involved someone else? Or I don't know, do you need the help of the central government? And doing so, we had the opportunity, in fact, to have the engagement of these candidates and to sign the social contracts with the willing that if one of them or everybody that wins the election will have this social contract as a plan on their programs for 4 years and work on it. But the idea is, do not let in here. What we do is we monitor. We just now have finished monitoring for 4 years, since 2019, the social contract, and monitoring the work that municipalities do, the city council do, each of the mayors, monitoring the budgets, monitoring in place on the field, and also meeting with the citizens and showing them, let's be together, advocating with them for new schools, advocating for them for kindergartens, advocating for them for empowerment of women in rural areas. That is a problem in Balkans, most of all. And we are very happy, and I am very happy to be here today, because it's an opportunity to share the POP network and what we do and how are we. But I have a question for the tech guys. I have sent a video. If it's possible, it was like a short video, and I didn't prepare a PowerPoint presentation because the video says it all, and it will be very nice.
We can present it, probably. But if we don't have...
Përballja ofertave politike
English
POP
subtitles.
nis me 11 organizatave të shoqërisë civile. Gjatë çdo zgjedhjeje elektorale vjen si një mundësi për qytetarët shqiptar që nëpërmjet debatit publik të informohen mbi platformat elektorale të partive dhe kandidatëve partijak, duke krijuar të gjitha hapësirat e nevojshme që prioritetet e qytetarëve të bëhen pjesë e alternativës qeverisëse. POP është një përballje programesh politike, por edhe monitorim për mbajtje premtimesh. POP, programi i presionit pozitiv për të rritur transparencën dhe llogaridhënien e të zgjedhurve. POP 2019 është një nismë në kuadër të zgjedhjeve lokale, ku organizatat e rrjetit POP ishin pranë qytetarëve për të adresuar shqetësimet e tyre te kandidatët për kryetar bashkie. 90 fokus grupe organizuar me komunitetin në 9 bashki përpara zgjedhjeve vendore 2019 për prioritizimin e nevojave të qytetarëve. 9 forume të hapura publike u zhvilluan me kandidat për kryetar bashkie në 9 bashki të vendit: Tiranë, Durrës, Shkodër, Vlorë, Puk, Fier, Kamës, Pogradec. 9 kontrata sociale u artuan, ku kandidatët morën angazhimin për t'i përmbushur prioritetet e qytetarëve në rast të marrjes së mandatit. Prioritetet e qytetarëve janë të prekshme dhe konkrete, variojnë që nga përmirësimi i infrastrukturës, si rrugë dhe trotuaret, përmirësimi i kanalizimeve të ujrave të zeza në zonat e tyre të banimit, kopshtet dhe shkollat, dhe deri te kujdesi dhe mbështetja e grupeve vulnerabël, nxitja e punësimit dhe nxitja e transparencës dhe pjesëmarrjes në vendimarrje. Për gjatë vitit 2020, rrjeti POP monitoroi zbatimin e 101 prioriteteve kryesore të parashikuara në kontratat sociale dhe përpiloi 9 raporte monitorimi. Më se 50.000 qytetarë kanë marrë informacion për POP nëpërmjet mediave sociale, faqes web, daljeve në media apo takimeve në vend. Çfarë rezultoi në vitin e parë të mandatit të zgjedhurve të rinj vendor? Megjithse në kushtet e krizës së Covid-19 dhe disa bashki të prekura nga tërmeti nëntorit 2019, 17% e prioriteteve janë adresuar plotësisht. 58% e prioriteteve janë adresuar pjesërisht, 25% e prioriteteve nuk janë adresuar. POP do të vazhdoj monitorimin dhe fushatat e advokimit dhe lobimit për realizimin e nevojave të qytetarëve në 3 vitet e ardhshme të mandatit të zgjedhurve vendor, pasi POP është platforma në shërbim të qytetarëve.
That was it. Thank you very much for your presentation and
Thank
this
you.
short video clip. I just have, time is up for this panel, but I would like to ask you a few questions, by one questions for everyone, but please be briefly. Can you tell us, because I'm also involved in political monitoring and election campaigning and promise tracking of politicians in, I don't know, 15, 16 municipalities in Bosnia and all levels of government. But what's your intention? Which elections are more important for citizens, local or the general elections?
I think seeing also the engagement of citizens, it's local, because it's their everyday life. They have everyday problems, everyday suffering with things that are not properly as they should do. You know, you saw the video. It was in just to let you know what we do year after year. That was after the first year of monitoring. The idea is that when you engage people, and it's easier to go to the municipality and to knock the door than to go in a parliament, you know. We do monitoring on parliament, yeah, of course. We have done a public forum on 2021. We had the central elections. But mostly is to be there as we have local organizations, and they know their neighbors, they know their problems, and it's easier to tackle them. All the priorities, it's the municipality duty by the end of the day, you know. So, but they need to be reminded. And what we do as POP is like building this bridge between us as citizens into the local government, into the duty bearers, and to city council, and asking them, just do your duty. We have voted for you, so you are, as mayor now, you have to work for 4 years with the plans and programs, etc. But please, at the end of the day, you just do what you have been chosen to do. So, shorter than this, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you very much. I know that this is a topic that we can talk all day long.
All day long.
About this, because elections and everything. I hate them. Okay, Bekas, what are the, let's say, most common irregularities that you noticed during the election day in Bosnia, through your application, actually?
Through our application, so yeah, the most common are voter identification issues, ballot stealing, and the so-called Bulgarian train. Yeah, that's the most common irregularities that are being reported. So yeah, we have provided in the application the necessary toolkit on how to respond to those irregularities. But yeah,
and how many reports you got through the application? Probably you said it, but you can...
we have used that in the beta version because we were working closely in the 5 municipalities and at those polling stations, and we have received during that trial 82 irregularities, and that includes serious violations of the electoral process and minor violations, and we have forwarded 7 major irregularities that were forwarded to the Central Election Commission. So yeah, a total of 82 in that phase. For the general elections, we didn't use that kind of methodology, so that, I don't know, that was an individual effort, so yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, Alexa, can you tell us, do you have data when the corruption is bigger, during the election year or in between the election?
Well, that's why data is important. I mean, corruption is prevalent anytime, but it's more easy to, or it's easier to see it during election, but most importantly during the pre-election period, which we are calling those 3 months before the elections, so that when the political campaign is not officially yet, has not officially started, but everything is steaming up. So when you see public officials on most high level of governments going around towns, opening ceremonies, public roads, infrastructure projects, and being in front of newspapers and all around media, so that's when corruption is more visible. But the thing is, it's always present, it's just the manifestation is being ramped up. So, and on the more concrete level, corruption is perhaps the most prevalent in the public procurement sector, because that's the area where the most amount of money is being generated, and the government is handing out contracts to different firms or private entities that are actually transporting money from government to private pockets.
Okay, thank you everyone. I don't have any more questions, and we don't have time for questions from public, but please approach if you are interested in the election topics and monitoring and political accountability to our dear speakers here, and you can talk about everything all around the space at the bar. Thank you very much. And now I will join my dear colleague Nate from Slovenia, danas je novi dan, and he will talk about Twitter Brigade. Hello, good morning, Nate. So, Twitter Brigade.
I'd rather stand if that's okay. Can I get like the clicker and my presentation if that's okay?
We will wait for presentation.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, hi, maybe I can just start slowly. My name is Nate. I come from the Slovenian NGO Danes je nov dan, or Today is a New Day. And what we do is we build civic tech, but we also do a lot of other projects, and today I'll present one that we call Twitter Brigades, but I want to start with a question. So how many of you use Twitter at least once per week? Can you raise your hands? All right, some of them. It's pretty wild out there, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how it goes in your country, but like in Slovenia, when I scroll Twitter, it feels like everybody has the harshest opinion ever, and they really go all out, right? And so, don't get me wrong, like Twitter can be a great channel to sort of follow public discourse, but we know for a fact that malicious actors do use it to influence public opinion. And so in Slovenia, we started noticing large groups of relatively new accounts that were pushing right-wing agendas right at the time when our center-left government in 2020 fell apart and it became apparent that the right was going to take control of the government. And we noticed that these accounts work in unison to attack political opponents and NGOs and activists pretty regularly. And so we wanted to track these accounts, analyze them, and see how they operate. And so what we found was a network of 25 accounts that were obviously fake because they either used fake AI-generated profile pictures or they used profile pictures of real people, but obviously stolen, as is the case in the slide where the picture is stolen from this girl from Brazil, and then they used fake names, and basically all they did was republish political content. And so we used these 25 accounts and analyzed their connections, and we created a network of around 500 Twitter profiles that some of them were, of course, politicians, some were journalists, some were influencers, but around 300 or so of them were anonymous, and they fit the description of a sort of propaganda network. We then connected with investigative journalists and data analysts, and we presented the research about these accounts. And it was actually pretty successful. Twitter eventually suspended a bunch of these accounts. We also got quite a boom in the media, but that was also because right at that time, a member of our parliament from the then governing right-wing SDS party was caught using a fake Twitter account. So what she did was she published a 2-tweet post, and the first one you see, she uses her fake account, and then for some reason I still cannot fathom, she managed to switch accounts to her official account, and she posted the second part of the tweet from her official party account. And so I don't know how she did this, but this became a whole thing. She confessed, she deleted the account, and this whole research got quite big. So it was pretty successful, but still this was focusing only on a sort of micro level, so how these fake accounts operate. Whereas in the current iteration, which is completely fresh, and you guys are the first people to know about it, we wanted to sort of look at the macro version. So we wanted to see how these swarms of fake accounts operate, and to sort of determine the scale of these operations in Slovenia. And so basically what we did was we analyzed thousands of accounts and millions of tweets to see the scope of these operations in the Slovenian Twitter space. We wanted to see this from sort of 3 viewpoints. And the first one is we wanted to analyze the follow count through time. And so what we did was we analyzed the metadata of all of these accounts in the Slovenian Twitter space. to see when these accounts followed the most influential people in the Slovenian Twitter space. Now, this is not an information that's freely given by Twitter. So what we did was we basically analyzed all of this data. We took the data when a specific account was created, and then we cross-referenced this with the list of followers, because as we know, the list of Twitter followers is chronological. So if I follow you today and my colleague follows you tomorrow, I'll be featured on that list before. And so we used all of those data points to create this visualization, which basically shows follower count through time and monthly growth of followers. And now the above chart shows a sort of a normal distribution of how these things go. And as you can see, we've added some sort of important political events. These are the times. There's some left governments, and then there's Trump. But the most important one actually is the red dotted line, which is when the right-wing government took control. And so, yeah, the above one is a sort of normal distribution, and the below one is from our previous member of parliament, current member of European Parliament from the right-wing SDS party, Romana Tomc. And as you can see, right when the right-wing government took control, there's like a giant burst of followers, right? And then you can see there's one more when, and the last line is when the current sort of center-left government again took control. And then you can see these irregular bursts of huge numbers of followers, which seemed suspicious. And so the next sort of indicator we wanted to check is age of followers. So are these influential people in the Slovenian Twitter space being followed by old accounts that have been on Twitter for a while, or are they being followed by new accounts that have been just created and maybe just created for a very specific reason, right? And so again, here we have the basically same charts for Ms. Tomc, our MEP. And as you can see, when these huge bursts of new followers came, you can see that basically the below two charts show that all of these new followers have practically been created either the same month or like 2 months before they followed her, which basically shows us that a majority of these new accounts that followed her at these bursts were newly created. And then the last parameter we wanted to check was follower activity. So do these accounts that freshly followed our MEP Romana Tomc, do they have any of their own content? Do they have a profile picture? Do they have any followers? And again, the charts show that basically large groups of those followers that came in bursts till like July 2022 had little to no content of their own, besides like retweets of right-wing politicians. Then they had practically no followers of their own, and this is not shown here, but basically I can say that over like 20% of them don't even have any profile picture, so it's just a practically empty account, basically used to spread right-wing agenda, to make it seem as though there's like widespread public support for these right-wing policies that politicians push. And so through this analysis, now this is just, these charts were just one single MEP or a previous member of parliament from the right-wing party, but I can tell you that like all the charts of the right-wing accounts we analyzed look the same. So basically when the right-wing government took control in 2020, they got a massive burst of followers. And then this happened again right at the middle of their sort of mandate, and then this burst happened again when the center-left government took control. And this gave us a pretty clear sort of view of what we call astroturfing. And this term basically means using fake audiences or fake sort of grassroots movements to create an illusion of widespread support for various policies. And then if like a normal person goes on Twitter and he scrolls or whatever and he sees that like everybody supports the right, maybe he'll get afraid, won't share his opinion, won't voice his opinion, or will just think, oh, everybody feels this way, maybe I don't really need to vote, the right has all of these supporters, whereas these are just like swarms and swarms of accounts created specifically to share right-wing agendas. And so, like so many other things, Elon ruined this as well. So we did this research when the API keys were still free. Now you have to pay for them. But we still can do this research based on either historical data to show it on various other cases, not just in the Slovenian space. But with like some resources, we can also like completely replicate this to show if astroturfing, if fake audiences are used in other spaces. And so that is about it from me. If you sort of like these topics and such topics, I'd like to invite my colleague Maya on stage for just a while to present a special thing we're doing.
Thank you, Nate, for cutting your presentation short, to give me this opportunity to invite you all to a conference on digital sovereignty that we're organizing in October in Ljubljana, Slovenia. This is the first time we're organizing this conference, and in this year's edition we're going to be focusing on how individuals can resist big corporations and complex systems that limit their freedom and agency. Now, I have to be frank, there's no smoking, indoor smoking allowed in Slovenia. However, we do have rain, so I guess you can get half of the point experience in Ljubljana. You can check out disco.si for more information. We're going to be publishing the program registration, scholarship opportunities, and a call for presentations in the coming weeks. Ljubljana is really pretty, and we're very nice people, so hopefully you will join us. Thanks.
Thank you, Maya. I hope that this is conference that you said that you will invite me. Thank you very much, Nate and Maya. Now I will ask Jelena, she's a science journalist, and Nafisa Hassanova from Media Monitoring Initiative. She's here. Welcome, good morning. Can we speak here? No, I think it's working when they press it. Okay, I think that we will start first with Nafisa. You are coming from Media Ownership Monitoring Initiative. So is it hard to monitor the media ownership, and what's the situation actually? All in Bosnia and generally?
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, now I can hear myself. Oof. Is it hard to do the job, monitor media ownership? I would say it's exciting, it's complex, and yeah, I wouldn't say it's hard. I would say it's pretty amazing what we do. Thank you. But yeah, of course, it's not without challenges. It depends on how much information is available in the market. Now I can move on to my, okay. So you can take a look at our website, Media Ownership Monitor. So we basically try to understand who owns the media. It is, the project is owned by Global Media Registry, a spin-off from Reporters Without Borders. A few words about my person, maybe. My name is Nafisa Hassanova. I was made in Uzbekistan. got a little bit of an upgrade in Germany and have been residing in Belgium for more than 16 years. And for the next 6 months or so, I will be based here in the region, trying to understand who owns the media here. So I am supposed to click which one of the buttons? All right, thank you. So since 2015, Media Ownership Monitor has been implemented in 21 countries, and you see them in the red dots. So the red dots are the countries where we've done this project, and I've had the privilege of running this project in 7 of these dots: Ukraine, Serbia, Albania, Turkey, Sri Lanka, India, and Pakistan. Pakistan, I had to do it remotely. They didn't give me a visa. That's all right. The orange dots indicate the countries that are getting an update, and the yellow dots are countries that we are newly implementing this year. The next one. Yeah, thanks. So with Media Ownership Monitor, we try to provide transparency on media. So it's kind of a meta-journalism. We try to understand who is speaking to us. Why we do it? We use certain assumptions on a daily basis. So the fact that democracy requires an informed citizenry, that's an important one. Media pluralism is a sign of maturing democracies. Concentration limits the diversity of opinion, which costs us sooner or later in a form of inequalities, conflicts, etc. Ownership transparency creates message credibility. And hence, we try to understand who controls the media. The business interests of media owners and their political affiliations are disclosed. And we, of course, provide a context within which media operates, because any media operates within a specific historical, socio-cultural, political, and legal environment. You can switch to the next. So how we do it? We identify top 10 media outlets which we consider most influential. That means they do actually shape public opinion in per sector in every market. So we look at top 10 print media, top 10 online media, radio stations, and television stations. How do we measure influence? We primarily measure it by audience share and plus the expert knowledge of the team. We can move on to the next. Once we have identified the top 40 plus media outlets, we look into basically companies that run those organizations, those brands, and the final beneficial owners behind them. Here you have a snippet of the Albanian database from 2018. And we basically put the faces of people that own the media in the country. We can move to the next slide. Yes, thank you. Based on the data that we collect, and that is data on media outlets, on companies, on owners, their business interests, their political affiliations, then we're able to basically calculate risks to media pluralism. And we look at economic risks, and that is concentration, market, audience, cross-media ownership concentration, vertical concentration through the distribution networks. And we look at also the rules of the game, like how the regulatory safeguards put in place, whether they define any of these concepts that we work with, say concentration. Is there a defined threshold? And is there an independent body that implements that, basically, regulation? And we also measure political control over media funding, and we identify the number of media outlets that have owners that are politically affiliated. And I think we can go to the next. So in a summary, MOM is a database that provides basically transparency on what are the most important media outlets in the country, the faces of the owners that are behind these media operations, the media groups and conglomerations, the legal assessment that looks really deeply into how the media is regulated, and 10 indicators of risks to media pluralism. We target really the general public. So we try to make the language accessible, make the the website accessible, and we provide this information in multiple languages, depending on the country context, of course, English and a local language. That can be sometimes 2 or 3. What MOM is not, it is not an academic study or a report. We really do this project within 3 to 4 months. And we do not do any content analysis. Our methodology does not allow for that. And this is not a normative initiative. We don't prescribe any form of basically running the media. It's up to you guys, the local stakeholders. And I think there's one last, yeah, there you have a chance again to take a look at the website, and hvala and parliamentariat. If you have any questions, I'm here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we will move to Jelena Kalinic. She is coming from organization, website, initiative, platform, whatever, Science in the World. She is running her blog for a decade, I think now.
A little bit less than a decade.
Little bit less. Okay, less than a decade. So, I think that you will present us a short video, but is it hard to disapprove people from when they believe in something which is not, let's say, don't have scientific foundations, and that you said that they are wrong, how they are reacting on it?
Well, I usually don't have problems with the common people and even laymen who are like willing to learn, and most of them are like following my site in a good will and good faith. But the problem that I personally encounter and we in my organization are the experts who are spreading misinformation, and actually the same thing that colleagues from Slovenia were talking, astroturfing. In politics, we have this astroturfing in science disinformation. We have lots of fake accounts, bots, who are spreading this disinformation and pretending, showing that there are lots of them, just to silence people who are like having different opinions, to show them that there is a more of this disinformation opinion, and lots of unfortunately harassment and trolling that we are exposed to. I think it's a common story for all of us. But since this is really compressed time for all of us in this in this format, I actually chose to make a few, like a little animated video to show what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, the whole history of the project, and where we are heading with that. And then I'm ready for your questions, if there are any. So please, just a presentation.
Okay, can we play the video, please?
Samo nek možda smanje muziku, ni za ovo. Sad se smanjim skroz.
Okay, okay. Thank you for this nice video presentation, Elena.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would just add a few more remarks. I have to share with you one special announcement for the podcast mentioned in this video, Nauka Govori Science Speaks, which was done with a grant of German Embassy. PR agency and my association, my organization, are right now in the finale for the first prize of the IPRA organization, that's International PR Association, so wish us luck. And the next thing that I want to actually mention is that personally seeing all things that were going on with even before pandemic and during the pandemic, we see a lot of influence coming from a few sides, from Russian spreading the disinformation about masks, vaccines, and all the kind of science information. But also we see a lot of disinformation coming from far right everywhere in the world. So my special interest is actually that context, science, politics, democracy, and disinformation. So I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Elena. Your blog is like very interesting. Let's say, you are writing everything about archaeology, history, about birds. I read a few days ago, it was like very, very interesting text about the differences between crows. Ravens, yes. So you're basically doing fact-checking. Let's say, let's go to Bosnia. What is the biggest untruth in Bosnia doing scientifically and most prominent? Is it pyramids in Visoko?
I would say yes, but we have to know that Bosnian pyramids and tunnels of Ravni are very connected to forming of some Bosnian identity. And when you tackle that disinformation, you are attacked by nationalists who are like saying that you are against Bosnia, or you are attacked with the people who are thinking that it's a good thing to have a lot of tourists there and a lot of money coming in that area. But it's still a disinformation in a level of Denikins, kind of a pseudo-scientific foundations and books. So you're really in a wasp's nest with that. But of course, also it's very widespread, also stories about lockdowns, masks, and it's always vaccines and many, many other things. But it's usually globally. But one of the most specific things for Bosnia were pyramids.
When people hear some kind of, I don't know, like scientific words or whatever, that was like a few months ago. I called you actually to ask you to connect me with some physicians because of it was terminology, I can't remember now. It was like high positive water from the pyramid, and it was used by official ministry. That was Edita Džapo, she was a minister, and she used that. And it was like I called the guys that you gave me, and they actually told me, no, we cannot answer that stupid question because we don't know what to say.
Yeah, usually scientists are not even able to debunk those kind of stupid things, like what we had with the 5G. And that 5G is exaggerating corona, and scientists are usually not even willing to discuss with those things that they are thinking that they are stupid. So it's up to us. Now, unfortunately, we are alone in this to debunk all those crap things.
Okay, thank you very much, because we don't have many time, but you can approach Elena and can talk about her projects, and she's a really interesting person, and you can ask her about her projects and everything that she's writing about, and she knows everything from literature to pyramids. Okay, and Nafisa, I would just like to ask you one brief question about where in the Balkans is the most shady situation if we are talking about media ownership? Is it Bosnia, Serbia, or we have conglomerations also from Croatia, from Serbia also. They are keeping like whole cable TVs and so many medias.
Well, is it still? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. We just started doing the Balkans. I came actually from Pristina with a 14 hours ride in the bus. I can't really tell you which one is shadiest or shadier. Definitely the situation has worsened in Serbia because I was there 6 years ago. The situation has worsened in Albania as well, but there are still certain regulatory safeguards that exist to provide some information on the ownership of media. But I have to say that state actors seem to be the shadiest, especially in Serbia. So the media outlets owned by the state. That's where we had most difficulty in 2017 identifying how the ownership is structured. I think I remember the Večernje Novosti was the newspaper that was still partly owned by the state. I have to say, in my experience over the years in many countries, the most difficult to obtain information would be in Business Registry of Delaware. So everywhere else, we were able to find the most important shareholders.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that we are finished with this small discussion here because our time is up. And now I would like to invite, last but not least, Nevena Krivokapić from Share Foundation.
Thank you.
Good morning. You came. Okay. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? I was here
I'm
in the
okay.
morning, but you weren't.
No, I weren't.
Ah, yeah.
But I came.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So, you can share us your
Okay.
experience.
So, hello to everybody. My name is Nevena Krivokapić Martinović, and I'm coming from Share Foundation. It's an NGO from Belgrade, Serbia, that deals with human rights in digital environment. So it's been 10 plus years that we have been doing this, and throughout this period of time, me personally, I wore many hats, from a small organization that was built from a small team and moving forward, but my official title is Coordinator for Online Media and Freedom of Expression. So I mostly operate in that area, but since last couple of years together, Share Foundation and BM Hub get the idea that we need to spread this digital environment, digital rights, human rights support to other organizations in our field and other CSOs from the region that are extremely qualified and expert organizations in the field that they are doing. But they don't have that layer of the digital environment that is nowadays something that it's our reality and we all need to deal with it. So in the summer 2020, we established some non-formal network that is called Southeast European Network for Digital Rights. And around 20 organizations replied to our call. So we had really nice Zoom meeting that we agreed upon, let's say, a declaration that is the main path for the things that we want to do. So we wanted to build the capacities and to tackle the threats in digital sphere that are happening in our region. So when we say the region, we of course mean about Western Balkans 6, but also the other countries in the area. We don't have a strict, let's say, geographical area that we want to deal with, but the main goal is just to empower the civil society organizations to keep up with the digital rights that we are doing. So yeah, these days we have 30 plus organizations. Building a network is something that is really hard, and it's not something that we did before. So if anybody in the crowd has any experience and tips, I'm more than welcome to embrace them. Together with Björn, we are trying to push on with different scales, and the things that we found the most, let's say, useful so far are collaborative projects that we do between organizations. We had several success stories with those collaborative projects, and the recent ones are cyber intimacy tool, for example, that we did with the organization from Croatia, and we plan to distribute through all the countries in our network, and it's a tool that helps the citizens and affected persons to remove the intimate footage from their from the internet, let's say. So it gives like a really short and small guide how you can do it by yourself or with the help of the organization from your country. So those kind of things that we see that are burning issues in our digital environments, we try to tackle and cover together with our partner organizations. And one of the things that we also are moving forward is the Summer School for Digital Rights. And this is going to be the second year that we are doing it. So we invite people to apply for a week-long school where you can find and learn more about the things that SHARE is doing, but also that this network is supporting. Those are the main things that we are doing. I know we are pressed on time. I see the time, but still I would love to hear if anybody has any questions or ideas, but also maybe you have something to add.
No, I just wanted to ask you how much CSOs in the regions, in this region, are actually aware of topics of digital rights and how much we are connected to processes that are happening in the EU now.
So that's an interesting question from the organizations that we have. We have organizations that are very well digital rights organization and very well aware of the topics. So that, let's say that in the network we have expert organizations, but also we have organizations that haven't tackled this field, but there is a high need for them to tackle this field. So organizations that are dealing with women's rights, LGBTQI, so those are all the issues that are completely connecting with the digital environment and need to be covered. So in terms of the EU, it depends. So we have EU member states, so of course they're following the path, but from our experience, all the countries that are in the accession process are much more aware of the EU legislation because we are trying to keep up, we are also trying to implement those things and to show that we are aware of what's going on and to prove this, our states, but also the organizations that are dealing with these issues. So definitely we need to keep up on that and yeah, to follow for sure.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from the public? No, we don't. So thank you very much for this presentation. And thank you everyone for joining this Point Breakfast session. And sorry that I was late for this morning, but thank you for my dear fellow colleague Damira. She will kill me now, but it will be okay.
Jedan, jedan, dva, evo ga, okay, great.
Hello.
So, me again, for the second and last time. basically, we want to, like, I don't know, like, I think that this whole topic of disinformation, information, how do we perceive it, how do we fight disinformation, everything seems to be kind of like never-ending story for all of us and the Point Conference. And basically, we wanted to do a panel that's a little bit outside of the box. That's like, you know, I think that it has been almost as if we've been kind of like these fact-checking evangelists, like, you know, that kind of, you know, say that it's the cure to everything and it's going to solve world's problems and situation with this information, like, you know, and basically, but you know, there are plenty of things that are happening out there on the ground that are dealing with the issue from different various perspectives. And like, you know, we also want to emphasize that it is a complex issue. It's not just an issue of like, you know, information being wrong and somebody correcting it. It's an issue of like, you know, this society, it's an issue of the journalism as profession, it's an issue of like, you know, generally different aspects of the society. And I think that this panel, or at least we thought of it that way, that we could kind of go out of the box and talk with people who are trying to think of like, you know, I mean, not necessarily innovative in kind, but like different ways to approach different target groups to get to, and different like kind of things to do it. And I'm very pleased to have with me Minja Bogavac. Your E stands for anything or not? It's just E8, or does E stand for anything?
It stands for education. Word
Education.
has 9 letters, so it's E8 from education.
Okay, cool, great. I'm learning something. So Minja, who I've known for like, I don't know how many years, but like, and we haven't seen
20.
each other for like as much as that, probably. Then Matt, like, you know, who is like an old friend, already an old friend of Point, like, you know, he's with a lot of different things in his mind and a lot of different hats, but like, you know, the civic field tech guide is probably the thing that, like, you know, we're going to be talking most about here. Chloe, who is coordinating the Journalism Trust Initiative, which is kind of like, you know, one of the great things that are happening in the journalism profession, I think, in the moment. And Vukashin from the ET Institute, like, you know, also, I can call him already an old friend of Point, even though we met kind of like, you know, at Point not last year, but like, you know, it's already like that. So I'm gonna try to do this as a discussion, like, you know, but I definitely would like the people to hear what are you working on and what are your perspectives on the issue. So I'll start off with like that, and then we'll go more into like, you know, a discussion about like, you know, the technical aspects, philosophy, and everything of the fight against disinformation. So Minja, you know, I know that you've been trying to tackle like the issue of disinformation, or like, you know, I mean, I like to think of it as a broader societal issue, like, you know, of like, you know, the trust in stuff, of thinking properly, critical thinking, media literacy, like, I mean, it's all connected, and you've been trying to kind of engage pop culture, different types of media, theater, entertainment industry in doing that, and like, you know, I just want to kind of you to share your experiences and what are you doing. Thank you.
Yes. Well, just like you said in the introduction, it is all connected, and this is why in the Center E8 we are very dedicated in nurturing, let's say, transmedia storytelling approach in this common counter against, different manipulations of the truth that we are facing, like, in every day. So, Okay. Before I explain what we do in this field, I need to briefly explain how Center E8 actually works. So Center E8 is umbrella organization for like 3 entities, and usually when we are explaining this system, we get this comment, oh my God, you are like Bosnia. So we have 3 entities. Basically, Center E8 is the main entity and main organization in charge of educational components of our programs, where we trust in peer education and different creative methods of education and communication mostly with young people that we work with. In Center E8 we are having many different programs and projects, but one of the very important permanent programs that we have is a program for political participation, and I will come back to that later. But also within these three entities, we also have Reflector Theater, Spotlight Theater, that is socially engaged theater group that works like a repertoire theater right now. We are having like at least 10 performances every month. And we are also publishing youth media portal Zoomer, zoomer.rs is the address, and the editorial staff of Zoomer is made of young people who are interested in the concept of civic journalism and also topics of media and information literacy in the different ways. So whenever we are having a certain program or project, we are trying to somehow include all three entities and to create like different packages with the same topics or dealing with the same issues, different programs and elements. So basically, when we are working on a project, we are always having a lot of like education for young people with workshops, trainings and lectures. In the same time, we are having like art component sometimes as a central part of the package. And when we are creating our performances, we are doing the documentary theater, and we are trying to include in the process as many experts and different people who are having some experiences that might help to creating the content of the play. We are also publishing this, let's say, knowledge production that we do within the process of making the show. And so we are using these materials in different media formats on our website, Zoomer. And so basically what we did with the DT Institute is the play editor that can serve as the example to explain how our project works. We are having theater play editor that is communicating the topic of creating this information disorder in a, let's say, imaginary newsroom of, I don't know, media that can be in Serbia. And so aside of the performance itself, while we were making the performance, we were discussing a lot with media professionals and journalists, and play was somehow based on their authentic stories. And this was also like initiative for creating a podcast on Zoomer called Editing that has already, I don't know, I think about 100 episodes with different media professionals who are actually explaining this from the situation from the field and their own perspective. So during the lockdown and corona pandemic, we also created, out of editor performance, we also created a web series, Editor in Crisis, which was all recorded on Zoom media platform, and the script was based on the different let's say, improvisations that actors did from their characters, put it in that circumstances of a crisis. Also, the same actors were like presenters for another web series that we call Video Dictionary of Media Literacy, where we were explaining like key notions in a sense of media literacy. We have radio drama and many other different campaigns. So the whole idea is whatever is the content that puts you in this topic, you can research through many different topics in medias as well. But what I also want to, what I announced that I'll come back later on, is our program for political participation and campaigns IDE-Glas that we are doing for a year and a half right now in partnership with NDI Serbia. And a year and a half ago, NDI conducted a very interesting research where they get to the result that people in Serbia get the initial information from the media, but in the same time they lack trust in the media. So fact-checking in Serbia is basically done in microenvironments, in families, neighborhoods, maybe working collectives, but people actually trust only if they have these heart-to-heart or face-to-face conversations. So we were thinking what we can do to somehow get involved in the microenvironments, and we came to the idea to go back to the good old methods of pedestrian activism and direct field work. And so we created a network of 140 activists who are now active in 33 cities in Serbia, and we are having door-to-door campaigns. We are also where we are discussing with citizens about their troubles and issues they face in their everyday life. We are reporting on that and publishing these contents of media portal Zoomer and trying to address our campaigns to a local government to start some initiatives in solving those problems. And actually with this pedestrian activism and being a part of microenvironment where citizens live, we achieved extremely good results. And what we finally know about that is that 10.3 of population in Serbia is somehow informed about our Eat the Glass campaigns that were different and that we can maybe talk about a bit later, because I would also like to hear the other panelists.
Yeah. So can I be the part of the Zoomer editorial? Am I young enough? Or?
Please be.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Thank
You can
Yeah,
train
so-
young journalists to write.
Train young journalists. I want you to say that I'm young, but okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Thank you. Matt, so you are kind of like, a human encyclopedia of everything that's going around globally in the civic tech / whatever technology related social activism field globally. So what do you say about what are the most interesting things happening out there regarding out of the box fighting disinformation and distortion of the truth?
Yeah. Hi everyone. So I'm like you, Darko. When I see disinformation on the schedule, I'm like, again, we do this every. And actually, I did some research with Code for All. Do you guys know the Code for All network? So different groups around the world that work on civic tech in all kinds of different countries around the world, working together in a network. And so I did some research with them and NRI, National Republican Institute, to look at what are the new ways people are fighting disinformation. I've been in this space, I think I built one of the very first apps to fight disinformation in 2012. It was called Lazy Truth. And it was like when you get disinformation in your email inbox, we were the first one to work with a lot of fact-checking groups and scrape them and make a common API and kind of think about the psychological ways. I love the theater concept, ways that people actually receive new information. So I've been in it for a while. I'm a little skeptical of just pure fact-checking. I think just going after individual. And it was that point in 2018 that someone really crystallized that for me. It was like going after the atomic level disinformation versus looking at the whole holistic network of actors and the media ecosystem is much more important. So within the Code for All research, I got to speak with many groups, and this group, Sentinel Project, pointed out that disinformation is a chronic issue now. And he specifically wanted funders to know this, that you can't solve it with a silver bullet 1 year. It's going to be like health and education and other issues that we just have to work on and get better at over time, because our adversaries are definitely getting better at over time. So the reason I'm here and the reason I'm happy to be on a panel about disinformation is I like sharing what's working and what's new. So from talking to the Code for All different groups around the world, I was really happy to see there's been a lot of new efforts. I'll just go through my maybe top 3 favorite. The main thing is if you go to Code for All's blog, you can read all the case studies. I won't recite them here. There's deep dives on each group and what they're doing that's new. Some of my favorite, if you're building something on WhatsApp, everyone has it. So that was really exciting to me to see groups both studying how our adversaries are using chat apps and also building their own utilities to reach everyone with positive information. Another one was Internet Lab in Brazil. They partnered with the devil, which is many of us think of as the advertising industry. It's not like our favorite marketing industry, it's not our favorite group often in civil society, but they found the marketing industry in Brazil very receptive to working together. And if you think of just how much money they spend on advertising in society, they have a huge influence on our conversations, right? And how things are framed. So they found CEOs of the ad companies very receptive to working together and to signing on to voluntary principles of how to talk about things and how not to amplify disinformation through their marketing spend. And there's the third one, Code for Africa, back to the holistic approach. They've been doing fact-checking for a long time, and they have partnerships with hundreds of newsrooms across the continent, but they also brought in a digital forensics specialist from the corporate world who had been working for clients and can track, what are the narratives, who are the actors, And if you take all the individual fact checks, how does that paint a network map of who's saying what across the region, not just within one country, and then go after at the root of the disinformation actors instead of just fighting every little thing they say online, right? And I think my biggest takeaway from this research was, if you look at fighting disinformation as sort of a three-step process, right? You monitor the media, you know what's being said. You might do some verification, fact-checking, debunking. That's like step 2. Step 3, that very few groups actually get to, I think, is counter-messaging, interventions, amplifying the truth. And that's where we have the most impact. But I think it's like a 10-to-1 ratio of groups just monitoring, which it's important to have that research. You need that research. But on its own, it's not going to change the information ecosystem. So I'll stop there, but the important thing, this slide here, is our new design. I hope you like it. If you don't like it, don't tell me, because it's too late. But on this website, we have a fight disinformation category with over 450 different projects. So that's tools, resources, open data, fact-checking programs. And we analyzed this data. First of all, found that 60% of those projects are inactive now. They're dead. So since 2016, there was a big boom in disinformation work. And if you want to know how to keep your project going, it shouldn't be a browser extension. You shouldn't be trying to make money off of it as a service, probably. It's more of a non-profit thing. And the third one was, I forget, we can come back.
Yeah.
But I'll stop there so we can actually talk.
This, like, I think it will almost sound as we scripted this, but we actually didn't talk about what you're going to talk about at all. I mean, so this comes great. Like, I think that, like, the whole thing about the chat apps is a great thing, and, like, I guess, like, there are examples, like, we used the most popular one in the region, Viber, however you call it, for, like, it gave us, like, huge visibility during the COVID, and, like, how we even got some, like, support from them to make a community there. I know that Carlos is not here at the moment, but, like, I know that Maldita has, like, amazing work on WhatsApp that they're doing, so it's great things, and, like, the whole in-depth work after fact-checking, we are even now trying to develop it. Like, we've done, like, this first, like, big narrative analysis, and that was presented actually yesterday at the beginning of the conference. So, like, it kind of, whatever you're saying, it kind of really falls down in place into everything that's being done here. And, like, I guess the second point you made makes a segue into what Chloe is going to talk about, like, because I guess that journalism credibility or media credibility goes well with, like, advertisers moving more towards, like, actually supporting or advertising through more credible channels. And I think that kind of really well segues into what Chloe is going to talk about, and she's, like, managing JTI, which is, like, a benchmark initiative of making media more credible. So tell us how that's going, Chloe.
Do you hear me now, or maybe I need some... Is it okay? Yeah. No, thank you for the invitation, and I'm so glad that we have different angles to tackle together. I think it's so interesting, because sometimes we compare similar initiatives when here it's very different approaches, so very good. I'm not an old friend from Point, but hopefully the time it will come, because our initiative is quite recent, so it has been launched 3 years ago, initiated by Reporters Without Borders, and it's called the Journalism Trust Initiative. I'm so glad you made the bridge toward this topic, because it's really linked to what the learnings you've just announced. The Journalism Trust Initiative is a systemic solution that has been built collectively, and this is something I will go back on later, because the group work that has been done is very important in this field, and the multi-stakeholder side of the things is also I think has also a weight in this initiative. But the idea with the Journalism Trust Initiative was to allow to identify, differentiate, and then reward trustworthy journalism. And basically on tech platforms to make sure that journalism content is differentiated from other types of contents, and give back concrete advantages to media outlets. So I can give you a quick background of how it started and with who it has it's been initiated. The idea was to give back this concrete advantage and find this systemic solution available for media outlets, but also for other stakeholders of the market. So tech platforms, advertisers, donors, philanthropies, to have kind of a reference to identify and select quality media outlets. To make sure that the criteria were objective and trustworthy, there was a huge work that has been done during almost 2 years with more than 100 organizations, so federations of journalists. We can quote Korean Federation of Journalists from Taiwan, Switzerland, Netherlands, that gathered together with other media like BBC, Guardian, and also other NGO. We can quote CIMA, maybe, you know, in the US, and other organizations, to define together the 130 criteria that are used in the Journalism Trust Initiative standard. Once these criteria have been selected, so it's based on transparency, who's the owner, what's the management, what's the structure, because we think that there can't be trustworthy without transparency on the structure of the media. And the second part is on the process, so the professionalism of the work. So it's really not on the content. I think that's why it could be complementary to fact-checking, or at least like it's a bit different. But it's really on the recipe to produce news. So I can quote a few criteria, but like if the media has an editorial guidelines, if there's training policy for the team, if you have correction mechanisms, this type of elements. So it has been transformed into a tool that is now accessible to each media outlet, TV, online, all types, for free, to be able to compare and assess your practices with the international standard and see where you are, what could be potentially improved, and what's compliant with the standard. That being said, the second step of the program was to, once the conformity, the compliance has been achieved, to give back advantages to these media outlets, to favor media outlets that comply with these rules. So for this, we are working with, so that's the collaborative side of things, with different stakeholders. So tech platforms being kind of a priority, because this is where we want the content to be differentiated. So Microsoft has just taken this signal of the Journalism Trust Initiative, so we think it's a very strong signal that is sent to the market to use JTI, the nickname of the initiative, to differentiate the content online. Another platform, EU-based, called Newsback, is also using Journalism Trust Initiative signal. This collaboration comes from the Code of Practice on Disinformation, where Journalism Trust Initiative is quoted as a tool for tech platforms to identify and reward media outlets. So we can go back on the Code of Practice after. So yeah, we are working with tech platforms, advertisers, and donors and philanthropies that we think can use this whitelist of media outlets to help in the assessment stage for support to media outlets, if that makes sense.
I mean, that's just amazing. Like to be honest with you, I think like that's one of the potential, like one of the initiatives that has the most potential in, like, you know, in that field so far. And there's also quite a few other ones, but like, you know, generally that approach that we've been lacking all the way is that, like, you know, actually I believe that media should, like, given the current, like, you know, situation and the current business models and the way that the whole information atmosphere is happening, like, you know, media should be getting, like, you know, something for being credible in return, and they should be able to, like, kind of at least count on some sustainability, like, you know, if they strive to be credible. So, like, you know, I just hope that these things will actually become like standards and something that will really work. Vukashin, you've been working. Clicker. Yeah, no, the clicker. The remote for the projector. Yeah. Yeah. So you've been also kind of engaging a lot on this information as DT Institute. So, you know, obviously you have things to say, so I will. It's a slow thing sometimes. Let me see. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so let me start from And that is that our relationship with democracy is an emotional one. And a lot of our work, a lot of our research these days is based on the premise that our relationship with democracy is an emotional one. You know, and let's be honest. I mean, we are ready to burn down the parliament in the name of democracy, or to burn down the parliament in the name of authoritarianism. You know, so it starts with the fact that, you know, our relationship with democracy is driven by our aspiration, hopes, and fears. And it's determined by the cultural context in which we operate. You know, and then if we think about a lot of our attitudes towards democracy, you know, like in the Central Europe, over 1/3 of people believes that democracy brings chaos. And they're more than happy to have a strong leader who will not bother with the parliament, with political parties, with the public, and who will run their country in an authoritarian way. You know, in Slovakia, for example, you have over 60% of people that are willing to trade their freedoms for the increased sense of security and increased respect for traditional values. You know, and Slovakia, that effectively, you know, is as safe as it gets. People do fear. People are very emotional. And something that authoritarians are absolutely amazing is, you know, spreading the fear, spreading the anger, and disgust. You know, and effectively, they are very great when it comes to their strategic communications in evoking negative emotions, especially evoking negative emotions about democracy and making us reject democracy. You know, fear, again, you know, if you think across the region, you know, we are talking about people wanting more security. You know, about the disgust, you know, civil society is regarded as something foreign. Human rights are seen as something foreign, not something that belongs to people here or elsewhere. And then also mistrust. Amount of people that do not believe in democratic actors, in democratic values is increasing. You know, and from that perspective, so disinformation narratives or authoritarian narratives, what they do is they effectively promote basic human values that are of importance for authoritarian rule. You know, so they promote the values of conformity, security, and tradition. And more closer we hold those values, more likely we are to not to just be apathetic, but to support and actively support authoritarians. You know, and unfortunately, that is what is happening. We are very bad in actually engaging with the public on this, I would say, emotional and value-based level. You know, and in a way, you know, I like to say we are trying to beat authoritarians in the game of poker by playing chess, because we are constantly trying to appeal to rationale and only rationale of people, while they are constantly undermining us by appealing to people's emotions. You know, and we are driven by emotions, and even our thinking and how we perceive and analyze things are based on our emotions and how we feel. Luckily, millennials are going to save us. You know, and there are a couple of things why that is the true. You know, one is that firstly, they don't like news. You know, and they find news depressing and overwhelming. You know, and all recent research shows that, you know, youth 18 to 35 spends most of the time, or hour and a half, watching TV or watching videos, hour and a half listening to music, hour and a half playing computer games, then hour and a half of social media, then everything else, including news program. And again, you know, every time when they even watch the news program, they are trying to forget about it. And one of the things that we are making a mistake is that we focus so much of our disinformation efforts on this very small segment of media consumption, which is news and social media, while we are working very little on, you know, TV, entertainment, computer games, music. So actually media consumption that youth enjoys doing. You know, on top of that, another thing that I wanted to say, one of the things that is characteristic for millennials and new generations is that they actually value personal growth and freedom from anxiety, that they emphasize, the whole concept of self-transcendence and opening to a change. That, when it comes to universalism, tolerance, and caring, those are the values that they hold strong. These are all the values that are of critical importance for democracy. So in terms to us, older generations, their actually system of values is the one that can make the difference, and they're predisposed to support democracy. Yet, I have to say, we are doing amazing job in not inspiring them, because we are masters in, especially through our news programming, to undermine happiness, undermine excitement and hope. And those are actually the emotions that we need to link together with these values in order to inspire, I would say, the overall societal change that we are talking about. So from that perspective, we need to talk about value and emotion-based strategic communication, how we can dominate all these 8 hours of media consumption a day, so that it's not just news, that it's not just social media, but what is that we can do in order to, really, when we are talking about holistic approach in terms of thinking how youth consumes media. And that is then where a lot of our work, for example, with Center E8 is on working with creative professionals to start integrating issues of human rights and democracy, to start integrating systematically these values and these positive emotions into their work, so that we have, fighting disinformation or fighting authoritarian narratives, well present in TV series, in movies, computer games, and everything else that folks these days consume.
Wow, great. Like every panel at point, I would probably just rip this apart and have an hour conversation with each one of you easily, but we cannot do that, unfortunately. So in view of the time ticking down for us there, I'm gonna continue with one question for everybody that I think is crucial for this, for what we wanna do here with this panel, and then I'll open the floor. I have more questions after that if there are no questions from the audience, but I'm sure there will be, so my questions will be left for the coffee break or whatever. But my question that I will ask you to briefly dwell on is basically, how do you see the things that you are doing being effective in what way in the whatever parts of society you're working on, and how do you see synergy with other whatever is happening on in the fields of fighting disinformation? I mean, for me that question goes in general, how do you see the synergies happening, and how do you what is your shortest formula of success or of a theory of change, given everything that's happening in the field of fighting disinformation? I know it's hard to answer, but try to be brief, 2 minutes most per person.
I must say that I somehow agree with Vukashin's theory of change, and I do believe that the language of propaganda and disinformation is actually very popular, and it's very hot in a way. And I do believe, and I do share this value, that actually democracy and human rights language should be hot and popular and communicative as well. I'm not sure if millennials are going to save us. It's too late for millennials, but I think that similar characteristics can also describe Gen Z, and it's very important information that Vukashin said, that actually this generation is consuming 8 hours of different media contents, and that this can be a space to approach them. It is also very encouraging, speaking from the perspective of Center E8 Program for Political Participation, it is also encouraging that it's actually possible, and what our Eat the Glass campaign approved is actually that people still trust each other in this heart-to-heart communication, and that is actually it is okay to approach somebody at his doorstep and nothing bad will happen. Person are not going into a conflict, but basically they do want to hear young people if they are sharing some messages and try to communicate on something which is, well, let's say, mutual good or mutual space.
So becoming a good kind of a virus is what you're suggesting, to fight the bad one.
It can be, you know, treated that way, but you don't need to become a kind of virus. You can also be a kind of medicine by being good and polite and communicative. I need to underline and emphasize that a lot, because most of the time we are using sort of jargon or sort of language that is not so not so appealing, or it's not so easy to understand it if you are coming, I don't know, from some different social environment. But when you have these populist politicians speaking and propaganda language, they are always like using very pathetic way of communication, very appealing way of communication, and I'm pretty sure that most of people can understand them. So I heard some times at some panels with the similar topic, the idea that we need more people on side of democracy that are using the language of far right wing. So in a way, that can be also a sort of approach.
Matt, what do you say? What's the formula?
I love the idea. I don't know. Yeah. I love the idea of leveraging culture and storytelling as a way, like, I feel like the least popular TV show gets more people than any of us that I will have in my lifetime. So 2 groups doing that, you probably know, but Norman Lear Institute in Center in Los Angeles works with Hollywood to embed, you know, public health messaging and other important messages into TV and media and culture and entertainment that people do watch and enjoy. And then Civic Studios is doing this in India as well. So it's like, it's a much better way to reach people through stories, right? And then in terms of how we share and get better, every group I interviewed for this research, I asked them, what are your needs? And of course, funding was number 1, always. But number 2 that I wasn't expecting was just venues like this to share what's working with other practitioners in the field. Because our adversaries are always getting better at this, whether they're state-funded or economic actors, or sometimes both. They're always like just getting better at this game of cat and mouse with the platforms, and I think we need to be able to have places to share our advanced level kind of tactics, and that was just the number 1 thing they asked for, is learning from other practitioners, sharing what they're doing, having time and resources to take the time to share things like this. But I think that way we can all level up a bit more. Yeah.
Clay?
Do you hear me? Or yeah, regarding the impact on the effectiveness, as you asked, maybe I can give you like key numbers where we are, so you have a sense of how many people are involved. So worldwide, there are 650 media outlets that are in the process of becoming compliant with the standard in 70 countries. So it's quite spread out in the world. And we're doing our best efforts to make it available in new countries and new regions, particularly in Middle East and Asia in the coming weeks, months. So we think that the more country it's available and the more media can have access to it, the better the standard will be useful, because if you have your standard that is not used, it's not like gonna go very far. So yeah, so this growth is very important to the life of the standard. And regarding collaboration with other stakeholders, the idea of the Journalism Trust Initiative was to provide this objective tool for other stakeholders to have this basis and useful list of media outlets that can be used on the different activities. So yeah, tech platforms, advertising, and donors philanthropy. I just wanted to highlight another collaboration we've done. Because as you've seen in the creation of the standard, it's a collaborative process, and the tool is also made available for others. But we also we've opened to collaboration with actors from the same field, in particular NewsGuard. We're working together on a specific program for Ukrainian media outlets. It's called Journalism Trust Initiative Emergency Protocol, and the idea here is to accelerate the deployment of the initiative in conflict zones. So NewsGuard is helping in doing the assessment for media outlets, at the same time giving their NewsGuard score, and the media outlets that are willing to are getting the JTI stamp. So that's something that could be potentially replicated in other dimensions, and I think the power together, Journalism Trust Initiative, methodology and standard, and NewsGuard, also methodology and database, is a quite positive also signal to be sent. Yeah.
Great. Question?
Okay, so
You might have a formula.
So look, a few things. You know, one is, and we know from the past, you know, and from the history that television and the role of television was not just to inform, but also to transform our societies. You know, and one of the most, I would say, you know, quoted or known examples is the whole idea of Will and Grace as a TV series changing attitudes towards gay people. But, you know, going even beyond that, you know, especially when we are talking about democracy and human rights, there is a culture and tradition of talking about human rights and democracy in TV and entertainment. You know, and we can talk about, you know, TV series such as West Wing or Newsroom. You know, even Veep, who, you know, in a satirical way, you know, presents challenges associated with being a politician. But then, you know, where this becomes a very nice and very beautiful, I would say, endeavor is where you have TV series or movies that are not about, you know, politics, not about the rule of law, you know, like Walking Dead or The Last of Us are great stories that don't have anything to do, you know, about what we do, but that promote values that are of importance for democracy. You know, so thinking and working going forward with creative professionals, you know, to create a generation, not just of journalists, not just of content creators, but then creative professionals that are going to be committed to promoting human rights and democracy through TV, film, literature, fiction, science fiction, etc., is, I would say, you know, one of the key elements. So all those 3-4 things together coordinated, dominated those 8 hours. And I have to say, you know, my dream is, and I'm all over Microsoft these days, to get in touch with their game studios. You know, because with gaming, another very interesting thing is that, especially, you know, more complex games, people spend 100 to 150 hours playing them. That means that you have 150 hours of someone's undivided attention, you know, through which you can definitely make change in terms of their attitudes and beliefs.
Great. Yeah, let's open it up for questions. I'm gonna kind of take a round of questions, and then like probably we're gonna have to finish. So like whoever has a question, please raise your hands now. There's one there. Are there any more? Just to be clear.
Thank you. This is an open question for you about countering disinformation. What do you think about using social media influencers to counter disinformation with counter-narratives? I mean random social media influencers. Politicians are paying them to spread their narratives, so why don't we do the same for democracy? Would it be effective, sustainable, and worthy to invest?
That's a great question. Do we have any more? Because like I'm definitely gonna close it after the answers. Okay, so let's answer this question and then like we're gonna wrap it up. Minja, what do you think about influencers and this
I think
information?
that we should not use influencers, but create influencers in field of democracy. And that is actually what we are trying to do while working with young people, teaching them how to create, how to actually use their, let's say, influence or just space that they have on the social networks, but also adding some values and some education in field of democracy and human rights. And I do believe that it can work very good, but there we are again coming to this challenge. If we are having like very popular influencers that are dealing with the lifestyles and very relaxing topics and issues, How do we come to the influencers talking about democracy as something which is funny or let's say popular and that won't be scary for the audience in a way. And therefore I do believe that influencers, like in every other field of work or I don't know, discipline, can do something and then create certain change in behavior or opinion. But basically I think that in this stage we should more think of how to create those influencers to be entertaining and educative in the same time. And I do believe that we need another, well, let's say education or knowledge that we are going to share with young people who are interested in sharing this even more with their audience on social networks.
Do you want to all take it, or like, you know, is there some, you want to take it?
Yeah, I love this question, I love this concept. One of my interviews was with Nicole Sisego from the Integrity Institute. So this is a lot of people that used to work at Facebook and other platforms on these issues, and now they're at this separate nonprofit institute about how to fight it. And her answer was, we need the local leaders in the given community. And that might be a not geographic local, that might be who's trusted. That's the only thing that works, she said. You know, who's trusted within that community, or your favorite TV show character, but like, and that is often an influencer. And what I think is cool about working with influencers, and this happens on political campaigns in the US, for a long time we've coordinated influencers on a major, say a debate night. We work with all of our influencers on our side to help get out messaging and help shape the narrative that night. And that's been very informal in the past, maybe a Slack channel. Now there's actually platforms to coordinate influencers. I think we should absolutely be doing it. If we think about state actors that are pushing disinformation, they often have to pay or they pay people to do social media posts. On the side of democracy, we have some of the best influencers alive, and they'll work for us for free to help promote democracy if we work with them well. So I think it's a huge opportunity to get into communities via a person that's trusted, rather than us, the fact checker, the nonprofit, whatever.
I would just add, you know, that this is the key, because we as humans still do first and foremost trust people rather than institutions, and that is where I would say influencers in the first place drive their popularity, from the fact that we tend to believe to people, not to institutions. And again, that is the whole appeal of, let's say, TV series and movies, where fictional characters are becoming those influencers, and for me, when we are talking about collaboration, blurring that line between real and fictional world in order to influence and to help people to help people keep the values that are of importance for democracy are important.
Yeah, and like, I mean, to finish it off, because like I think I have a good example of actually what you're asking for. I mean, it's not maybe this is not the question of, this is not the story of influencers, but of somebody who has influence in the society. And like, there's this I don't know how to call them, hip hop collective that also produces a cartoon in Bosnia called Helem Nese. And I mean, I know for a fact that they, whenever they write a new season of their comic, I know because I've been there, they would invite, like, people from the civil society, from the politics, from together them and the script writers. For them, they would actually sit with people, talk about what are the actual issues, trying to understand. I mean, and believe me, it's not easy to understand Bosnian politics. I mean, people who are here from Bosnia would tell you that, but like, they try to understand every aspect of what's going on. I don't, maybe not necessarily everybody reflects that knowledge in the cartoons that are pretty, like, kind of basic and funny, but they actually really want to understand things in order to be able to communicate properly the values, the stories, and to make fun of it. And that's kind of a good example of cooperation of this kind, that kind of, like, benefits. We have to think that, like, there are two sides of this coin, and it's not like, somebody is gonna take it for granted that they should promote whatever we're talking about, like, just for the sake we are promoting good stuff. But, we have to kind of, like, scratch the backs of both sides and make it a mutually beneficial cooperation. I think that's huge, that's crucial for this. And, like, 5, 4, 3, So basically, I'm gonna end it here. You want to? Sorry, please. We can always go 1 or 2 minutes late. But
I just had a comment on the influencer side of things. At the moment, the Journalism Trust Initiative is dedicated to media outlets, but it's true that we had previous conversations with people that suggested that maybe influencers could also go through kind of a criteria and standard for content production.
you can certify influencers, actually.
That's
Wow.
not the case now, and that's not a project that we have, but it's true that conversation that were raised by people that we talked to. This is not active now, but,
but it's an
it has been
interesting
part of
idea. Yeah,
conversations.
that's cool.
Mm.
That's cool. We are out of time. I was like, sorry. I mean, is it like we really look? There are two things. There's a very cool panel after this, and then there's lunch after this, and people are eager for both things. Like, you know, so as much as I would like to continue this for an hour more, like, you know, let's stop here and like let's leave all the questions for coffee, and I would like to invite the next panel on, and in order to be at least there for lunch, you need you want to advertise your workshop tomorrow or what?
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a workshop. There are actually 2 workshops, and I'll finish with this. There's a workshop done by Chloe for the media about Journalism Trust Initiative, how they can join in, what are the good examples. Like there's, for the media present here, is going to be really interesting for the workshop. Vukashin is doing a workshop on how, a very interesting like war game strategy workshop on how to develop strategies for fighting disinformation. Please, like, you know, if you haven't already joined the workshops, if you have time, interest. So with this advertisement, I end the program. I ask the next panel to join. And thank you very much for being part of it.
Is it? Yes, it's working. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. It's great to be back at Point in Sarajevo. My name is Antonella Napolitano. I am a tech policy advisor, been a friend of Point and a lot of the people here for a long time, so it's really exciting to be here. We're very much aware that we are between you and your lunch, so we hope that this panel on AI is going to be something that actually gives you food for thought before your actual food. And we have great speakers today, so I'm sure there will be plenty for you to learn if you don't know enough about, but also to think, and we'll hope you'll join us for questions. I mean, AI is definitely like something we've been hearing a lot about in so many ways, especially in the last 6 months. There has been some sort of media frenzy, especially about generative AI. Like every day we have at least like 10 articles about ChatGPT and all the potential of AI, but the risk is to feel also a bit lost on what AI means, what AI can achieve, whether AI is a threat, the risk. And a lot of it seems projected in the future, but I hope that with this panel today we'll also start talking about the present as well as about the future. So as I said, we have a great round of speakers. We have Chris Shishak from the Irish Council for Civil Liberties, Eva Moore from Mozilla Foundation, Nasir Muftic from the University of Sarajevo, Justin Casimir Brown from Lighthouse Reports, and Nancy Hughes in Independent Technologies. I'm going to start actually from Eva, who's engagement manager at the Mozilla Foundation's Insights team, to actually start from what AI not only can achieve, but is achieving today. So to share some of the examples at the global level of organization and people who are using AI to actually build something. And actually, like the concept that Mozilla Foundation is using is trustworthy AI. So also, it'd be interesting to understand what trustworthy AI means, and can AI be trustworthy, actually? Thank you.
Thank you. I think the mic has a lag now. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, when Darko first asked me to come speak about sort of the good AI and trustworthy AI, I was like, great, yes. And it took, I think, a couple days before I was like, wait a minute. It's so much easier to talk about AI harms. But yes, at Mozilla, we have a trustworthy AI strategy. In practice, that means a couple things. It means that we believe in transparency and accountability, in taking bias in AI seriously, and in looking at data governance, so that the data that informs algorithmic decision-making, who governs that, who owns it, et cetera. And it also means that we fund researchers and we fund startups as well now to try to support efforts towards that. So that's what we mean when we talk about trustworthy AI. And you know, technology is not inherently good, it's not inherently bad. I think this is the challenge with AI, is the sort of the humanization of the tech and these sort of values that we tend to use when we try to describe it, and I'm certainly guilty of doing that all the time. But that said, there are some examples that I'm excited to share with you. One of the projects that I find I talk about quite a bit, sadly it's a very sad origin story. It's called Melalogic. It was founded in the United States by an engineer whose wife had passed away from melanoma, so a type of skin cancer. And it's the type of skin cancer that, were I to have it, at this point AI detection has come far enough that it would help identify, because I have white skin. His wife was a black woman, and so the AI data that is used to try to identify it simply is trained on white skin, which means it's quite deadly, in fact, and it was in her instance. So he's working on this platform to collect data sets regarding any number of skin conditions for non-white skin. So you could go there and you could identify the tone that most closely matches yours, and a skin condition, you could see what that looks like, because it also, different conditions look very different on different skin types. So that's really, I think that's sort of exciting. That's an example of trying to really build for critical outcomes and trying to address existing disparities in healthcare. The other one out of India is a project called Tattle. It's similar to some of the work that we've already heard about today, but it's scraped open WhatsApp groups where a lot of the political discourse around Indian elections tends to happen, to identify patterns of disinformation, and unsurprisingly to many in this room, no doubt, found a direct, strong correlation between hate speech and disinformation. So that's a great example. There's also Mozilla's very own project called Common Voice, which I love, which is a open source platform where we collect volunteers, donate their voices. You can do the same. So we're trying to build a ginormous Kiswahili data set already in place, but looking at different languages and different dialects, because the internet and voice technology tends to speak an English that's quite similar to mine, perhaps often more American even, but quite similar to mine, and it makes it very challenging, obviously, for people to use. And the final example is out of Ecuador, which is a collaboration between ThoughtWorks and the Flasco University in Quito. My apologies if I named the university incorrectly, where they're trying to build an algorithm for gig workers to be able to understand the actual existing pay rates, who's getting paid what, how, and what gigs are being denied for what reason. This is data that all gig employers keep, but also keep from the workers themselves. And obviously, it's a critical part of any type of labor organizing and empowering workers to know what their rights are. You'll notice, if you're paying attention, that these are all specialized AIs. It's very difficult to come up with great examples at this point, for me to at least, perhaps others can, regarding the big elephant in the room that is ChatGPT. The best I've been able to come up with personally is for anyone who has challenges with written communication, be that through dyslexia or language barriers, it certainly has eased that for many people, and that's not nothing. I suspect many of us in this room have had to communicate in languages that we were not raised with speaking, and therefore know how difficult that can be. I think perhaps the best thing to come out of ChatGPT is that in the United States, perhaps the administration will take AI regulation seriously. I hold out hope very, very cautiously.
Thank you, Eva. And I think it was a great start also to start thinking of the challenges, and we'll delve into it more. And you mentioned, believe transparency, in transparency and accountability. That's the foundation of your work, and it's also the foundation of the work of investigative journalists that have been investigating the arms of algorithms and AI. And so, looking at existing arms already, I would like to give the word to Justin Casimir-Brown, who is a data journalist at Lighthouse Reports, to tell us a bit more about the investigation they've recently published on the arms of some of these systems, as well as the way they've been interrogating, trying to bring transparency and accountability to this process.
Yeah, thanks so much, and thanks for having me. I'm very excited to be here in Sarajevo today. So maybe a quick word on Lighthouse Reports. We are a non-profit investigative newsroom, which there are many of. I think our kind of special setup is that we don't have a platform ourselves. So we do these big investigative projects, and then at some point we approach media partners across the EU and beyond to bring our stories to a wide range of audiences in many different countries. We have a fair number of specialized reporters in OSINT, in Money Trails, and myself in kind of data analysis and algorithmic auditing. And in the last 2 years, we've embarked on this big project to investigate the application of welfare fraud detection algorithms across the EU. We have sent hundreds, well, I wasn't that involved in that, it's Gabriel Geiger who has sent hundreds of FOIA requests to welfare agencies across the Union to try and get access to as much technical documentation of AI systems that are being deployed in the context of welfare systems. One thing that this has led to is the story you can see here. It's a story about the use of a welfare fraud detection tool in the city of Rotterdam in the Netherlands. For this system, through FOIA, but also through partial negotiated disclosure and some accidental disclosure, we got access to essentially the entire life cycle of the algorithm. We got access to the source code, we got access to the training data, we got access to the trained model file, so that's essentially the file that you can feed new data into that will then give you an output score which tells you how risky the algorithm thinks a certain person is to have committed welfare fraud. And then my job was to essentially look at all this data and all these documents and try and figure out, okay, does the system work, number one? And and number two, is there any kind of discriminatory pattern? And I think what was really important in this process is to go kind of beyond just the inputs and the outputs, but to really look at the entire step-by-step process that it takes to build a system like that, to try and figure out, okay, where are the mistakes and the flaws in the design, and how is it affecting welfare recipients? So we looked at the input features, we looked at the training data, we looked at the model type, so how the decision is actually being made by the model. We looked at the performance criteria, and we looked at fairness. And a couple of headline findings that we found is that the training data was constructed only from people who were investigated in the past, so it was not representative. It is impossible that such data it is essentially technically impossible that this type of data could detect or could contain patterns of the entire population of welfare recipients. The performance was really bad. Margaret Mitchell, who is a prominent AI ethics researcher, called it essentially random guessing. In terms of output fairness, so who was flagged at higher rates where the errors lie, we found that especially young mothers, and especially young mothers of migration background, were flagged at much, much higher rates than people of Dutch background and men of Dutch background. So this is really an example of how an AI system can be used in a context where very, very vulnerable people are being subjected to harrowing investigations. It's the most vulnerable of the vulnerable. And investigators, after they have been flagged by the system, can go into people's homes. They can look through their underwear. They can, ask them very intimate questions about their sexual lives, about their relationship lives. And in a way, these systems are, well, tech washing this system of deep investigative powers that the state has. And I think, yeah, it's quite a questionable use, and I hope that with the AI Act and other legislation that's coming through, maybe there will be some more ways to get redress for people who have been subjected to these investigations. That being said, and there's a lot more investigation that could be done in this space, and I highly encourage journalists in the room to do these investigations. I'm happy to share a lot more about our work processes in this investigation. We use AI ourselves, and it has been very useful as investigative journalists to use AI. And this goes from, face detection algorithms for some OSINT work. It also applies to, writing code for people who maybe aren't that familiar with writing code. But actually, in this process itself, with this investigation on Rotterdam, we used something very similar to generative AI to be able to share very sensitive data with other researchers so they could replicate our results. So we got an accidental disclosure of the entire training set for this Rotterdam algorithm, but this contains 315 variables on 12,000 people who are very, very vulnerable. So we couldn't publish this data, of course. But what we did is we fed it into a kind of fancy anonymization algorithm, which works very, very similarly to a bunch of the Gen AI that we see out in the real world. And this algorithm essentially completely anonymized the data, but it maintained all the patterns that were contained in it. And so now people can replicate our results. They can do more research on the algorithm that we have researched. And hopefully academics, journalists, accountability workers can use the disclosures that we have made. It's all on our GitHub. To further our investigative approach.
Can you hear me? Yes, thank you, Justin. Yeah, I mean, I think this provides a very stark example of, well, not only how you can use AI, but how AI and algorithms can actually, by design, by flawed design, can discriminate people and can further harm them. You mentioned the AI Act, and actually this week the European Parliament voted on the AI Act. It will now go, this is not, of course, the final step. It will go into the trilogue negotiations, but I think it's, it's the first comprehensive attempt to regulate AI. And so actually this actually brings me to my next speaker, Chris Shishak from the ICL, the Irish Council for Civil Liberties. Can you tell us about what the AI Act is bringing, and is this the way, and it's a good step in future-proofing AI, if this can even be done?
So the AI Act, of course, for people in the room who probably haven't been following it, which is fine, you have other things to do. So the AI Act essentially is the European Union's approach to regulating artificial intelligence systems. To be clear, it does not regulate the technology, but only the use of this technology in specific use cases. So that's to clarify, first thing. And the first draft from the executive body of the European Union came out in April 2021. So it's already been 2 years in the making so far. And last week, the European Parliament this week, European Parliament voted on its own draft of the AI Act. Now, what happens next is that the European Parliament, along with the Commission, which is the executive body, and the member states, which make up what is known as the Council of European Union, will sit down at the table and figure out compromises. Because now you have like 3 versions of text. Eventually, they'll have to come up with a final draft. And the expectation is that they'll finish that by the end of this year. So that's just about timelines. And the act itself would only be, will only go into effect for the companies and everything 2 years after that. So you should only be expecting the act to be implemented like 2026 at the earliest. So that's just for timelines. But what is in there? Loads of things, but primarily it's a risk-based approach. So only certain applications and use cases that are considered to be highly risky are going to be regulated. In addition, there are specific prohibitions on certain use cases which the European Union considers to be unacceptable. One of them being real-time biometric identification using artificial intelligence systems, also social scoring, for example. So these are just examples, but in addition, there are transparency requirements for certain AI systems. One example is deepfakes. Now, deepfakes are, in some sense, a generative AI system. They can be built with customized systems, but also through more recently well-known foundational models, like I think Stability AI, for instance, is one good example there. So there are different approaches to it. So those are categorized as AI systems that require specific transparency. But transparency could mean so many different things to so many different people. For instance, transparency for what? Is it just to inform you that you're interacting with an AI system? Or is it to inform regulators that the specific AI systems have been deployed in the European Union, for example? So there are multiple layers there. Beyond that, with respect specifically to the Parliament's version, there are specific improvements. One of them is what I would say a very important improvement, which is the definition of what an AI system is for the regulation. Because you can't just use any technical definition. It has to be useful for this particular regulation. And the Parliament has, in fact, made subtle changes, which I think are very important, because that will capture certain AI systems, including foundation models now, which would have otherwise accidentally been left out in the initial definition from the European Commission. In addition, I'd probably want to add that the Parliament has included a right to complain and redress, which was not there in the Commission's draft. So that's a very important change, I think, because in the initial Commission's draft, there was no mention of people affected by AI systems. So there was a term user that was being used, but that user was users of AI systems who buy from company and use them. So like the Rotterdam municipality would be treated as a user, but you and I, who might be affected by an AI system, were not mentioned anywhere before. So the Parliament includes that. That's a significant improvement, because finally now you can actually complain if you have been affected, but you also have other redress mechanisms. Further to this, perhaps worth adding that there is requirements about data sets. So as Eva mentioned, that's an important part, like documenting what data sets are being used to develop AI systems. Again, this is only for high-risk AI systems. So the rest of them could do it voluntarily, but only few use cases are brought into the realm of this particular regulation. Finally, the Parliament includes specific requirements for I would call general purpose. So AI systems which are not designed with one particular intended purpose, but could be deployed for various uses. This, for instance, could include generative AI systems like ChatGPT and Stability AI, yeah, all of these. So there are some basic requirements that have been put into place, which is, I would say, an important inclusion. However, it's worth adding that the Parliament's text, I don't think that goes far enough in protecting rights of people in the sense of, think of artists, think of some of the artists who've been protesting against the use of their work to develop some of these generative AI systems. The Parliament's draft does not go far enough in protecting those rights, so that comes under probably copyright protection. So those are just some aspects to get us started.
Thank you, Chris. And well, the European Union is starting to regulate AI, but this is going to have an effect, an impact outside the EU as well. So actually this brings me to my next speaker, Nasir Muftic from the University of Sarajevo. So what, in your work, what do you think is going to be the effect of an attempt to regulate AI like this in the EU and outside the EU, in countries like Bosnia, but also globally?
Can you hear me? Okay, great. So at the moment, it's been already a truism that we are currently testing to the two processes which are occurring simultaneously. The first is race to AI, so how to develop the AI systems that can be probably used by those big players on the market, etc. And we have many questions that previous speakers mentioned as pending. However, at the same time, we have a question of how to regulate AI in a proper fashion. And there is globally already recognized that there is a race between those big players. Some authors call them digital empires. So the thing that is very important to have in mind is that the big jurisdictions, the big digital empires, if I might use that term, are the ones who are attractive to the smaller ones, as their rules, their worldview on AI impacts the worldviews of the smaller players. So basically, in case of Bosnia, European states, and even beyond Europe, throughout history of the European Union, we could see that the EU has this sometimes formal authority and sometimes only some sort of a soft power that by which it influences the actions of market players as well as regulators in those states. So I believe that this discussion is very important, and it is important to consider how the EU rules, which are currently being developed, will be, first of all, replicated, if they will be replicated, by those non-EU states, who, by the way, do not have a say on specific issues formally, right? So this is another concern. And second, if they will be replicated, how are those states able to implement them in a sufficient or sound manner? Because regulation of technology requires a significant amount of expertise, funds, sometimes both. So it is possible that any government can literally copy or use the EU piece of legislation as a model and to adopt a similar instrument in its own national legal system. However, when it comes to implementation, it may lack any of the resources that are necessary for that specific instrument to be applicable. So perhaps it is important to mention that along with the EU, we have a work of the Council of Europe, a pan-European regional body who is focused on human rights, and they're currently developing their own legally binding instrument. I think this is the intended purpose of this specific instrument. There's been a huge discussion on whether it should be binding or not, whether there should be some sort of soft law. So this will also be important for I would say, not only Europe, but also beyond. So this phenomenon has been recognized, the phenomenon of the influence of European Union's decision and Europeans' decision in general, and this, how can I, like a spillover effect, has been recognized by the term Brussels effect, so that I believe, and many relevant authors consider that the AI Act and the AI legislation or framework, if I may, in general, because the AI Act is not the only piece of legislation that is currently being developed or considered in the EU and the Council of Europe. There are also others, such as the AI Liability Directive, revised version of Product Liability Directive, even DSA, Digital Services Act, also touches upon this issue, Digital Markets Act. So I believe that what the EU is doing is going to be way more important than, is going to be way more influential than only within the borders of this organization.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Well, we've been hearing, as I said earlier, like the last few months have been like media frenzy of, is AI gonna kill us? Is AI, does AI has to be stopped? Is this an innovation that is gonna change the world? But very often in a lot of these articles, there is like a lot of talk about innovation, but innovation is not really like exploring what it means. Very often is a convenient narrative for a lot of companies to say, oh, we're going to change the world, let us do our job. But there is a way to use AI, to use like innovation in a responsible way, in a meaningful way. And that is actually my question to Nancy. You you have a lot of experience as a technologist, building products for the benefit of people can be done, and how?
Is it on? Right. It can be done, and I want to talk about a few important points at the foundation of AI in building systems. The sphere that we're in AI is not new, and honestly, it doesn't change much for us as technologists building responsibly. But I think we need to get to the root of what responsible tech means first and foremost, and that means to have an obligation to do something. Simply, an obligation to do something. So in public interest tech, which is often nonprofit tech, we attempt to hold that duty of care and build in more responsible ways, but this is actually very, very difficult when you're against, and it's virtually impossible to be against big tech companies who have a monopoly in this space, because inherent to building and training language models or large models in general requires substantial funding and computing resources. So what do we do from here? Despite these odds, developers who are committed to building products and platforms, open source in particularly, continue to do so because we know it's possible. And we build with and for the commons and to put the power back in the hands of the real people. But before explaining how this is done, at this juncture, I want to take the opportunity to take a step back and talk about two important tasks that are at the foundation of this topic on how to build systems. And the first is about data labeling, and the second is about retraining, AKA the relearning, which was so important to your investigation. So in machine learning, data labeling is essentially the process of identifying the raw data, the images, the text, the files, the videos, etc., and adding one or more meaningful and informative labels to provide the context so that the machine model has something to learn from. And the importance of proper labeling and retraining is something not to be understated. It's important to mention that ChatGPT's predecessor, GPT-3, which isn't getting very much play these days, showed impressive ability to do the task that ChatGPT could do. But there was a problem, which was that it would spew out violent, sexist, racist remarks. And why is that? And that was because GPT-3 was trained on the corpus of information on the internet. And as you know, in the internet, there are cesspools of information, as well as a rich body of real information, and billions of words were scraped from the internet. And that toxicity and that bias went into the data set. So it then resulted in really bad, sometimes really bad results. And so what happened from there is that they needed to build a safety mechanism on top of that in order to build something like ChatGPT. And to build that safety system, you need human beings to label the information. And those human beings came in the form of, in this case, Kenyan workers who were paid about $2 an hour to label all of that information, and that information looked like in the form of details of child sexual abuse, murder, suicide, torture, incest, things like this. And I think the role of content moderation and data laborers is a discussion for another day. But it's a really important point because this is the data that helped to retrain and correct for the data set. So I say that with a heavy heart because what does this tell us? That at the root of original data sets are problems. It can be inherently problematic, and in order to correct for it, we need humans, and we need responsible humans at that. So can we put the labeling and relearning task in the hands of subject level experts themselves, or even in the hands of civil society practitioners? And I'm really glad to say that one such example is an open source application called Awazi, which is built by an international NGO called HurryDocs. And they have shown that, yes, it is possible to build an AI-powered information extraction dashboard inside a database tool, which puts that power back into the hands of those subject level experts so that you curate the data set yourself and you retrain it based on your own knowledge of that information. So I'll just conclude here by saying that in order to be responsible, it means that as system designers and technologists, we need to grapple with these questions, and we need to be answerable and accountable for the outcomes produced.
Thank you, Nancy. First of all, I wanted to have a quick scan of the room to see if anyone has questions. I see a question there. I don't know if there is anyone that can. Yeah, over there. So also we ensure there is questions from the audience.
Hi. Thank you, Nancy. It was so, it's so helpful to hear your words and how things can work. I am not a technologist, and I really need help with the language and the verbs to understand, so excuse my question of not being properly versed. I really wonder whether, besides having worries about policy issues and how the technology can be used and abused, we should also have this other worry that basically, because we live in a global capitalistic world, the duty of care and the duty of, well, the need for accountability and transparency very often comes into conflict with the fiduciary duty. And I wonder, when I think of companies like Palantir and what they're capable of doing, and what we as interested humanoids are not able to see in their value chains, from data sets to technology, how it works, and the contracts they have with governments, UNs and others. How would you, Nancy and Eva, perhaps anybody else, if you might want to comment, how would you find that set of worries in comparison to other worries that we've been discussing so far? Like in capitalism, does it, do we need some other methods of fighting? Yeah, thank you.
Give it a second. Thank you. I'll be quick because I really want to hear what Nancy has to say. But the short version is you are correct. It is very difficult given capitalism. However, and I cringe at even bringing this up because it's an awful example, but pharmaceutical companies make a lot of money, but they are still highly accountable for the harms that they do. I was talking to my friend who's a medical researcher about the chatbot, you know, Tessa. Did you hear about this? There was a food eating disorder hotline staffed by humans that was replaced by Tessa, the chatbot. And my friend who's a medical researcher texted me and she said, if this happened in my unit, we would lose our license. So even, and this is in the United States, which is just like a hellscape of capitalism. So I think you're right. It's a huge challenge, and we are far more driven towards products and scientific advancement in this sector. But even within that, we manage to do it in a lot of fields. And I don't feel that AI is so superior or so unique that we can't find our way to that as well.
I share equally the concern and the burden, actually, of taking this work forward. And I was really struck in the panel before this when the speaker from the Civic Tech Field Guide shared that, of course, we need funding. I mean, what we do to build systems open source is a drop in the bucket. It's so small. It's minuscule compared to what tech companies have. So we actually really can't be the contender next to those platforms. But we often are on the same panels with the same very panels, those companies. And it just goes to show that it is possible to speak about the work, and we don't have a communications team or an agency that helps back us in spreading the word. But why I mentioned the Civic Tech Field Guide before was because the second part of the answer that he shared was that it's also in situations and in environments like this where we can share what we've learned. And also, open source our repository, so it's fully transparent. And that also holds companies to show that it's proven that you can do it a different way. You actually can do it a different way if you want to do it a different way, and the acts are there to regulate the technology and specific use cases. But it is something that is simply, if you want to do it right and good, you can, and you can do it with very little money. And AI is here to stay, so we need to also build products that help our communities. And I don't think there's a real good answer to sort of counter the capitalism that is involved in this, because we don't go to market with a product. But I mean, of course, funding is always essential in what we do, but it's actually in the sharing of good practices, I think, that raises the bar for them to do their work.
There is another question here.
Thanks. Two questions, actually. One is for Chris. Does the EU AI Act take into consideration the issue of the rights of, or the positions of the workers, human workers who do train systems, including these types of work that you described, which is heartbreaking to hear, actually, because we know what it means for content moderation and these, like, outsourced, very low paying, very stressful, very mentally damaging jobs that people have been doing, and I assume still do for large platforms. And is this a concern? Is this already in process, or like envisaged to be in process at some point? And another question is for you and your investigation. There's one thing that kind of constantly escapes me. It's super abstract for me to grasp. Like, how do you know what to ask? Because I assume there's a lot of things happening that are already being done by some form of AI, and we have virtually no idea that this is happening. So it may be used by the governments, it may be used by banks, may be used by companies, like a lot of entities that you come in touch with every day, and you don't know that you are a data point being processed in a certain way, and you don't know that the outcome that comes to you may be a result of an algorithm. So this also may be a question for you, actually, like that doesn't... But I actually asked the questions already, so I don't know if I need this anymore. Yeah.
To both questions. So first one about workers. There are actually two elements to this. There's an aspect about workers contributing to the development of these AI systems, but also the aspect of AI systems having an effect on the lives of workers. Right, so it's bidirectional. On the first one, the AI Act doesn't say anything, partly because it's a product safety framework. So think of it like if the framework that's used for regulating drilling machines and stuff like that. So like they don't fit in easily. But there are other instruments that one can use. So for instance, in the EU, very recently, there's been what is known as a Corporate Sustainability Directive, which is specific about supply chain. And companies would need to provide information about the whole supply chain. And this includes workers, but also environmental issues, human rights issues. So there are mechanisms there that could be used, first to extract information, but then also to keep them accountable. So that's one. Regarding how do you know if entities, governments, or private organizations are using AI systems, in the AI Act, for instance, there is a specific requirement that high-risk AI systems should be registered in a publicly accessible database. So that's one thing. Amsterdam, for instance, already has a database for all the AI systems they use, but that's at the municipal level. I think there are initiatives in different countries in the EU to have such a database for at least AI systems used by public bodies. Now, that is probably a small cut in all the AI systems that are being deployed in the world, because a lot of them are being deployed and used by private organizations, and these databases currently don't cover private organizations. So I know multiple civil society organizations, including us, have pushed for it, but there doesn't seem to be enough interest among legislators, at least, to require private companies to inform the public directly if they're using. But I must add that in case personal data is being used in the case of AI systems, then the GDPR can also help you because there is a mechanism, I think it's Article 22, where you can request for information where if your personal data is being processed with automated decision making. So there are different tools, and they're not always easy to know like which one to use where and like what is applicable where, but there are ways around. Yes, exactly. The GDPR part does require a lot of your active effort. Also for you to know like, okay, this is another tool and it's not the AI regulation, but a different tool. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Chris answered the question, I think, pretty well already. I think there's a couple of other places to go looking. One is there's a couple of NGO-type organizations that have collected a set of systems, usually also systems that are used by public bodies. Algorithm Watch is one. Algorithm Tips by Nick Diakopoulos is another one. The Public Law Project in the UK has kind of a dashboard. So that's kind of where, as a journalist, I kind of go looking for initial leads. Another place is to work with members of parliament and kind of send, you know, kind of open-ended questions to different agencies saying like, hey, what are you using? And then to use that as a starting point. But all of that is kind of, you know, how do you figure out what systems are being used? And then the second step, which is a lot harder, is, okay, like, you know, can you get access to these systems? Can you actually test them? Can you figure out who they might discriminate against? And if you're interested in that kind of line of work, I'm happy to share our FOIA template that we've been using, sometimes more, sometimes less successful. And if you are trying to get access to data, a good tip is to ask for the results back in HTML format, because quite often there's a lot of underlying information that is being shared in these HTML files. Like, we got access to the training data because they accidentally shared it with us in a Plotly generated HTML file. So just a general tip for everybody here. It's very useful.
Thank Anyone else wants? Yeah. Oh, I don't know if anyone else wanted to add to the question. Okay, then next question.
Hello, everyone. Well, my name is Anya, and I have a question for everyone here who thinks they can answer this. Well, we know that AI is everywhere now in every system, and what is important is the data sets, and everything is about data in AI and those model of machine learning. And my question is, you know that a lot of times there are like data that are actually someone's opinion about something, you know, like those are the data that are provided from those companies and organizations that have money. So when they are from West, they are telling the story about all of the other parts of the world. This is like problem with bias. How do you think that this can be solved, and is anything done in this way of solving this problem?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, who wants to tackle that first? Justin?
I have just a few quick words on that. One is, don't believe people who tell you it can't get better. I'm sure it can't get entirely fixed, but actually in Amsterdam, we are looking at a system right now where they have managed to get to an impressive reduction of bias. It's not perfect by any means, but there are algorithmic techniques that we can use to reduce, at least along certain dimensions, the biases of the outputs, even if you train it with somewhat biased data sets. The second one is, yes, it's all about the training data, and it's a huge concern, especially because, I've taken a number of computer science classes, and there was not a single moment where people talked about sampling techniques in my classes. So people who build these models, they often don't know very much about this. For a number of years, I think the paradigm has been, let's just get more data and then the system will get better. But the quality of the data matters a huge amount, and you're completely right that a lot of the data is collected in certain contexts, which then biases the systems automatically. And there's just a lack of teaching, a lack of knowledge, frankly, in the industry to really try and solve these problems. It's just not being taught.
Can I just add a few points to that?
Absolutely.
Well, that actually is a quite important and I would say hard question, because if you go to the law, it is very easy to say that who's going to be liable in case I don't know, AI discriminates against person. However, if it does so based on polluted data, then the question becomes more difficult, because who provided the data, who created a data set, whether was it representative or not, those are many questions that remain open. So this is a huge debate. I don't think we currently have an answer. I would also say that I think that those who train their algorithms on data need to have incentives. That's quite obvious, goes without saying. However, I don't think that they will have incentives which are market-based, unlike on these markets which are not very relevant to them. For instance, in the markets such as the one we're currently having this conversation in, it's been recorded that algorithms for combating harmful speech used by big platforms is not as well trained as it is in those languages where the communities of speakers are quite big, which is quite, I would say, it makes sense if you only look at it from the market's perspective. So this market type logic, I don't think can work universally. We need something more.
Something. One of the things that I find helpful is to remind myself that the segmentation of people based on their demographic or any other data points is nothing new. We've done it throughout history. Our governments have done it, companies have done it, campaigns do it. That's not a particularly bright look on the topic, but it does help, and I think we have to remember that how we're doing things and the power of how it's being done now has shifted, but it's not new. I look at the story that Justin shared, racism in the welfare states across any country that has it is nothing new. Those systems have been discriminating against people based on country of origin, ethnicity, gender, as long as they've existed as systems. And so I do draw lessons from how activists, how the civic space has sought to address that before. And this is, I get really tired of using the word transparency, because as you say, it means so many different things to different people, and it's like this amorphous little concept. But it is essential, because we have to know what algorithmic decision making is happening based on what data points so that we can counter it. But it's not new. We've always been categorized.
Chris, a couple of things. The first one is I actually suddenly feel good that in my computer science studies, we actually studied a lot about sampling and everything. So I feel good suddenly. Regarding the quality of the data as well as representativeness, well, although I've mostly said EU AI Act, there is actually a specific paragraph which says that when high-risk systems are being deployed, the data sets used to train them need to be representative of the population for whom it's deployed. Now, that is not like an EU population, but each country could have a different distribution of a population. So I think something similar is what various countries, even outside the EU, should be thinking about, because a system just trained on a distribution that might be valid for the United States may just not be valid for so many other countries. So that's, I mean, you can model these things mathematically, but there is also, there's critically the societal element that needs to be considered here.
Nancy.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's really interesting that what you feed into the system is exactly what you're going to get out. And I think Justin's investigation helps to illustrate that it is possible to hold these models to account and to audit them. But when you put the tooling in the power of human rights organizations who are doing the work on their own, they know their data set. And I think the hardest part for our work is sometimes in the education of how to use the tool more than the actual curation of the data set. And nobody is striving for perfection, because that is where the accuracy percentage that comes back in the results tells you that you still always need a human in the loop. Our data is not perfect, and we as humans also have our own biases. But if we're able to correct for a machine and have the machine help us enable our work, for example, if you watched all the footage of the Ukraine human rights violations that are going on, or in Syria, we would not be finished watching that the videos until like 2050. So we need to use these capabilities to enable doing our work, but we also need to ensure that somebody is doing that correction over it. Those suggestions are not perfect, and I think that the point here is that that the data set is only so good as the human reviewing over it.
Thank you. We've run out of time, but I'm glad we managed to have a conversation and questions to this great panel. Thanks, Nancy, Justin, Nasir, Eva, and Chris. We are now going into lunch. Thanks so much for being here, and we'll be back after lunch for the afternoon at Point. Thank you.
example, that are known to spread pornographic content because they don't want to put the ads there. Same with misinformation, but as you can see with what we just saw in the presentation, it's not implemented enough, and misinformation is still being financed by brands. And we did a recent analysis at NewsGuard where we looked at all the news websites that published false content or disinformation, misinformation about the Ukraine war in the past year, and we've done a similar analysis last year. Last year we found 116, this was a week after the invasion in Ukraine, we found 116 websites that had spread misinformation about the war, and 27 of those were benefiting from programmatic advertising revenue on their website. At the time, 18 of those sites were, of those brands that were on those sites were played by Google Ads. Now we did the same experiment again, and the number of news websites that publish false information about the war and benefit from programmatic advertising has tripled. So now we have a list of over 380 websites that spread misinformation. This includes about the war. This includes misinformation such as that the US is developing bioweapons in Ukraine, or that Ukraine has staged attacks such as the one on the hospital in Mariupol. And now the number is over 380, and we found 88 of those 380 sites get revenue from programmatic advertising. So this number has tripled in only a year, even though there are more and more regulations. So the ad companies have their own policies, as I said, but there's also regulations by the European Commission, for example, on this, and it doesn't meet up. So what we see is that on those websites, there are very well-known brands. We found 79 very well-known brands such as Marriott, IKEA, British Airways, etc., etc. And those brands often don't know that they're on those sites. So the inclusion and exclusion lists that these ad companies work with need to be much more specific and looking at misinformation more than they do at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. I mean, the brand safety is very interesting and important angle of this story. We'll get back to it a bit later. Stefan, I want to hear from you. What are your experiences? I know that you at Fake News Tragač are writing a lot about all kind of scams that are being out there on social media. So it's still disinformation, but not disinformation as we know it, as we regularly speak it. But those are the scams that are made of disinformation. So how are they operating? How are they earning money? Since they are not in the Google AdSense platform, they are misusing the social media and the tech platforms in some other way. What exactly is that way?
Well, it's complicated. I would say I wouldn't like to be boring more than I usually am. So I'll try to simplify this issue. Is it okay? No?
I think it's not on.
No, it's fine. So I'll try to simplify it. I would say that we have a lot of web pages that are promoting mostly some medical products, which are not tested, which are not certified by local and regional and state agencies. And then you have, I would say, Potemkin village strategy. So you have fake experts that are promoting those products. You have fake diplomas, fake stamps, fake awards, fake satisfied users of those products. And you have same faces, for example, in a commercial for Serbia and Bosnia and Czech Republic and Poland, but you have different names under those faces, which are mostly coming from stock images, websites, or deep fake images, etc. And if someone is from Croatia, they have Croatian name. If someone is from Poland, they have Polish name. And it's interesting if someone is from Serbia, if commercial is for Serbia, the name is Russian. I think that they perceive that someone who is coming from a Russian Academy of Science is someone who is to be believed. And when we talk about Russian influence, I think it's not just about politics. In Serbia, we have those magazines like Russian Doctor or Russian Encyclopedia of Health. The way people in Serbia are perceiving science is like we have two sides. One is Western science, which is corrupt, which is made just for money, and then there is Russian science that has soul, that is closer to nature, that is closer to people. And then they are using those fake Russian experts to promote some of these products. You cannot find those products in your local pharmacies. The only way you can find them is by calling call centers of these companies, and there is a few of them in our region, I would say. We have found one in 2019, and their annual turnover is or was like 20 million dinars, and then we found another one in our region. Their annual turnover 3 years ago was 10 million euros. They are operating in former Yugoslavia. And I would say that the pattern is simple. You have those websites which are promoting medical products in a manipulative way, and then you have mainstream websites and native advertising sections on them, even on some websites which are perceived as credible, as professional, such as N1 in Serbia. And then you have those companies which are producing and selling those products. To make this story shorter, those companies which are producing these products or selling them, they are denying the relation with those fake stories online. When we asked them, what is this about, they said that they don't know which of the agencies they have agreement with, which of them placed those commercials. Unfortunately, there are no institutions to react to this kind of scams, and I would say we talked 2 days ago that when we look at the analytics section of our websites, fact-checking websites, we can see that those stories, those analyses related to fake medical products are among those who have most views, because people are organically they're Googling, trying to search to find more information related to those medical products, and then they're finding our analysis, and that's what making those companies angry. And then we had some special issues with them, but maybe you can jump in because you're deeply involved in this topic.
And yeah, I mean, that strategy of avoiding Google AdSense is something very interesting that we are seeing a lot more in the recent period here in the region. I know also that the colleagues from the Croatia have wrote articles about using those ad softwares, pluggers, linkers that are being shown on the mainstream media above all the articles as a native advertising. And I think that is one of the strategies that is being heavily used here in the region, avoiding the Google, even though they are not implementing their own policies and rules, there are still rules of Google AdSense, but while using those linkers, there are no rules at all. And there's also an interesting question about who is responsible for the content being shown, or is it the website, the media website, is it the company that owns the plugin, or is it the advertiser who is showing the ad? So there are three actors, and it is unknown who is legally responsible for that content. We also, when talking about the Bosnia, I mean, it's the country with almost non-existent internet regulation and with almost highest or the highest youth unemployment in Europe. And when you combine those two, you as a result have a huge disinformation advertising industry here. So we have experience and examples where which we call click farms or website farms. So you have, for example, one website which is connected to 100 or 200 Facebook or Twitter pages, and they have in one example, one website have more than 8 million followers. So in a country of 3.5 million people. There's one website which on all of their social media accounts have altogether 8 million users following their page. Or in another case, we have multiplying the website. So you have 10 websites, for example, and on the other hand, 50 or 100 or 200 Facebook pages, and they're cross-linking everything. So they're sharing link of every website on every Facebook page, and by that they are multiplying their number of views on the articles, and they are multiplying their revenue that they're getting from the ads. And this industry, at least in this region, I think it's that big that we cannot even fully understand it. We only know that it's so big that people are even renting or selling the single posts on Facebook pages. So if I have a website with low analytics this month, and you have a good Facebook page with huge reach, and I pay you to share my articles. So people are doing even that. So that industry is that big, and there are people who are not dealing with the content at all. For example, there's a niche specific a group of people who are creating Facebook pages or Instagram pages, building the followers, and then selling them to the website owners who just want to quickly have a platform with big reach to be able to disseminate their content, and again to multiply the revenue that they're having from ads. Let's get back to Roberta and maybe to the brand guard part of your work. So you besides the brand guard, you have website ranking on the one side, and on the other side you have brand guard program or the initiative that's helping the advertisers to avoid the disinformation websites while showing their advertising. Can you share with us the results of both? So as for the website ranking, I have one more specific answers. Do you rate content of the website in any way, or it is just a technical part of being like the professional, having impressum, having the names of the author under the articles, or do you go into the content when rating the websites?
Yeah, sure, I can. Which one do I start with? Maybe first about NewsGuard in general. So what we do is we have a database with website ratings. It's our reliability ratings, and those are always looking the same. At this point, we've rated news websites to over 8,700 news websites in 9 countries. And those are the websites that make up 95% of the online engagement in each of the countries that we're in, so in those markets. Once we know which those websites are, we look at it based on the same 9 standard journalistic criteria. Those are criteria of transparency and credibility. And regarding your question, if we look at the content, we definitely look at the content of the site as well, but you're correct, that's not only what we do. So we work with fact checkers whenever we look at the content, but we also look at transparency. So the technical part that you just mentioned is, for example, us looking at, does a website make it transparent for readers who's financing the website? Are they transparent whenever there's a mistake with their corrections? Are websites also sharing information about the content creators? So these are more the transparency criteria that we're looking at, and the credibility ones are more related to disinformation, because we're the first one and the one that's weighed the most does a site regularly publish false content? Second one is, does a site publish content or gathers and presents content in a responsible way? So we look at if they say something about a study, is the study actually saying what they're saying? We look if opinion and news content is separated, and if that's clear to users. So we're kind of going at the website looking as if we are a normal consumer. And what we do is we rate the website based on those 9 criteria, and the website will get a rating between 0 and 100, depending on which of the criteria it met and which it didn't. We also, because that would be not very transparent of us if it would be just that score, we also have a nutrition label for each of, that's how we call it, a nutrition label for each of those websites that explains in detail why we came to the score. So in there, our journalists, because this is all done by trained journalists, they will describe in detail why we think a website publishes false content regularly. So that includes debunks. And that's where other fact checkers also come in, or we do our own fact checking as well. So if there's a website that has a very low rating, the nutrition label often gets very long because then we have to in detail explain why it gets that low rating. And one important step that we go through is that once the first journalist wrote the nutrition label and then all the editors looked at it and our consultant looked at it, et cetera, we also give the website the chance to comment. So we always contact the websites, tell them what we found, and obviously we get very different reactions. If a site has a very good score, they're usually very happy about that. If they have like an in-between score, but it's mostly transparency points that they missed, then often we get positive feedback saying, we never thought about including our financing and making that transparent. Oh yeah, you're actually right. Maybe it would be useful to not just correct within articles when we make a mistake, because that can happen, but make it transparent for readers as well. So those are for me, the nicest parts about the job. Whenever I see it also makes a difference in journalism. But of course, sites that get a really low rating often disagree with us, especially the ones that believe what they're publishing, and when it's misinformation or disinformation, it's a very different story.
And sorry for jumping in, is anybody using your data, and who and how?
Yeah, luckily people are using our data. We have very different ways. The NewsGuard isn't that old yet. We've been founded in 2018, and since then we've spread also to Germany, Austria, Italy, France, etc. And originally we focused on the browser plugin that we provide. So for consumers in general, you can download basically our ratings, or can download the browser plugin, and then you can see our ratings. So that was the idea, to help people in a time where it's really hard to know what's information that's researched well and what is lies, to give them more background about the source that they're getting their information from. So that was the original idea, and while doing that, we have partners such as Microsoft, for example, that include that browser extension automatically in Microsoft Edge. We have other partners. We work with libraries in the education sector as well, that included for students to have more background about where their information is coming from. And of course, like, you can decide yourself if you want to use it or not, but I think it's a very beneficial extra information in the times right now. And then, since you mentioned BrandGuard, that's basically a second part, and that's where the monetization of this information comes in, how we use our data. So our website ratings are also useful for the ad industry, in the sense that, as I said, they're dividing websites in inclusion and exclusion when they decide where to put the brand's advertising, when they pick sites to put the programmatic advertising on. And since we rated so many news websites, we can provide information to extend the inclusion list and the exclusion list. And this includes that more misinformers can be put on exclusion lists, so that their brands wouldn't find their advertising on anymore. But on the other side, it also means that maybe smaller news websites, sometimes that's regional websites that were regional newspapers originally, they have a new way of being financed in times where quality journalism has really hard time finding financing. By including those websites in the inclusion lists and working with ad tech companies that use them, we also make it possible that they have a new financing, basically. So, yeah, that way, hopefully, quality journalism has a better chance surviving as well.
Yeah, definitely. I have one more question for you, but
sure.
first I want to go to Stefan. Since you mentioned quality journalism, I think that at least here in the region, because of this entire ecosystem and the surroundings for the real media. I think that also the quality journalism is maybe the most important victim of this entire system that is being built. At least in the region, there are many mainstream media outlets, all media outlets with a tradition that also shifted their work from producing their own content, their quality journalism content, to more copy-pasting content that everybody else is publishing. So everybody wants to be first, everybody wants to publish everything, and everybody is trying to publish 100 or 200 or 500 pieces of news per day. What do you think, Stefan, looking at our region, are the mainstream media outlets also part of the game, or are they victims of the system because they are in some way forced to go into that direction of mass production of the content and low quality content? So how would you rate that? Are they, or both maybe, they can be victims, and then because they are victims, they became part of the game because they are losing money at the end. As you said, it's hard to finance and to keep the good quality journalism.
Well, I think you have answered your question, but yeah. I'm also thinking about it when we are producing our content, fact-checking content, which is very often very boring. And I'm constantly thinking about new ways of telling fact-checking stories. And unfortunately, very often you can see the conclusion of our analysis just by reading our title. It is the opposite from clickbait. Everything is said within the title. And I think that maybe it's just a little bit too old-fashioned and a little bit wrong. Very often I think about new ways of telling stories to stay professional, but to be catchy, to be interesting to those people that are reading our analysis. And then finally, I always decide to stay boring, to go with old-fashioned titles, etc. And I suppose that those media outlets which want to stay professional, that they have same issues. So they can stay credible, they can stay professional, not using disinformation, not using clickbaits, etc. But people, maybe they will respect them, but they will not click enough, to make them revenue. So I would say that, as you said, we have both sides. Fortunately, I'm working for a website which doesn't need commercials, doesn't need a million clicks a day. But if I were in a working in mainstream media as an editor or, I don't know, journalist, maybe my logic will be a little bit different. So I wouldn't like to be too judgy in this terms.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we have this entire discussion in order to find a solution how to support good quality journalism, how to de-finance the bad actors in the ecosystem. Roberta, how is NewsGuard and the BrandGuard solving these issues? How many advertisers are using BrandGuard, and have you seen actual demonetization of this information and defunding of the bad actors through the solutions you have?
So the big players like Google Ads, they still want to do everything themselves, but then as you see, there's still so much improvement there. But we work with ad tech companies like GumGum. Well, we work with we have over 50 partners, but also smaller ad agencies. And for them, it would be a lot of work to go through all the websites. And what we see as well as, same with the presentation just now, Google will react once we have journalists that discover, oh, there's a brand, you put your brands or the brand that you're working for, you put their advertising on sites that you're not supposed to put it on. Once they know, they delete it. But that often comes too late. First of all, those websites have been financed and are continuously being financed and continuously publish false information. And misinformation spreads so quickly once it's out there and those websites continue to publish similar articles. It's too late to just react whenever a journalist says, here's a problem, this is the example, you should take it down. There needs to be a bigger difference, a bigger change, and already before you decide where to put the brand, you need to be careful. And it's usually the same players that have published misinformation or even disinformation about health topics during COVID, or now with the war, or political misinformation. It's often the same players, and we find that the same websites publish different kinds of misinformation again and again.
They're jumping on the trends.
Yeah, they're jumping on the trends, and as you just said before, like it's a big problem that quality journalism has to compete when it comes to advertising with those sites, because first of all, there's not much of quality research going into those articles. That's not always the case, but often. And we also see sites that publish misinformation that were entirely generated by AI now and don't even have any human oversight to check it. Of course, that happens very quickly, and those websites can put out many, many articles a day. And then you have very emotional language as well, which is being shared on social media to a much bigger extent, often including photos that are very, emotional as well. And it might lead more qualitative journalism to go in the same direction. Obviously, not all of them or all of us, but there's a tendency there. But I think finding ways to demonetize those websites and moving the financing to websites that want to live up to quality standards of journalism is extremely important.
Stefan, what do you think is something like that possible in our region? We also, from a previous panel here, that we also have the JTI initiative doing the very similar thing, trying to demonetize the bad actors and trying to shift the advertising money towards the quality journalism and the good media. But that's something like that doesn't exist in our region. Do you think is it possible? And since it's a final question, what do you think in general can be a direction for a solution in this topic? We hear from the previous panel, and more than one panel, the people are saying that we need to push the tech platforms in order to do something. And we saw from this example that Google reacted to all of these examples only after ProPublica published the research. So is there, so two questions, is something like the brand guard possible in our region? And on the other hand, is there anything else besides pushing the tech companies and doing investigations like Cred did in order to solve at least part of this problem?
We have less than 2 minutes, so I'll try to keep it short. The first question answer is probably yes, but I would say that we will get a lot of complaints if we launch something like this. We already have a lot of complaints when we are doing fact-checking, and that's interesting. There is several websites that are trying to remove or to correct their articles, which we identified as false, and that is interesting. When they are correcting their articles, they are making clickbait out of it. So correction, we lied about something, but here are the real information. So it's interesting how they are turning even correction into clickbait. The second question, I'm not completely sure. I think that we should continue with this fact-checking process, because I think that a lot of people who are not completely gullible, who are at least a little bit interested in finding out the truth, they are Googling, they're trying to find more information, and then they are finding our websites, and that helps a little bit, I hope, so to make this whole ecosystem a little bit better and a little bit more professional.
Thank you. Roberta, you have anything to add on the solution side before I ask audience if there's any question?
To add to this, I do think that there will always be criticism if you try to do something in the information scene and have an influence, because people that publish this disinformation often also believe it. But it's already a very common process to have those inclusion and exclusion lists, and those standards from the EU and from the ad companies themselves already require that separation and being careful with where to put the ads, and that includes misinformation and especially disinformation. So it's nothing new, it's just something that's not implemented right, and I think it shouldn't be so hard to improve it. There just needs to be the will there, and I'm happy that there's more and more regulations in that sense as well from the EU, for example, that hopefully brings companies, big companies that don't have an interest as much in excluding any possible financial benefit to make those changes and not just say that they will.
Yeah, definitely. Not only regulation, but implementation of those regulations.
Yeah.
As we said, we saw the Google case. I mean, Google have regulations, but they're not implementing
Yeah.
it. So the problem is in that everybody is somehow benefiting from having this information. Since the time's up, are there any questions from the audience, maybe? Yeah, we have one over there.
Yeah, can you hear me? I just want to ask if, what's your opinion on whether people already have their mindset in the sense that they, with fact-checking, for example, they would be on the conservative side and then they don't trust the government and they think the fact-checkers are on the side of the government anyhow. So I think the essence of the question would be whether you feel like fact-checking has effect, or do you feel like there's this group whose opinion cannot be changed or altered? Thanks.
Stefan?
I'm not sure that I heard the question properly, because...
If I understood it correctly, the question is about the trust in fact-checkers. So do people trust fact-checkers?
No. Yeah, that's
right?
pretty much it. Or do you think there's, I'll speak louder, do you think there's this group of folks whose mind is already set, so whatever you fact-check, they don't care?
Yes, of course, of course. And very often they don't read a complete article, they are just posting those comments like, what are you like? Are you in the Ministry of Truth? And but very often we as fact-checkers, we are very often, I would say, arrogant, and we should change our approach to be more creative, more fun, and to be more approachable. So we should also think about our position. We are far from perfect.
Yeah, so I think it's a very good question, but you're absolutely right. It's hard to reach the people that already have such a distrust. So with any fact check, if you already believe I cannot trust anyone, I cannot trust politics, I can't trust science, I can't trust anything, then it's hard to reach them and convince them of anything. But luckily, there's still the people in between that just are very insecure about what to believe, and that's so natural. Like, normal people don't have the time to do research that deeply on things, and I'm happy that people are still so interested in political topics in general, but I also see that it's no wonder that people turn away from news if they don't get any help in knowing what to believe and don't have any background information about what they're reading. So I think there's still room to reach those people that are just very insecure about all of that, and sometimes it's just that they're distrustful in one certain area but not in all of the other areas. So then I think you can still reach them with fact checks and just easy information for them to get a bigger picture of what they're reading.
Thanks.
And we are done with this panel. Thank you both. And I think that there are many angles and many solutions to this. I think that this inclusion-exclusion list is definitely one of the solutions that is out there, and we need to implement it more. But in order to implement it, we need to have a list that can be included or excluded. And in order to have a list, thankfully, we have NewsGuard, but also a JTI that we mentioned today. And I just want to steal one more moment and to invite all of you to the JTI's workshop that is gonna happen tomorrow in the morning, 10 o'clock. So everybody, especially from the media outlets from the region who want to learn more about the about the JTI verification process, please join the workshop tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. And that would be all for this panel. Thank you all.
Wednesday already. How about you? Okay, I had the whole day and it wasn't raining yet, so it was nice. So I could see some of the city without the rain. Pisa could.
I'm completely right. That's fine. I'm not sure if someone will say it will happen. Oh, probably someone will say it.
So. Very short. Deficit violence because
Okay, shall we start? Yeah, okay. Hi everyone. Hope you're all having fun at the point. And I don't know if there's anything more fun than discussing feminism in this rainy afternoon, right, Karina?
I'm excited.
Okay, so we will have some fun now. I will talk with Karina Vetter from Superlab. And before we start, Karina, if you can introduce the organization a little bit.
So Superlab, we are based in Berlin and we are a laboratory for feminist digital futures. So what does it mean? Well, we've heard a lot, unfortunately, dystopian things being discussed, especially disinformation, but also algorithmic bias, lots of topics in the general tech policy field that feel like we're always running after negative effects of digitalization in civil society, in media, and a lot of organizations focus on that, which is very important, like mitigating negative effects. But we at Superlab, we're trying a different approach. Instead of fighting the negative effects, we're wondering what kind of digital feminist future do we envision? What do we want? What are the values? And how do we get there? So this is what we do at Super, working on lots of different topics and specifically on feminist perspectives.
Yeah, and when you say feminist, what is your feminist approach?
Well, the feminist approach, first of all, for us, and I think that's very important to state first, for us feminism is intersectional feminism. So it's not about women represented or pushing more women into STEM, for example. It's really about the overlapping multitudes of discrimination patterns that lots of people experience. And also we have a very decolonial perspective. But what does this, because that sounds very theoretical, what does that mean in practice? So how do we apply this in tech policy specifically?
Yeah, exactly, because when you read the title of this conversation, maybe it's not very intuitive to understand what does it mean. So can you please explain what feminist tech policy is?
Yes, I mean, I think it's very telling that we're also only two people on this panel, or actually just me, because this is a very new topic and it's often a thing that it's often just us from Superlab talking about it. And people do ask me, I understand feminism, I understand tech, but why does this need to be thought together? So it's going to take a bit of time. I'm just going to paint a wider picture of why do we need feminist perspectives. So what's the current state of play? Last 2 days we've talked a lot about positive changes that tech brought into our lives. We talked a lot about how the media landscape has changed a lot, how media was democratized through, for example, YouTube channels, podcasts, that a lot of people could easily become media makers and have an output and represent different opinions, like having more women or people of color sharing their stories and their perspectives on politics, on culture, and so on. So that's obviously a positive impact of tech. Another one is that social justice movements had the possibility to really grow worldwide, thinking about Me Too, for example, or Black Lives Matter. But already the Arab Spring in 2011 was the first social media-led social uprising. So tech can really connect people worldwide, can make people feel empowered by having their stories shared and seeing it's not just me who thinks that, it's not just me who experiences injustice, it's a lot of us, and connects people to actually go and fight for change. Those are some of the positive aspects. There's of course more, but unfortunately, as you noticed already in the last days, there's also some negative effects. I'm just going to go into some of them. We just see that the powers that we are using tech to surveil people, to criminalize people. Just one example, for example, is abortion rights. We see them being limited in Poland, but another example is in the US with Roe versus Wade being struck down. There's lots of states in the US that persecute women for trying to access their reproductive rights. And that is often done via the use of tech. One woman, I think in Texas, has been sued by the state because the state accessed her Facebook messages that she exchanged with her mother, trying to figure out how to get an abortion pill that is illegal in Texas. There's also the danger of peer tracking apps, where lots of women track their reproductive health, that this data is accessed by governments that want to persecute women. So having so much data about our lives in, for state powers, but also for companies to see and analyze, really is a big danger for women, for minority groups, for people wanting to organize, for people trying to access their rights. Another danger that we currently see, that we discussed already today, is the topic of AI, of algorithms, that tech can not only perpetuate existing discrimination, but actually more deeply entrench them. So just a couple examples that you might have heard, topic of human resources and recruiting. In lots of different companies, they try to, for example, Google, it was Amazon actually. Amazon, they try to deploy an AI-based tool to pre-select the CVs of candidates for some of the higher ranking positions. And that tool was based on the CVs of already employees already in those types of positions, because the people programming that tool were like, okay, those people are good employees, obviously, Amazon is doing well, so we want people like them, so the AI tool is trained with those CVs. Problem though is that the majority of people in those positions are white men. Therefore, when they checked that tool, that was fortunately never deployed actually, when they checked it, most of the CVs that were then forwarded to actual people in HR looking through were also white men. So once again, already existing discrimination patterns are perpetuated by AI. But then we also see there's a multitude of examples. There's the Apple credit card that gave really bad credit scores to women because apparently women are bad with finances. There's now an issue with stable diffusion, so AI-generated pictures. I just read an article today that Bloomberg tried one of the new stable diffusion tools, and they found out that if they wanted a picture, it's US-based, so if they wanted a picture of a fast food worker, 70% of the pictures that were generated were black men, even though 70% of fast food workers in the US are white men, or white people generally, and also more women. So the stereotypes that exist, that those tools are based on, even further further discrimination existing in the world. So I really went deep into these examples just to show that tech really has an impact on our lives, And it's more than just who is the next Silicon Valley, because I know Berlin wants to be that, and Vilnius in Lithuania, they also would like to be the new startup capital of Europe. But it's more than that, and it's more about which company makes the most money, and it's more than a question of infrastructure, and if you can like Google your way out of being lost in the forest. And just a little side note, in Germany you definitely can't. Infrastructure is extremely terrible there, but that actually is not what tech policy should be about only. It's not about all of this like efficiency, innovation talk, but it's about the questions of how are our societies structured, who has the power in our societies, and who has access, and who is represented. And as I showed with the examples I shared, that through tech often the groups that are already marginalized in our societies are even more negatively affected. And this, to get to why we need feminist tech policies, this is the core of feminist perspective on tech and tech policy is we want to put those people that are most negatively affected by tech into the center and make sure that they are empowered and that they share what they need to have better outcomes. And for us, the core of a feminist perspective, a feminist approach to tech is questioning power structures, questioning who has access, who's creating the system, who's governing it, and trying to strive for more social justice. Because we're envisioning a future in tech where accessibility, participation, sustainability, equity are the values that are core and not profit, efficiency, and innovation.
Yeah, but this is also very theoretical, but you went a little bit further and developed 12 principles and a card deck and some tools that can help policymakers to implement those values and perspectives. Yeah. So can you tell us a little bit more about that? How did you reach to that 12 principles? What was the process? Who participated in it?
Yeah, so we at Superlab developed 12 principles of feminist tech. I forgot to bring the poster, but you can find it on our website, super.net, super with 3R. And just a disclaimer, those principles were developed before I joined Super, so I cannot tell too much about how they were made, but just as a little overview, they're basically 12 principles to kind of illustrate a bit more how in detail we want tech policy to be done. The principles range from the interpersonal to global perspective. They concern climate action, techno-solutionism, but also like safe online spaces. How do we deal with digital violence, for example? But what I think for me is the biggest feminist lesson is not just that the content is about feminist perspectives, but also the way that they were created. Because we as an organization, we're not only feminist in our output, but also we try to also live those ideals in the inside and how we work. So just for us, because we mainly bring people situated in the global north with an academic background, everyone working at Superlab, we do have, of course, we're very biased as well in our certain perspectives. So for us, it's important to include and raise voices that do come from other perspectives and have different backgrounds than us. Because only with diverse voices, we can also figure out what is justice for all, right? So to create those principles for feminist tech, we worked with people from all over the world, especially from the global south, with people with different backgrounds working in tech, but also outside of tech, working in policy, but also practitioners on the ground. For all of us to figure out together in consensus, figuring out what do we need. And I think that is very important when talking about feminist principles, to also do that in the way that we work and not just in the way we speak.
Yeah, so based on one of those principles, you held a workshop where you discussed tech-facilitated gender-based violence. You have visualized online spaces that don't have that kind of violence. So I was wondering how to combine offline and online world. Can we have online spaces that are free of violence while we have a lot of gender-based violence in the offline world? But also, can we imagine a vice versa mechanism, meaning that if we can create safe online spaces, that this is something from which we can learn how to transfer them to the offline world. And more or less what is happening with the online violence. Now you said, when you were talking before this, that you were working on this topic a lot.
Yeah, exactly. So I used to work on this topic before I joined Superlab, but more about violence in the analog world. But unfortunately, it is a continuum of violence. So a lot of things are the same, also regarding the numbers. But maybe just for background, if we're talking about digital violence or tech-facilitated gender-based violence, just as should we say, what is it? We define it as all forms of violence that make use of technical aids or digital media and or take place in a digital space. What does this mean? Violence perpetrated on social platforms like Twitter, so hateful comments, death threats in direct messages, for example, but also, very importantly, using technical devices like the Apple AirTags, for example, that have been used a lot to stalk, especially women. So it's not just platforms, it's also other types of technical devices, just very important. Who's affected by it the most? Women. It has been reported that at least 40% of women have experienced digital violence, and those numbers are higher if you add in like a different layer of discrimination. So women of color, women journalists of color are extremely affected by this. And it's a problem because a lot of our communication, our lives do happen online. It's not like there's an online life and offline life that are separate from each other. It's of course one and the same. So women that experience or people that experience online violence, they often withdraw from online spaces. So that's a big issue for them to have opportunities in their job, for example. But also it's a huge problem because online violence, gender-based online violence is often named as the gateway hate for different types of extremism. So lots of people that perpetrate violence in the offline world have been violent to women online as well. So this is why we at Super decided to work on this topic, and especially look at the topic of online spaces, so social media specifically, and how can that be free of violence. And this is a bit, once again, goes into the future thinking, positive future thinking of, I mean, looking now at Twitter, especially since Elon Musk took over, it's a bit of a hellscape. It's always been terrible, but now especially. So for me, personally, it's really hard to think, how can this actually be different, to be honest? So this is why we did a workshop where very much we tried to get away from what do we not want. So how can this be different from whatever, Facebook or Twitter, but more like what are the values that we want represented on social media platforms that we want to use that are safe for us. So we first, with participants from I think 4 different countries, we were first discussing what are the basic values that we want. And our discussion came, we concluded on the topic of solidarity. And going off from solidarity, we tried to figure out what does this mean for like social media. So what we figured out is, for example, structures need to be decided together. So how is the platform built? So it shouldn't be something that's just given to you, like, you know, Facebook is there, you can use it or you can't. But to have a safe online space, the structure needs to be discussed prior to it being built. And also the community that uses this needs to discuss the development and deployment of new tools and see what kind of negative effects could it have. And I know this is super vague because it was also just a discussion of an hour, but this is something we're going to continue working on. Because for like positive future thinking and for like to keep positive aspects of technology, like the opportunity to form social movements like Me Too, we need safe online spaces. So this is something we're very much behind, and we're also lucky to say that policymakers, at least in Germany and in the EU, are quite interested in that.
Yeah. Another topic that is closely related between online and this offline world is the issue of work related to technologies. In one of the principles, you are explaining that the tech supply chains, production and delivery largely rely on forced or cheap labor, which especially affects women disproportionately, particularly in the global south. Then you mentioned gig economy, gig workers, and recently more and more we see actually workers organizing to demand better working conditions and labor rights in the platform economy and gig economy. So how do you see a cooperation between feminist organization, between feminist movement and the unions in that respect? And also what we can notice, especially maybe in Europe, or at least I can say from Croatian side, that when we are talking about digital work, mostly like platform workers are men, very often migrant men, and women, especially migrant women that come to Croatia, for example, still work in the care mostly. So they are quite separate from all the digital world and issues. So how do you see all these things interconnected?
Just to your last point, there was a study done by the European Institute for Gender Equality, EIGE, that's actually showed that 40% of platform workers are women. But platform work doesn't equal click work, right? So platform workers can also be women that work in care, but their care services are offered online. So they are basically, I mean, there's so many services where you can get a cleaner, for example. So this is mostly women work, and yes, you're right, click workers that work on content moderation are mostly men. But it's important to say it's not, it's important to say that platform work is definitely an issue that affects both, like all genders. Just as a little side note, but it is. But on one point, we have to also underline is that yes, it's especially a lot of migrants on work visa that make them out to be unskilled workers. That especially is the case for content moderators, which is actually a job that needs very highly skilled people that speak a lot of different languages and understand different topics. So definitely this is an issue when it comes to platform work. But talking about the question of platform workers and trade unions, proud to say that we at Super do work together with a German trade union exactly on this topic. We work together with the German union Verdi, and we just had a content moderator summit in Germany in March, and where content moderators got together to discuss what do they actually need to improve their job, like their lives, because content moderators are, or call themselves, actually the emergency first responders of social media. Just to say, what are their working conditions? They're watching all the terrible content on social media, so we don't have to, and they make social media usable. But the issue is they're often underpaid, there's no psychological help, they are outsourced, so they don't work directly for Meta or Alphabet or any of those big companies. And as I already said, they're on visas that make them very dependent on their employers. And there's a really high rate of suicide and PTSD among those workers. And just to illustrate how bad these working conditions are, we just talked to one of the content moderators in Germany, and he said that at the end of a working day, they wish each other good healing instead of good night or like see you tomorrow, because what they see every day is so bad that they really need to take the time away from the job to heal from what they've seen. So this is the topic we work on at Super. So as I said, we had the first summit in Germany. The result of that was a manifesto that was just shared in the German Parliament, in the German Bundestag 2 days ago, actually, with demands of content moderators, and the first Workers' Council was established in one of the companies that employ those content moderators, which is a huge success. There was also another summit in Kenya last month, where the first union was actually created for Kenyan content moderators, who were also part of that process. And we do think that trade unions should really work much more on the topic of click workers, of platform workers, and also work. I mean, we have a really good cooperation right now with some of the German unions, But having worked for the German unions, I do know that often the cooperation is tough, that they also don't understand why they need feminist perspectives in their work. And so this is why we see this as a very good start to kind of combine tech perspectives and feminist perspectives with work with trade unions. But I see it on a good way. For example, some of the trade unions have really changed their way. In Germany, a good example is the union for workers in the restaurant industry. One of their non-negotiables when they go into wage disputes is equal pay for all. So if companies do not agree to that, then they go on strike. So I feel, even though unfortunately, at least in Germany, or also I think in the EU, the relationship between feminist organizations and trade unions wasn't the best, I think it's changing.
Well, that sounds very optimistic, especially I think from our Balkan perspective. Yeah, I'm sure that here are some people in the audience that could share not so fun experiences in that area. You said that you basically want more justice, to economy happens more slowly, with more to be more oriented to the people. But no matter what we do, we still live in a capitalist society. So somehow these two things always clashes. And in one of the principles, you also say that basically the open source technology could help the competition on the market, could help new market entrants, startups made up by marginalized groups to gain some also economic perspectives. But still, can we really achieve that in this kind of economic settings? Can open source help? Can it really break down the nepotism and corruption?
I could make this very short and say no, but I want to be a bit more hopeful. So, well, as you said, we live in the system, so we need to work it, right? So one of our principles is, says that public money should also mean public code. So, of course, we say instead of public infrastructure being being offered with proprietary software that often doesn't work really well. That also means a lock-in for the organizations buying it. Instead of doing that, if we publicly buy services, they have to be open source, because that means at least that means that other companies or other entities can work with that. Also, citizens that have the ability to can also check the code, and I think it's just more transparency, more access. Also opens up the competition, of course, for other companies. Is this everything we can do? No, but I think it's a very important step. This is also something the EU is very much subscribed to. And yeah, what we can see, for example, is that the EU tries to put out everything in, for example, in all the different European working languages, and those documents have been used to train different translation tools, for example, that can be used free of charge, at least some of them. So we do think if something is publicly funded, it has to be accessible to the public. Will we completely change the market with that? No, but at least we'll change some things, at least when it's paid for with our taxpayers' money.
So what are your plans now with the principles, with the digital tech policy, the advocacy work that you will do with it? Can you tell us?
Well, our big goal is to make us unescapable, so that the next time I'm here at this conference, it's not just me sitting here, but there's like 10 more people talking about feminist perspectives. So we want this topic to be mainstreamed, that we can see it in discussions when it comes to foreign policy, for example, as well, that at least what I can see in the German or the EU discussion is that at least feminist perspectives have to be mentioned. Even if a lot of people maybe don't understand it, it's part of the discussion, and we do think, for lots of reasons that I mentioned today, we need the same in tech. For us, right now, what we really want to get into is really questions like governance issues, because we always talk about, okay, we have systemic issues, systemic discrimination, So our approach is then let's get into the system. So how can we change these things? And one of the topics that a lot of people find very boring but is surprisingly interesting is digitalization of public services. Not sure about Bosnia, but in Germany, a lot of public services are not available like digitally. You have to fax still a lot. I have
Still?
to use a fax machine. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's terrible. You have to fax a lot, but you have to really go to a lot of places with pen and paper and your folder with documents. But now, due to like EU laws, we have to change that. And currently, it is being discussed how to do that. And this is a big opportunity because this means the infrastructure of public service in Germany for the next 20 years is being decided right now. And we're trying to get in there and make sure that the questions of accessibility, for example, are taken into account, but also to make sure, due to our history, that maybe it's going to be made very hard to have that data, for example, like use all of this information we have about citizens to persecute certain groups. Right, very important. I think it's generally for all countries, but especially for us. So this is a bit what we're getting into right now. Really trying to change the systems to make it fairer for everyone.
Okay, we have some 5 more minutes. Are there any questions from the audience? Maybe? Anyone? Okay. If not, so you discussed AI already. But maybe just to get into it a little bit deeper, from a feminist perspective, what do you see as the opportunities, especially when we are talking about ChatGPT and all the problems that it brings with it?
Well, sometimes, to be honest, it's hard to see opportunities because I see a lot of dangers right now.
Okay. Then dangers.
Yeah, no, in fact, as I said, it's just the issue is that well, people are biased, our data is biased, and the data that is used to train those systems is biased, and that then is made worse by those AI-based tools because they are not just perpetuating the discriminations or those biases, but making them worse. As I mentioned, this article I read today with Stable Diffusion that shows terrible stereotypes about black women, for example, in the US. And putting all of these tools out there without I mean, I'm not an expert on AI, I have to say that, but it seems like there's a lot of tools are being put out there without having actually really tested them well, making sure that those really dangerous biases are reduced. That seems dangerous to me. On the other hand, of course, those tools also can help people regarding access to knowledge. Of course, it makes it easier. I mean, as soon as ChatGPT stops making up facts, it might make it easier for people to learn because it's a very accessible tool. It very quickly gives you all the information. So that might be helpful. But yeah, I have to say, unfortunately, I'm a bit been kind of swept up in this whole dystopian narrative around AI. So in case someone has different stories, please approach me after this panel. I'd love to learn more.
Yeah, and to comfort you a little bit.
Yeah, to comfort me, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, I think we are done, more or less. Just 2 notes for the organizers. First, the feminist panel was on time. So, more feminist panels next year. And more people on a feminist panel, please. Thank you, Corina. It was a pleasure talking to you. Keep us posted with how everything is going, and we'll see each other next year, right?
Thank you so much for having me.
Did you have some of your, what's it called? Desserts?
I had several. Please.
Žena mi hostesa, imamo hostesu. A eto, hajde, vidi kad što uzeti. Ima li hostesa jedna? Kaš uzeti. Kaš uzeti. Espresso.
One, two, okay. You up there at the bar, come back here. That's not going to work. Okay. So thank you everyone who is still here. It is the last panel and after lunch and the second day and all of that, but the rest of you are missing out. Thank you. Okay. So actually the topic that we're going to cover is not so cheerful, and we're going to start by having a moment of silence. We're going to talk about the harassment of journalists and women journalists and fact checkers, and we're going to start with a moment of silence for those journalists who have lost their lives reporting from war zones and conflict zones. And I think we have prepared a screen with some of the people who have been killed on journalistic duty. So I'll ask you all to just like have a moment of silence for them. Thank you for that. Okay, so today we're talking to, where is Tayana now complaining about not enough feminists on the panel? I think we're making up for it now. We're talking to four great women about the experiences that they have and the research that they did in the area of harassment, mostly of women journalists, but also fact checkers and the cross-section of those. And we have with us Nabila Shabir, who is a freelance journalist and the senior researcher associate at the International Center for Journalists, based in Amsterdam currently. We have Ana Brakus, who is executive director for Faktograf, a fact-checking website from Croatia. We have Jennifer Adams, who is an expert and consultant on gender, media, and human rights-centered media and digital policies. And we have Milanka Kovačević, who is a journalist who is engaged in two local media outlets based in Eastern Herzegovina, in Gacko and in Trebinje, and runs something that's like a very unique thing called the Direct Portal that does very great local centered journalism in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And Nabila, we're going to start with you. You're one of the people who did this great global scale research on harassment of women journalists. It's called the Chilling. It was published last year, I think. So could you tell us more about the study and what were its findings, and maybe dive a little bit deeper into the specificities of gendered harassment of journalists compared to harassment that, male journalists face?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. I just wanted to thank everyone at Point Festival for making time to take this minute of silence, and especially in the memory of Arman Soldin, who is a colleague who I met in London, who was killed in Ukraine, actually born in Sarajevo, and is now, it's just important to do that. So thank you so much for that. And as you pointed out, we've been focusing on gender-based violence. We know that it aids and abets impunity when it comes to crime against journalists. And outside of conflict zones, I do think this is one of the most serious threats that journalists are facing. And so how do we define gender-based violence? We say that it's sexist, it's extremely misogynistic. It frequently involves threats of, physical or sexual violence, sexualized abuse and harassment, threats to your digital safety, to your privacy, which, serious breaches which can end up with sort of identifying information about you being published online. And also networks harassment. That can be high-scale, coordinated disinformation campaigns, but it can also be low-level harassment which you're experiencing online. And the point of this, especially from the perspective of journalists, is that it undermines trust in the journalist, right? It undercuts the public trust in the work that they do and with facts in general. And so there's increasing evidence of a correlation and even a causal relationship between online and offline violence that we've identified in our research against women journalists. And so you mentioned this, the Chilling, this report that we published last year at the International Center for Journalists. It was commissioned by UNESCO, and in fact, a huge team of international researchers worked on it, including Jen, who contributed. And the survey that we did in 2020 showed that 3/4 of international women journalists said that they had, in fact, experienced online harassment in the course of their work. And more alarmingly, 20% of them could see the connection between the online harassment that they face and offline attacks, which is absolutely nuts. And so this is a statistic that we underpinned in our report, right? 1 in 5 people say this happens. If you're attacked online, there's a high likelihood that you'll be attacked offline. And we had a series of recommendations, and the UK government, for all its sins, saw that recommendation and funded a bit of experimental research into further looking into this issue. So I'll just explain a little bit about what ICFJ does before, and I can share a little bit more about online violence and the indicators that we found later. But just to say that we've taken that suggestion that online violence towards women journalists can be a factor in physical violence. And the case of Daphne Caruana Galizia in Malta is one of the examples. Before she was assassinated 6 years ago, there was a public inquiry actually into her death found that she was experiencing enormous levels of online harassment. That's also memes and text-based harassment. And so, there you go. It could actually end in murder with impunity, right? Or a degree of impunity, at least in her case, even though she wasn't actually on social networks herself. Okay, so background noises, yeah. Okay, so, and I also just wanted to say that we've been developing the experimental research that we're doing. Sorry that I didn't send a slideshow in time, but we're doing these big data case studies on emblematic women journalists around the world who are experiencing online violence. This is Hada Oweis, who's an Al Jazeera principal presenter based in Qatar. She's from Lebanon originally. The idea of looking at emblematic women journalists like Hada, like Rana Ayub in India, or Carmen Aristegui in Mexico, is to look at the timelines of how they're being attacked, when they're publishing their journalism, and how it leads to a spike in attacks against them. We're doing that with computer scientists based at the University of Sheffield, who are using natural language, am I saying that right? Yeah, NLP, natural language processing, to kind of check out the abuse against them, and actually they're codifying that online abuse into categories. And we're also using that data to then to interview where we can the women about their experiences of abuse and come up with a kind of playbook around the world of how women journalists are being targeted. So this is part of the work that we're doing. And I'll just end by saying that we are also looking at developing a kind of early warning system dashboard, which can try to, someone mentioned very early on today that monitoring is not all that you can do, but it's somewhere where we hope that we can start to try to prevent this kind of online attack against women journalists. So we're also developing a kind of dashboard where hopefully newsrooms can one day also be a part of preventing their journalists experiencing
Just like a
harassment.
very short sub-question. Do you see like a lot of things being similar? Because if you say that
Yeah.
you're like, is it like models that are repeating everywhere?
Yeah, it's models that are repeating everywhere, and it's honestly something that we've now distilled into something like 14 key categories, like 14 key indicators, which in fact we're publishing a document with OSCE sometime later this month, which is in a few days, I think, but you can see that if it's death or rape threats, if it's identifiable state actor involvement, and on and on and on. I can share more about that. Yeah.
A templated thing.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah, thank you. Jen, I want to go to you now and ask you like, it's like one way of looking at like how harassment of women journalists is different from that men face, but there's another like line of comparison that I would like to explore. It is like, how does harassment of women journalists compare to general harassment that women face online? So gendered harassment as such, that doesn't necessarily have to target women who are in journalism. And can you tell us also about the research that you did in like the circumstances that women journalists in the region work, and maybe like answer both of those now.
I'll start by quoting Nanny Jansen Reventlow, who's I'm a huge fan of hers, and she runs an organization called Systemic Justice. And I used to work at the OSCE, where I ran the Safety of Female Journalists Online project. And when we worked with her, she said, women journalists are journalists. So an attack on women journalists is an attack on journalism, and it's an attack on media as such. So when women journalists are going to law enforcement, or when they're prosecuting cases in courts, and they're told, just remove yourself from the threat, that is state authority, that is law enforcement, that is the jurisdiction saying self-censor. And that we know that women, when they're reporting, and this is not my opinion, this is proven, we have data on this, women present different narratives. Women present narratives, diversity narratives. They present marginalized narratives. They show us stories that are not mainstream. And so every time we lose the voice of another woman, we lose that diversity component. And we need that more than ever. I mean, this is not just because it's fair or because it's, you know, we're being nice to people or because it's not equal. Women are a human resource, period. So every obstacle we put in their way eliminates their potential to contribute back to their societies, and we know that they contribute at massive levels, and that's especially true for women journalists and media workers broadly. Fact checkers, women photographers, women editors, all of these things play a role into what narratives and what information the general public is accessing. So yes, does it have a different component? Does it have a different maybe magnitude, which is a bad word, end of the day, but does it have a different magnitude than maybe gendered violence online generally? Sure, it's an added component. But what I think, and what my partner in our organization, Bojana Kostic, she's from the region, and the two of us are really on a mission to kind of stop talking about this as violence against journalists or violence against women journalists or online harassment or online gender-based violence, what have you. This is gendered disinformation. And it is a way of silencing dissenting voices. It is a way of hoarding power, and is doing so in sexualized, reputational damage, et cetera, ways. But it is not different than the power hoarding that exists otherwise. But we need to talk about this as gender disinformation because it's part of a larger campaign. It's part of a larger methodology to rob people and rob the public of information, but also to subjugate women in the same ways that we have always been subjugated through all of human history. So yes, I mean, that was a very long-winded way of saying yes, it has a different magnitude, it has a different implication, but it is the same, it slots into the exact same misinformation, disinformation, subjugation of women that exists analog, but just magnified at scale, and a very effective methodology for silencing dissenting voices.
You couldn't give me a better introduction for what I'm going to ask Milanka, because I think yours is like a living example of just exactly this thing that you described, because Direct is one of the very few, if maybe not the only one, portal or like a media outlet that really dares report and do good journalism in face of what is a very rigid, one power-centered environment where you have like one political actor controlling every aspect of your life. And that then results in a lot of attacks on you. And your newsroom being almost entirely made of women. So how do these two factors like manifest themselves in the experiences that you've had with attacks and harassment? I know there have been recent, quite nasty recent examples in the just past few weeks that we discussed.
Well, first of all, I have to thank you for the invitation. It is, I don't know, great really to be here. It is very hard to be a woman in Balkans, but it is harder to be a journalist, women journalist. We have a lot of attacks, and this topic is harassment of the journalist. It is visible and invisible. I can't say what is more dangerous. Because that invisible harassment leads to visible afterwards. You know, you have to I don't know, spread your energy every day to do such ordinary things, like when you want to say your occupation in gender. In our language, there is a slight difference between he journalist and she journalist, novinar and novinarka. And you have to just to spread your energy to fight for that right to be she journalist. And if we have that, it is obvious that we have obstacles on every level. And I'm afraid that things are going worse because first they put the labels on you as you are a spy, or you are not a good mother or a good wife or a good friend. You have two skirts, you know, in this poor society. If someone say you, she earn money more than ordinary people, most of them will think, oh, she's talking about, I don't know, criminal, but she has money, someone pays her for that. It's probably problematic for our society. It's not good for us because we have to, I don't know, fight for our republic or for our state. So in that, I don't know, in that situation, it is hard to focus on real problems. So every day we get up and say, it's brand new day, and we start again to, I don't know, fight with some lunatics, I can say, in small town where everyone knows each other and everyone can, I don't know, tell you on the street what are you doing, or tell your kid your mother is doing something against our society or our state. So it is difficult, and unfortunately I have to say that you know, our society is going in a wrong direction. As a woman and as a journalist, I predict that it will be harder in future.
Thank you, Milanka. With this, I would go to Anna. We have together done recently research into harassment of fact checkers in Europe, and I would ask you to present like some of the results that we got by interviewing a lot of our colleagues from all over Europe, but also if you can take like a few minutes to present like where the intersection between the harassment that fact checkers face and gendered harassment of journalism is, at least by what we mapped out.
Thank you. So thank you to everybody that is here. I would like to first of all assure you that it's a tough topic to talk about, as I'm sure it's like a tough topic to listen to at the end of a conference. So first of all, I'm going to share a happy thought that I had during this panel, and privacy is a much better way to say privacy than privacy is. I was very happy to hear that. It's just a happy word for me. So. Yeah, we did this research because we wanted to better understand if the things that we at Factograph face are something that is kind of unique or special to us, or is it something that is, you know, everywhere in Europe for fact checkers? Is the harassment, the type of harassment that we face, is that something that is basically a shared experience for all of us? And we have sadly learned that, yes, it is something that is happening to, you know, basically every organization in Europe. So the research that we at Factograph did, it was being led by our wonderful moderator here. So if I get something wrong, she is able to fact check me right now. So yeah, we basically covered 41 fact-checking organizations, outlets from 40 organizations in 28 countries in Europe. And we have learned that 9 out of 10 of our respondents have experienced harassment from political or other relevant actors. We have learned that more than 50% of those have experienced repeated harassment, and that more than 30% of them experience harassment every week or every month. And now I'm going to stop with the percentages and the numbers. You can see the whole report and the whole survey on our site or the International Press Institute's site, which is our partner in this project, along with a German outlet called Taz, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So basically the idea behind the research was that we wanted to try and figure out why do politicians or politically exposed persons or call them whatever you want, why do they engage in this, why do they target us, and what do they want to achieve? And we have sadly learned and confirmed that it is, as you've said, it's a tool in the toolbox that they use in order to basically erode trust in the work that we do, in the organizations that we work in, and basically in our specific case, in the fact-checking community which we are a part of. So there is a clear intention in basically trying to discredit the work that we do, which is based on facts. It is well researched, it is well presented, it is in many cases you know, very heavily sourced. It is it's in-depth research that is hard to discredit on a factual level. So the approach that some of them choose to take is to attack us personally or with very violent language, to incite other people to do that, and to basically create a platform from which they are aiming to do at least 2 things. One is to discredit us, the other is to kind of tap into the anger, disappointment, and all other sorts of very negative stuff that exists in our society, and a lot of it for very good reasons, to kind of gather that and create profit and benefit for them in a political or economical sense. So this is not, of course, none of this is revolutionary. The things that you are describing that happen to, you know, or all of you to journalists for years, especially women journalists, is something that we are now once again seeing in the fact-checking community. Your research has, of course, shown that many of the organizations that we have surveyed and talked to, they're new and young organizations. They mostly hire women,
And of course, the violence and the threats that we face are based, in many cases, on gender violence. The things that we at Faktograph see or hear or read about us basically don't allow us to forget that the organization that we have is mostly formed by women, and the experiences that we have because of that are, you know, a little bit different than our male colleagues. In many cases, we will hear discussions or insults or whatever for our male colleagues about their education or something that has to do with their intellectual levels. The rest of us are, and I am quoting a song that was written about us and then basically was nominated for a, I don't know if you can call it a prestigious award, but it wants to be a prestigious award in Croatia. So the rest of us, we're just whores from Faktograph. You know, there's no need to go into the educational backgrounds that we have, the quality of our work or something like that. It's very easy. You just use the word that you would use, you know, for anybody else in the street. And I just wanted to finish, I just wanted to very, like, strongly agree with the thing that you said, because this, like, the invisibility of the harassment that we go through, I would say in the fact-checking community is probably kind of, I don't know, it is partially probably rooted in the fact that our community has a lot of women and has a lot of young organizations and has, you know, a very kind of, there's not much, you know, tradition in it. Let's put it that way. And yeah, it makes the situation a bit more difficult.
There is also an interesting disproportion that we found that when you ask people like who is harassing you, if you can like pinpoint like a person, because sometimes it's just like mass attack and you can't, you know, have a clue of like are these men, are these women. But if there are like public figures that have instigated harassment against your fact-checking outlet, etc., were they women or men? They were almost exclusively men.
Yeah.
And their targets were disproportionately frequently women. So you also get this type of gendered, you know, power relations where you have women fact-checkers on the receiving end of male harassers in large proportion of the cases. So this is also like another gender dimension that we found. Is this something, Nabila, that maybe did you have similar like findings in the chilling? Like is there like a certain type of roles in this, like who instigates and perpetrates harassment and threats and violence online in comparison to who is the target of such things?
Yeah, definitely. And we found that, is this on? Hello? Hi, yeah. So another alarming statistic, which was, again, too high than it needs to be, is that 41% of women journalists responding to that 2020 survey that we did with UNESCO and ICFJ reported that the online violence that they experienced was actually connected with coordinated disinformation attacks, which was directly connected to state actors. So, and in some cases when I think political figures or public figures were the second highest, and this also includes like partisan media, other journalists in your ecosystem who could be, and also in the case of India, we've been looking at the Muslim journalist Rana Ayyub, and that's another important point if you have an intersectional identity. So if you're a woman and also have an ethnic identity or a, you know, LGBTQ identity or, you know, whatever it can be, you're at extra risk of being attacked online. So those are the coordinated disinformation narratives, which it's important to link them back to some kind of perpetrator. But what I was saying about the Indian journalist is she found that the people harassing her in her DMs, but also publicly on her articles, I think she writes a column for the Washington Post, and she's also got a Substack newsletter. they publish under their real names and with their actual pictures. Like, there's not even any hiding. It's like even more freaky than you can imagine, because you can really see who the person is, and she can try to report them to the police, but to sort of no avail. There's not really any authorities that you can take it to. That was another significant finding in the research that we did. We looked at 15 countries in profile, and even if mechanisms do exist, and there are places where you can report this kind of violence, it's extremely difficult in Mexico, for example, to say, could the president stop using his morning YouTube conference and not stop saying that journalists are vultures, especially that one? You know, it's like you create an enabling environment from the top, and there's, you know, where do you look for some kind of resolution to that? And so when we have recommendations, we also, you know, they're for newsrooms, they're for the platforms, which we consider to be the vectors of online violence, but they're also for intergovernmental organizations, for governments, things that a more gender-aware way of trying to approach this problem, which ultimately could prevent that enabling environment from you know, being created.
There is one term that was used. I don't know if it was in the study or in the conversation about the study at the Perugia Journalism Festival, but it was called something like a permission to harass. If you are a public actor, if you're an influential figure, a figure of authority, and you behave that way, you're basically granting permission to whomever else wants to jump on the same train. And we've seen, especially in case of Factograph, we've seen this done in not even a subtle way. It's like literally an invitation, like write to them, call their offices, and several other people reported similar, like very open instigation to harass people. And Milanka, maybe to go back to you, like what was mentioned about like the intersection of identities. You mentioned two things that were also interesting, and I think at least Anna and I were both at some point accused of a similar. You're being a spy. You're being an agent, you're being paid by someone to do something. This is something that has also very frequently is like a part of that package. So how does that manifest in our, I would say, environment that's very sensitive to such accusations, especially in the circumstances in which you work?
I can see in people's eyes, they doubt at me in some way. They read what I and my colleagues are writing. They know that there is facts and that is true. But when they stay on their own, they think there must be something there. And, you know, they have doubts. They have doubts. And it is, I don't know, it is obstacle to our writing and our working. But, you know, when I think about that, I choose to be a journalist, and I choose to write my articles upon the facts. So I have to be patient and to do my job. That's the only thing I can do. I have to say that as the time goes by, it became more dangerous to have that label on you. And because, you know, they, all the time they repeat, the spies are dangerous. So you never know, someone from the street can stop you and, I don't know, hit you with something. And I think that time is coming.
So you think that like the chance of like online harassment becoming physical just rises with
yes,
yeah.
Yes. I think that also I have threats in that way. One criminal told me that he can kill me, and I know that he can, and he will, I don't know, get out with that. You know, it's a very tough job, especially in small towns, in small areas. because everything here is combined with politics and power and criminal. As time goes by, it is more obvious. So I think it would be more dangerous in future.
Before we ask the audience if they have questions, Jen, I would like to just go briefly through, like, I mean, these are really complex issues where you have to kind of decide, like, where your personal well-being, where you put that, compared to where you put your professional obligation, compared to where you put your, well, you know, passion in a lot of sense, because not a lot of people do this job because it really pays so great, and you know, like, you really want to do a good job, and you have some motivation that is intrinsically, you know, it's a calling. And the line between those things when you are targeted with harassment, especially if it's a continuous harassment, and especially if you see that the tendency that like it increases in intensity, is something that is really hard to draw. And I don't think that it's fair that it's left to individual people to deal with that on their own. So like, what can the newsrooms do? What can like other actors do to make these choices easier in a way?
I mean, listen, the thing is,
you're
like,
welcome. I know it's a great, lovely, light question.
Yeah, so women, and women identifying people and other marginalized communities, we walk outside, we participate in public space, we're representations of other communities, or we want to be loud, we want to be heard, we want to engage. I don't care what fora where that is existing, women have to fight for that. And that's women of all flavors and sizes, and this is not new. This is nothing that we've not experienced before. And women journalists are not going against a grain that women other places have had to, you know, not go against. I mean, this is codified in how we experience life. And so what can actors do? I mean, you know, this topic of online harassment of women and of, you know, gender in media, it's been nicheified, and it was nicheified from the moment it came on the international agenda. So it's overfunded in many cases, but we're funding it in a way that creates competition, and it's donor agenda driven. And we're also dealing with it at an international level, and I'm afraid also at other levels, as a blanket issue. So how do we address women online? How do we look at this as a gender issue online? And again, because it's so nicheified, it means that the onus of that, of solutioning, falls to women, always, and specifically gender initiatives. But this is a cross-cutting issue. And this is an issue that exists in literally every sphere in the entire world. And it is better or worse, as Nabila said, depending on your intersectional identity. It's better or worse depending on your privileges, the discrimination that you face, the region that you're in. And I think that's the key, and that's some of the research that we're doing, is what does this look like for Balkan women? What does this look like for semi-rural, semi-urban, rural communities? What does this look like for trans women? What does this look like for certain women who are in male-dominated spheres, or who have male editors, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's really about the local specific, which is what my dear colleague and partner calls it. It's how do we create solutions that are context appropriate? Because dealing with this as a women's issue, and an issue where we have to deal with it blanketed and let's fund this, let's fund that, let's deal with it from a top-down perspective, we're missing it. We're not making change, we're not making progress, and we're certainly not doing so fast enough. Maybe just a really short story. You know, when I worked at the OSCE on safety of female journalists online, I was so proud of what we were doing, you know, and Dunja Mijatovic, who was the representative at the time, and really just I'm a big fan of hers. And she was the one, you know, who kind of said, no, this is not a gender issue, this is a media freedom issue, this is a freedom of expression issue. We have to deal with this collaboratively. And that was, you know, there was a lot of pushback on this, but once we started to do that, we made great strides and it became a top agenda issue at the international level. Once I left the OSCE and started working specifically in this region, I had so many women approach me and say, the narrative you were pushing at the OSCE, and the narrative the UN's pushing, the narrative the World Bank is pushing, the World Health Organization, is that women are more vulnerable. Women are a vulnerable population. And because of that narrative and because you're leaving out the specificity of the issue and really just ignoring the fact that this is nothing new at all, and it's never been new, and women are never not having to push back against this. Because of that, you're creating a situation. I talked to one journalist where she was like, the international outlets won't hire me anymore. They won't send me to talk to problematic politicians. They won't put me on protests or areas where I might be at higher risk. So I think those of us that are trying to deal with it, and especially deal with it as like a blanket issue, we need to really kind of go through what we've been taught, which is, evaluation, what is our methodology, and reflect on where we've come from. And are we making progress? Are our efforts, are these millions and billions of dollars in funding for gender-related media initiatives, are they making real progress? Are they creating real change for anybody? And really looking at this as it's not about implementing this because it's the right thing to do for a woman, which that's never been enough of a motivation for the world, period. But because we think that we deserve information, because we think that freedom of information, freedom of expression, media freedom are actually fundamental ideals, and they're just being fought by women's bodies again and again and again. So do we make the change, and how do we do that, though, in just limiting this to a digital world versus analog world, which really the two bleed into one another? So again, this is a problem that we're going to have for a very long time, and I think until we deal with it transitionally, across borders, collaboratively, as a problem of patriarchy and misogyny globally that manifests in very different ways for very different people, we're not going to really make much progress.
Do you want to say something, Anna?
No, it's just the panel is getting more exciting. It's good.
Okay, so do we have questions or comments from the audience? There's a hand there.
Hello. Well, I just wanted to start off by saying thank you for sharing your perspectives on this idea, because I think it's very important to give voices and faces to this movement. And one of the questions I had, because there was talk of inability to hold maybe attackers or individuals who spread this hate and disinformation online, and I was wondering how, or what your opinions are, or if there have been any cases of accountability of these attackers, whether it comes down to holding individuals accountable, or institutions and state actors accountable in this respect, and maybe how we start conversations to not only respect women, but journalists in a time of dis and misinformation.
Nabila, would you maybe like to?
Can you hear me? Hi. Okay. Thanks for the question. There are a couple of inspiring examples of women journalists who've tried to take that a bit further. Specifically in Brazil, the journalist Patricia Campos Melo, she actually took Bolsonaro to court and won because, he defamed her actually, and she even took his son to court and won that case too. So that's just an incredible indicator of impact, I would say. And in another more chilling case, the journalist I was talking about earlier, Hada Weiss from Lebanon, she actually took the disinformation against her, which went as far, and the online attacks, which went as far as Pegasus being installed on her phone, which is this spyware which interacts through your webcam. You click on a link and everything is available for the troll to see. Like pictures of her in her swimming pool in her private building were released, and they have just done the mark around and around the internet. She actually took high-ranking Saudi officials to court in Florida, but unfortunately, with that court case, did not get very far, especially with the assassination of Jamal Khashoggi. There's a degree of impunity that the Saudi officials were accorded, and so that just plays into a long story of how difficult it is to actually hold power to account. I think it's incredibly brave of her, But unfortunately, in the case of both of these women journalists, no matter how hard and far they took their stories, you can see that in Brazil, Patricia, she's still writing, but there's been a significant mental health impact. And psychological injury was the #1 impact that women journalists told us about in their survey. And that is ultimately the aim of online attacks and abuse, right? It's to try to humiliate you, to shame you, belittle you out of your profession. At some point, you're not going to feel like writing about politics or, gender, the kind of lightning rods that you will be typically attacked for. And Ghada Weiss also only recently revealed that she's actually being a principal presenter on Al Jazeera for a decade and more, I think. She's actually stopped going on air because she'll get a threat in her email 1 second before she's supposed to go on air, which tells her you'll see the crosshairs of a gun pointing at you while you're on air. And so it's enough to just freak you out right out of journalism, and that is the intended goal. So I started off by saying they were very inspiring, and I ended on how terrible it is actually. But in fact, with all the emblematic women journalists that we profile, but also, we're continuing to hear from women all the time. You look at this trend, which is that ultimately some of them have kind of, slowed their role when it comes to journalism. However, I did speak to a Ukrainian journalist last week. I'm very interested in what that means in the context of wartime. And she's a war reporter. A few years ago, the president discredited her work because she'd done an investigation into the army. And he said that, she's a traitor, all these things, and that mud stuck. Like, her sources don't want to talk to her anymore. She's gone back to reporting on the war, and when she approaches people and they're like, you're that journalist who can't be trusted, which, by the way, she got an apology from the president. The information was proved to be wrong, but she's still going at it, and I just found her really impressive because as she said, there's a bigger story here than them threatening my kids or yelling at me in public, which is that we've got a war to report on, and so I'm just going to keep going. So there are just some incredible people working in this field, and props to them.
Yeah. And I mean, it's my impression that it's also one of the go-to movements that more frequently happens to women than to men in journalism, which is kind of target your family, mention your children, mention someone that is related to you by blood or by whichever. This is also something that's kind of like seeping of that, like women being pushed into private sphere and their private sphere being presented as more impactful than that of men. If it's like a random association that just came in mind. It's a similar thing like to women constantly being asked, and how do you manage to balance your personal life and your work life, which is a question that men never get. Well, maybe now some rarely do, but generally no. So I think this is also maybe one of the tactics that's kind of used.
It's an indicator that we've said, targeted attacks or threats against identified family members. So often it's children, but in Middle Eastern context, we found it's also against your parents, for example. They'll go after your parents. It's an honor-based system. Stop writing, or, your brother did this, and they'll put some misinformation out. And there's a long list of journalists there's a journalist in Northern Ireland who you should check out. Her name is Patricia Devlin, and she's a crime reporter, or she was a crime reporter, until her infant baby got rape threats on Facebook Direct Messenger. Not once, but twice. Facebook profile was not taken down, and this is also, and she took that to the police ombudsman, and she's also been threatened with impunity cases, which is another indicator. If you're threatened to also meet the fate of another journalist who was murdered with impunity, as happened to her with the journalist Marty O'Hagan in Northern Ireland. He's actually from her newspaper. He was shot dead 30 years ago. You're going to end up like him, Ghada Weiss, you're going to end up like Jamal Khashoggi, etc., 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 forever. But I have to say that she did a fantastic job with trying to take Facebook to account, which did not ultimately happen, but also taking it to the police and the ombudsman, where she did win her case. In trying to get some kind of accountability, and we haven't even scratched the surface with the platforms.
Which also reminds me, if I can jump back to our research, it's another interesting irony that we kind of pinpointed. This is like the fact checkers. The part of why our harassment is very invisible is because we're harassed from some very unexpected places, I would say, and especially if you work with a platform, if you're like a part of a program where you're able to like label this information on the platform, you're going to be called a censor, you're going to be called someone who is kind of stifling freedom of speech and media freedoms, etc., and that becomes an element of the harassment that you face. But then there's like, there was, I would at least, I don't know if you agree, there's this general feeling among the people that we survey that they're not protected on platforms at all. And at the same time, they're being called someone that is censoring free speech on these platforms. So that's, I think, another like interesting finding. View.
Yeah, I would. Yes, I would agree. You are doing a very good job with your moderation today. It's really interesting questions. No. So I think you're completely right. So, but what I do differentiate in almost everything and anything related to work or not is trying to understand the intent behind someone's action. And for a lot of people that harass us, I still truly, probably naively believe that a big part of that issue is their lack of information. And that a big part of the reason why they keep harassing us is the lack of information that they have. That's some people. For other people, you can explain in whichever way you want. You can present the facts however you want. They're not interested in the facts. They're interested in how they can manipulate the feelings or the situation that we as a society find ourselves in. So the thing that happens to us as fact checkers that, like in Factograph's case, work with Meta, is that we have to not only do our job, but very often we have to do their job as well. We are the ones constantly trying to explain, what the program is, how it works, what we can do, what we can't do, what we want to do, what we don't want to do at all. Even if we could, we wouldn't want to do that. So, but the audiences are very different. For some people, for a certain percentage, presenting that information is good enough. Those cases are, I have to be honest, they are rare, but it happens. It generally happens, sometimes that people say, oh, I didn't know that, I didn't understand. And one thing is because they don't go and read the standards or the policy or whatever. When they see the agreement that they have to click on, they just click on it and it's gone. They don't want to understand how the network works. So that's one thing. And the other thing is for people that do understand how the program works, they just ignore it. They just want to tap into the anger and disappointment and everything that is already existing there, just to kind of, profit from it. So that's a very big difference. The other part that's very interesting for me is that we are constantly being called, in a certain sense, as, we're being named as content moderators. And you could hear, just like here, like half an hour ago, content moderators at very big online platforms are in a very terrible situation. Those are people that are not paid well. They don't have good health benefits. They don't have good contracts. They don't have almost any power. And they keep getting all the blame. So I think for us, they are our potential allies in the things that we are doing, because they keep going through the same things that we do, without the kind of big background, behind them. And yeah, just like to conclude, like I completely agree with what you're saying, but I think it's very important to understand that some people just don't know any better. That's why they do it. Some people do know better. They just don't care. So it's a very big difference for us.
Do we have any more questions from the audience? No?
It's late.
It's late.
And Friday.
The second day and everything. Okay, so I think maybe we can also end early, unless someone else wants to kind of jump in with something that they were inspired to say as a finishing line. Yes.
I just want to say, you asked about, are there progress made, and in terms of like, specific cases or things like this, and I think, there's piecemeal progress. But I think what's key, and I think what I would hope we can walk away from is what's really defeating all of us who are working for this is competition for resources, the lack of sharing of information, the duplication of efforts, and not communicating with one another. So what I hope can happen, and what I would consider a win for us as the community of women and people who care about women's participation in this world, which we all should, because it's kind of crucial, we're amazing, is that we work on that, is that we share information, is that our resources that are coming to us from other places are shared, is that we're all trying not to gather donor funding. We're not trying to hoard power in the digital realm or in our efforts to address the digital realm in the same way that those people who would want to oppress us do. We need to share the open source tools, capacity building, and kind of really using our expertise. And every single woman is an expert in her own experience, and women and other people with uteruses as well. These are the things that are going to push us forward, is really recognizing that strength, recognizing that we're just all on the same team, and we have to share these things. We can't claim certain spheres of influence if we're going to influence all of it. Thank you.
You want to say something more?
I mean, maybe just to kind of try to refer to your question a little bit, the way I heard it. I don't know. I think for me, it's probably going to sound like cheesy and cliche and whatever, but there's been a lot of talk even here today about, like, oh, what's the end goal, and how are we going to win in the end, and what's going to be like, how are we going to know that we kind of succeeded, and it's I absolutely have no idea, and I honestly don't care, because what's the alternative? Like, roll over and die. That's it. It's not going to happen. So the only thing that you can do is kind of try, keep pushing, do your thing, do the best you can. And it's, for me, it's enough. It doesn't have to have an end goal where, I'm sorry to say, but we are probably not going to be alive when this issue is solved. We're probably not going to be alive. So, like, the only other option is to say, yeah, too bad, doesn't make any sense. Harassment,
I'm not going to benefit from it.
Yeah, I'm not going to benefit from it, whatever, but you live in the world that you live in, and you do the things that you can do to make it better right now. And the end goal is probably for a different kind of generation. And now I'm going to skip the climate crisis. And that's it.
What?
Skipping the climate crisis. And
No, I don't think there's an end goal. I mean, I think it was also mentioned at some of the panels today, is like, we're not going to stop having racism. Yes. We're not going to ever stop having misogyny. It's always going to be there. It's the thing, like, what you do with it and how you, how do you think. If you think about duty of care towards, like, users or citizens or content moderators, I think that it also very much makes sense to have, like, duty of care towards, like, a group that is specifically targeted or targeted in a different way from other groups, etc. So that's, like, in my mind, that's the way of thinking.
Yeah, but this is like the way you do it. You try, and you do the best you can. You try and aim not to drive yourself crazy in the process. You try to take care of yourself and the people around you the best you can. You, in very weird ways, normalize stuff that happens to you. Then you try to kind of course correct and not do that too much, and this is the only thing here.
We open a whole new panel on, like, how to do that.
Yeah.
Thank you for ending on a sort of positive.
That was the intention. Thank you.
And thank you everyone for the great panel, and thanks to everyone who stuck with us until the end. Not that little people, I have to say. So that's great. So with this, we end this year's Point Conference. I'm going to invite you all to join us tonight for partying and relaxing, and sign up for workshops tomorrow if you haven't already, and hopefully see you there as well. So thanks everyone, and that's it from me.
Thank you so much. It was really great.